to Julie B Deep Dives. We have a very special guest tonight again. So happy to have you here, Doug Hughes. Thank you so much for being here. Fresh off the reading of your new play. Thank you.
Yeah, had it read on Monday night, which was very cool. It's always interesting sitting in on the first reading of something you've written because, you think you know what it is, having read it yourself many times over as you're writing it. I write with a partner, so the two of us, sort of sharing lines and stuff. But that's a fundamentally different experience from just sitting and hearing it read by a bunch of actors. And the mere fact that they're all sort of standing up on stage and you can see them as well, it gives the whole thing a different flavor. For example, one of the things we're concerned about with this one, like with a lot of plays, the hardest scene to write is generally the first scene, because you've got this job of setting up the story, but you don't want it to be all exposition. You don't want it to drag, all that kind of stuff. And so a big concern for us with the first couple of scenes in this one is this thing moving too slowly? Is it too talky? All that kind of thing. And then when you get it up on its feet and you actually have people speaking it to you, you get a much better sense of the pace of the thing. So it's useful on all kinds of levels. And then, of course, we had feedback afterwards, which is always interesting because you always get, some feedback where you just go, what the hell does that mean? There's always these things that are like totally out of left field. But we got a tremendous amount of really useful stuff. And I say a tremendous amount, but it wasn't really a lot. But the stuff that we got was very, very useful. And we just spent the last 2 days making changes as a result of those, their observations and our own, of course. And the good news is that none of the changes that we're having to make are really substantial changes at all. And yet they're having a profound effect on the finished product. So it's great. Marcia's supposed to be flying to Calgary tomorrow to see the opening of one of our plays, which is opening out there on the weekend. But we have this unbelievable snowstorm going on here right now, and she's very concerned that their flight might be canceled. So she doesn't even know if she's going or not. But next week, either early in the week if she doesn't go or later in the week if she does, we're going to get together and I think probably finish the changes that we need in maybe 2 or 3 days. So we're really pumped. Yeah, we're really happy. It went very well.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yeah. It's got to be like a nerve-wracking thing, to get that first feedback the first time, anybody outside of the two of you really got to experience it. Like, you've discussed it here and there, just general concepts about it, but this is the real thing. This is going through the whole thing, and to get great feedback is terrific. The fact that you only have to make some minor changes and you'll be done like that. You think that'll be the final version of the play?
Well, not the final version, but it will be in sufficiently good shape that we could start shopping it around. That's the goal. We want to get it to a point where we can start throwing it at theaters and going, have a look at this and tell us what you think. From that point until a production happens, there will be another draft. But the thing is, every draft you do, the closer and closer you get to production, the smaller those changes become. The other good news we got from the reading on Monday was structurally, we don't have to change a thing. Structurally, it's in very good shape. And generally with us, that's the case because we do lots and lots of structural prep work before we even start writing dialogue. So, we've got a pretty good idea where things are going structurally from the get-go. Of course, things change a lot in the process, but the basic shape of the story hasn't really changed at all since we sat down and started writing. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I'll be very curious when we start sending it out, assuming anybody reads it, what the feedback is from directors and that sort of thing. We'll see. Hey, Grant Gregory's here.
Yeah. I forgot to send Scarlet the link.
Oh. Well, you go ahead and do that, and I'll see if I can address. Where did it go? I got to back up here a little bit. Oh, we've got quite a few comments here. David's asking about my interpretation of Campbell's hero's journey from a writer's perspective. It's been so long since I've read that. I can't comment specifically on The Real Dragon is Within, other than, what that suggests. I will say my overriding impression after having read it is, well, I can see why this has become the Bible of every screenwriter writing adventure stories. I mean, this is basically how George Lucas built Star Wars. It was all just following Campbell's teachings from by the letter kind of thing. But I don't think it's not something that really comes up a lot in the sort of writing that I do. Perhaps when I wrote my 2 novels, I would have done well to go back and read the book again, see if it had any effect. But when you read those sorts of things, even as time goes on, you may not be able to recall the details, but you internalize a lot of that stuff without necessarily realizing it. And so, you may be employing some of those techniques in your writing without even being aware of it.
Absolutely. Right. Certain archetypes that are so common in storytelling, and the way that the character arc progresses. So many stories, it really does follow the hero's journey pattern. And if you look at From, you can definitely see elements of the hero's journey. If you look at like Boyd's journey, people have actually done analysis. I've seen different channels do analysis on that, like how are these characters progressing through the hero's journey? In particular, Boyd, he's really at the center of it all.
Although you could apply that to Jade as well. You could apply it to Jim. You could apply it to Victor even, really, they're all on slightly different journeys, but they all smack of the hero's journey in different ways.
Yeah, they do. It's a really interesting way of looking at the show, and it can kind of, helps you see like where this could be headed. It doesn't allow us to predict exactly, but you can kind of see where it could be, where it could go next. If they're to follow a similar trajectory to the typical hero's journey. And David has taken the cave painting, and he actually marked it up and mapped out how it could progress from left to right, how the hero's journey could progress, and like breaking it up season by season from left to right. The cave painting may tell a story, which I'll pull up and show you because it's fascinating. Hey, Scarlet.
Hi, Scarlet.
Hey.
Something else, the Chromonocle and Ethan's constant references to it. It always puts me in mind of the hero's journey too. That like, these are the rules kind of thing. Because that's very much the impression you get from Campbell's work. This is how it has to go. And yeah, I'm always fascinated by that when we get those little tidbits that Ethan gives us from that book, because it's like, to me, I think if anyone's got a theory about From and they're not sure if it applies or not, ask yourself the question, would this fit in all the stuff that Ethan is quoting from this about the book? If it does, it's probably a good theory. If it doesn't, chuck it,
100%. I've been saying it from the very start when I discovered the show. Like, listen to Ethan. When Ethan talks, we should be listening. He's got the answers. He knows how this works. That's why when I take notes, I write down everything he says about quests and the Chromonocle, because I just had this instinct from day one that he has the key, kind of like a guide for us, like a what is that? The term on a map, like the legend, like for the way that we need to, that can guide us. Yeah, guide us through like the way all of this works. And he's done this from the beginning. He's like, nope, yeah, this is definitely a quest, and maybe to get home we may have to save someone. We should ask. He also said once we should ask ourselves, one of the questions we should put on the wall is who here is trying to help. So I immediately wrote that down. And when people say that no entity in this place is trying to help, I don't believe it, because Ethan had that question. So I trust Ethan. I trust his judgment. He's the littlest person on the show. He's the youngest one, and yet he's so wise. And I really think that I think John Griffin, I think he designed the character to kind of to be full of insight that holds the key to the way the story works. And it all comes out of the Chromonocle stuff, the quest. And then Tabitha and Jade are basically two Chromonocles, a male and a female. They both are on their own quests. And there was literally a scene in season 1 where Jim and Tabitha were pretending to be two Chromonocles and running around saying Chromonocles for the cave. So it was clearly foreshadowing that there's going to be a male and a female on a journey at the heart of it all. And it's Tabitha and Jade on their respective quests to discover their origins and find a way out, because and lo and behold, they were both reincarnated. We had that revelation, and they're going to be the key now. I think if there is a way to break the cycle, they are the key. They're the two Chromonocles. Yeah. There is even an episode. Our rewatch has been really fruitful because it's eye-opening now, knowing what we know. Looking back, there was an episode in season 1 where Tabitha and Jade, at different scenes during the episode, each of them goes into the storage room of the diner and finds something that's linked to one of their past lives, but they don't know it at the time.
Yeah.
It's clear. Ethan even says it when he walks in there with Tabitha. He says, it's like the Cavern of the Lonely Dragon, which was full of stuff nobody wanted. And maybe we'll find a map in here. The Lonely Dragon gave the Chromonocle a map. Moments after he said, maybe we'll find a map in here, Tabitha found the bracelet on a stack of things. And people, I think, were thinking too literally watching the show, thinking
it's a metaphorical map.
It needs to be a map. No, that's the map.
Yeah.
Ethan said, then the Chromonocle wasn't lost anymore. Well, she found a piece of her past that set her on a journey, and eventually she's not lost anymore in that she remembers who she is, her past lives. That was a piece of her past life. Jade found the book of symbols that Christopher drew. That was a piece of his past life. It's the same episode. The writing of the show is just brilliant. The way that they plotted out that major story arc from the beginning, it's amazing.
It's I sometimes feel that, every time Ethan's about to have another comment about the book, he should break the fourth wall, turn straight, look right at the camera, and go, for those of you having trouble following, let me just tell you this,
Seriously, right? Yeah. That's what it feels like. So sometimes when fans are dismissive of Ethan, I don't understand. I'm like, he's not just a little kid babbling. Don't you see that this is clearly meant to give us insight into the show itself?
Yeah.
They even make comments. It's like a story within a story when they talk about the Chromonocle, and they even make comments like, they were starting a new chapter it was right at the beginning of their journey. One of their first nights there, it was their first night in their new house, and they were reading the Flight of Chromonocle again to Ethan, and Ethan says, now let's start at the beginning, not at chapter 4. Let's start at the beginning. And it was their story. It was paralleling their story beginning.
Yeah.
And it's just wild. I love how they did that, and now he knows how the story walking works somehow. He knows. He's like, he says, no, you can't change a story that's already been told to Julie. You can't save Jim. You can't save their dad, because that already happened. You can visit chapters, but you can't change them. And he's so certain of this. So I just always say, #trust Ethan. Listen to Ethan. He holds the key. He holds the answers. Maybe he's the puppet master writing the whole thing. Now there are theories that the story is something he's creating, but I personally don't think that's the case. I just think it's being used.
A ton of people theorizing that he's me, and I just go, what? I mean, and perhaps where that comes from is people who have made this connection about Ethan, that Ethan knows how this place works. and although we haven't seen much of my guy, you sort of get the impression that, well, he clearly knows, he's got a better idea of how things work here than anybody else does, or at least I think that's a fair assumption to make. So maybe that's why they're connecting those two characters. But I to think that there's actually a direct connection, that, you know, Ethan is me or I'm him, it just seems silly to me. You know, I don't know. I'm in a lot of ways, I'm the wrong person to be talking about this stuff, because I don't have any theories about any of this stuff, you know.
Well, I mean, not everyone is into the theory side of things. There are different ways to enjoy the show on different levels, and you know, some people are into theory crafting. Other people are more excited by the, you know, the amazing character development and story arcs of these people. The writing of the show, that's so brilliant, and so I mean.
And that's the appeal for me. But then, you know, I look at the thing from an actor's and a writer's point of view. So of course it would be, you know, inevitably.
Right. Yeah. And I want to find the map that David the picture that David sent. It's in my Discord, so I can show you what we were talking about. Scarlet, I was telling Doug about that that cave drawing that David marked up. It's really interesting. So I'm just pulling that up right now. Yeah, sorry, Scarlet. I had a crazy night and I thought I sent you the link. I could have sworn I did. But,
you did not, but I'm here now.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Good morning, Dieter.
Morning, Dieter.
New co-host, Doug.
Quick question for you, Scarlet. Has the script arrived yet?
It has not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I'm kind of worried about the mail, because we're supposed to get 5 inches of snow tonight.
You're only getting 5. We're getting about 3 times that here.
Touche.
But no, the mail's been a bit messed up here for a while, because we had a long mail strike just before Christmas. And things still aren't back to normal. So it's probably taking a little longer than it normally would.
Yeah. We've been getting hit with some snow, but nothing too crazy. But yeah, hopefully you get it soon, Scarlet. And I doubt it'll take that long. It didn't take me long to get mine. Maybe a week tops. In case I don't know, we mentioned to the chat, but we're referring to Deadline. Several of us are reading Doug's play Deadline, and I'm going to put the link to it actually in the chat. I meant to put it in the description of this video, but I don't think I did yet. So I'll add that as soon as we're offline. I'll add that. So people who are watching this on the replay, you can go into the description of the video and you can find Doug's play. It's called Deadline. We're going to be talking about it soon because several of us have ordered it and read it. So we're going to do a live where we discuss it. And if you'd like to get a copy, which I highly recommend, it's at playscripts.com. I'm going to find the link right now and just drop it in the chat, unless I don't know if Peter's there or not, if he's able to do it, but I have it here. So actually I can do it. So, and for those, I mean, I think the people in the chat know this by now, but it's the story about two playwrights who become trapped in the murder mystery that they're writing. So they have to find a way to write their way out of it. And it has comedic elements too. So, Dieter also posted the link. Thank you, Dieter. So if you want to get a copy, you can order a physical copy, or you can get an e-copy if you'd rather. Save money, so you don't have to spend any money on shipping. You can get a digital copy. I personally think it's worth it to have the physical copy, but whatever works. And you can read a 32-page sample on the website. So that's a hefty chunk of it, and you'll know for sure if you want to read on. And I can guarantee you're going to want to read on, because I definitely did. So yeah, that'll be soon. We will let you know when that is. Once I'm going to check in with everyone who's read it and make sure everyone is up to speed, and then we'll plan a specific live, and I'll let everybody know ahead of time when that's going to be. And I think it'll be a lot of fun to discuss, because fans of From would love the premise of this play. And and it's so enjoyable and engaging in its own right, even to take From completely out of the context of it. And so I think that'll be a lot of fun to discuss as a group. I'm looking forward to that. I know you're
be able to, if we're going to have a live where that's all we're talking about, I might even be able to talk Marcia into joining us. I'm sure she'd be very curious to hear people's responses.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
that would be cool. Yeah,
I'm not sure if she'd go for that. She's a bit leery of the whole sort of online chat thing, but every time I start talking about one of the podcasts that I've done, I can see her sort of quietly rolling her eyes. But I don't know. I'll see what she says.
Yeah, no worries either way. It's not for everybody. Like not
well,
everybody really enjoys doing it.
Maybe she could feel the love that we would extend her.
Well, I think that would be the hook for her, is like she would be really curious, because it's only had the one production. And so any kind of feedback at this point about the finished product would be useful for both of us. So yeah, we'll see. I'll talk to her about it, but when we get closer to the day,
Have you guys talked about that? What happened on Monday?
No.
Oh yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Doug said that it went really well. Got good feedback, and it's not going to take long to make some changes and start shopping it around. So that's awesome.
Yeah, we figure by about this time next week at the latest, maybe a day or so after that, it'll be ready to start sending out. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's great. And you got a chance to hang out, get a drink. You said you got some drinks with Cliff Saunders.
Yeah, we went and had a beer after the reading, which was great. Got to catch up a bit, because I literally haven't seen Cliff since we worked together at Stratford, which was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So, he's always been like, we have lots of mutual friends. He knew virtually everybody that was involved in the reading. He knows Marcia. So it was kind of like old home week, and that's the weird thing about this business. I have so many friends that I literally go years without seeing, because they live on the other side of the country, or, we're traveling in different circles. And yet, you get together and you pick up as if the last time you saw them was 2 weeks ago. It's just kind of the nature of the business.
That's great. Yeah, that's so cool. It's great that you had a chance to catch up, and you just barely missed getting a chance to work together on From, unless, anything's possible. They could have Ghost Dale come back. That would be entertaining. I would enjoy that.
You never know.
You just never know. But it's cool that you got a chance to catch up, and he was reading for one of the parts too. It's too bad Liz couldn't make it to do one.
I know, that would have been so great, the two of them playing husband and wife again.
Yeah.
Well, they would have been husband and wife. Oh man.
Yeah. It was. There's only 3 people in it, really. 4 actually, but one of them is all the fourth person's stuff is going to be pre-recorded, and you're only going to see it as video. But there's only 3 live actors in the play.
Oh wow. I just want to highlight some people who said hello. Miss J's Reviews. Hello, Doug, she says.
Hello, Miss J. Oh, hi, Lexus.
Yeah.
Lexus is here.
I think she crochets while she listens to us.
Yeah.
So, Alexis, did you like the latest little MIY picture?
Oh.
The one with the bicycle?
Oh, I'm sure. That was great. Oh, you're even taking him on bike rides now. He's really going everywhere with you. That was terrific. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, she says yes. Yeah, she saw it. That she never thought he would take on a life of his own like that.
Hi, Brandon.
Brandon K. And let's see. Mr. Frogman. Hey guys, I'm stuck at work. Oh, glad you could listen in, at least. Mr. Frogman says hello.
And I see Amy's here. Hi, Amy.
Yep, Amy's here. Wolf Spear says hello. Mr. Grant Gregory said hello. Finishing the editing as we speak, and his interview should be ready by tomorrow. Yes.
I'll be
Awesome.
waiting with bated breath.
Awesome. Yeah. That's great. Yeah. If it's out by Friday when we do our next live, then our next From live, then we'll share the link and let people and Dieter dropped the link. Everybody make sure you check out Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. He'll be dropping his interview with Doug, hopefully in the next day or so. That sounds great. I'll be
Hi, Amy. Amy's saying hi too, I see.
I'll be eager to see that interview. And yeah, there's Hey Tyon Reed and Amy, of course. There's Amy. And see Chili. Hey Chili, excited to see him in season 4. Well, aren't we all? We are all excited to see Doug in season 4.
I certainly am. I could use the work.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of fun. That's the number one thing I'm excited to see. And Grow and Thrive says hi. Wants to see you. Phil
Hi, Grow and
Chill.
Thrive.
And
Mr. Quite a crowd tonight.
Yeah, we do. We have a good crowd tonight. And when we were talking about the play too, Mr. Grant Gregory says, "Count me in." That's awesome. That's awesome. Dieter got a digital copy of the play. That's a great way. So, like, if you live in another country, we do have a lot of people who follow the channel who are in other countries. So, if you live in another country, you can get a digital copy. So you don't have to worry about paying a crazy import fee and shipping. You can get a digital copy and read it that way. Or if you just don't want to pay for shipping at all, you could get a digital copy anywhere you want. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Did I miss anybody? Mackie Vals, Dougie the G in the house. Hey, nice. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for popping in, Mackie. Hey, with Alice. We've got a lot of our lovely regular people here. Golden Child. Nice. Wolf Spear thinks Julie is going to help Jade and Tabitha story walk back in time to the first ritual to stop it and break the cycle. I could see it. I don't think it's going to be possible to do it, but they might try. I don't think you can change it, though, in my opinion. But who knows? It could go that way. So, yeah, I think I got everybody. Yeah, cool. So, I'm going to pull. Oh, and Faith and Repentance. I don't think I highlighted you. Nice to see you, Faith. She had a lot of great comments and questions last time. We appreciate it. Feel free to ask any questions or have anything that you want to say to Doug. And I can highlight stuff. I'm going to show you, Doug, if you don't mind. I'll show you what David did with the cave painting. I'll show you that, and then I'll show you the cave painting. And I can see the dragon even without his drawing on it now. I can't unsee it. It's pretty cool. Okay. So I'm gonna share my Discord tab because I have it in Discord. I have to actually download it, but for now this is good enough.
Yeah, it'd be cool. It'd be cool if Alexis made a Ethan Dow of a little staff, the wizard staff.
Yeah.
Dieter's asking why I sent Swift to the pool wall. Why are you assuming I did it, Dieter?
I was gonna point that out.
Okay, so here we go.
Yeah. So this is cool. So let me center it. It's off to the side here. So it's plotted out for the whole journey. It starts with season 1 with the fallen tree. The Matthews, they start the story, they reach the fallen tree, and this is kind of the beginning of the cycle of the beginning of the town too. There are some boats that are traveling, and that's like part of the cave painting. It looks like boats. Season 2, we've got the sacrifice. So that's when Jade had his vision showing kids on slabs where they were sacrificed. And there are 7 slabs underneath here, and they're black. So he colored them in black, and then there are 10 stick figures that he colored in white, because when you actually look at it like that, it looks a lot like a piano. Even before he colored it in, I could see how it's laid out like a
Yeah.
piano. And now we know how important music notes were to
Mhm.
unlocking the mystery. So it makes
Mhm.
sense that it looks like a piano, and it's the entire scale too, from C, it's a whole scale right here. And the black ones are like the sharps. And then of course Jade and Tabitha are these two stick figures up here, and you keep seeing them recurring like across the map, because it's their journey trying to complete their mission at the heart of the whole thing.
Right.
These were the parents. The white things represent the parents sacrificing their kids. Jade and Tabitha didn't participate in that in the origin story, so they're separate. And then in season 3, I'm not explaining this as well as David would, because David has this thing locked down, but I'm trying to explain it in basically the way that he's plotted it out here. Season 3, you've got the rebirth of Smiley, and
Right.
so we see that's symbolized by that jellyfish thing. And I never thought we were going to get a literal jellyfish monster. I always knew it was going to be symbolic of something. And I'm
Right.
pretty sure we got our answer, because that looked like the jellyfish monster when he had the membrane over him.
Mhm.
Now, season 4, this gets pretty interesting here. Now, that's the dragon. So, representing the dragon within in the hero's journey. The real dragon is within, and there's something to do with Draco.
Draco,
I have to
yeah.
I have to look at what he said about that to explain that in more detail. But so he's thinking that a massacre is coming in season 4. It's going to be a lot of bloodshed.
Is that reference to the constellation Draco?
Yes,
Right.
it is.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
It's also connected to astrology too, the way that he's mapped this out. And then season 5, you've got the end. They somehow make their way home. Hopefully a happy ending, but not happy for everyone, but I think it's going to end. Like, the cycle is going to end. It's not going to continue. But I just found it so interesting the way that he mapped this out. And then let me see. There's another one. There's another one that he shared. I'm gonna close that for a second and pull up the other one, because actually, you know what? Before I do that, I'll show you the cave painting and see if you still think it looks like a dragon without the markups, because I do, and I never noticed that before.
It's hard to make out here because it's kind of a small image on my laptop, but
I'll zoom in on it. So it's okay. There, is it showing? Yeah. So there's the regular cave painting with no markups, and this thing here, I cannot unsee that now. So this is the eye. This, what I thought were birds, I think they're actually like the teeth.
oh, I
These are
see.
like,
Okay.
and there's the head,
Right.
and there's the neck going
Oh,
down. The
yeah, I
neck.
got it now. Yeah.
It looks like a dragon.
It does.
It really
Arched
does.
back with its mouth open. Got it. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. I can't unsee it now, and I never noticed that. I've looked at this many, many times. So that was a good catch by David. Oh, Tony Teflon. Look at that. Hey, Tony. Tony Teflon is nice to see you. Tony, we
Congrats
have
on the 100K.
Yeah. I hope Tony's doing another part 2 of his 100K celebration, because I missed the first one. But Tony hit 100K, and we're very happy for you, Tony. We're so happy for you.
Congratulations, Tony.
Tony had such a great interview with Doug. That was my first interview I'd ever seen of Doug, and it was fantastic. So always nice to see you, my friend. Thank you for popping in. We appreciate it. Yeah, we're just here hanging out with Doug. And yeah, I definitely think that is supposed to be a dragon, and I was always kind of unsure of what I was looking at in that part of the mural, but it looks like it to me. I couldn't figure out what it was, and now I can't unsee it. So I think it's going to be kind of symbolic. Maybe the man in yellow is the symbolic representation of the dragon is going to cause a massacre in season 4. Maybe it represents the dragon within. Maybe it's both. But Tony's the best. He's such a great guy. He's been such a good fan of the channel. And yeah, I've also watched every interview that you've done, Tony. I try not to miss a single live, but then the last time he did his 100K thing, I was getting ready for a live tonight at like I do on Wednesday nights, and I didn't see the notification. I thought he was still on hiatus. So anyway, looking forward to the next one. Yeah, he's supported the channel so much, and I appreciate it. But anyway, so before we leave this topic, I'll just read you a little of what David said in the Discord, because I don't think I explained it very well. So let's see. So he says that he sees the timeline and the hero's journey in a painting, the 10 white keys and 7 black keys from C to E, the 2 at the sacrifice looking down, the rebirth of Smiley at the winter solstice in front of 12 organized male and female, which represent the rebirth of the sun and the zodiac. Then there is Draco and Ursa Minor, the red dragon with bare feet, as in BEAR, the beast that circles the North Pole, commanding 1/3 of the stars in the celestial sphere and never sets, like the big beast circling the village trapped by the totem poles, with Christy getting her feet trapped in a bear trap. And then he predicts season 4 town massacre, the lamb's blood before the Passover, and then season 5 is the return home and back to spring. So it also, goes with like the seasons, and you can see that too. We just passed the winter solstice part of it, so I can see the connections that he's making there, and it's really fascinating stuff. It really
Well,
is.
if season 4 is going to have a massacre, I have a feeling I'm going to need a new suit.
Right?
Just saying.
Yeah. I think your suit's going to get a lot dirtier. It's going to get a lot nastier.
Yeah, going to be making a lot of trips to the dry cleaner, I think. Oh, wait, they don't have one. Oh, well, we'll work it out.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they I don't know what they're going to do but next season, but I do think that they're overdue for another massacre. I think that it's kind of inevitable. The cast is very full right now. There are a lot of people, and they didn't kill off that many, and I really would hate to see a lot of people go, but I think it's probably going to happen. I hope it's not too many. You come to get attached to these characters.
Oh,
So,
absolutely. That's part of the appeal, And
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of my favorite aspects of the series. They're just such fascinating people. Look at Sarah, for God's sake. What a brilliant creation, And I was thinking about that when you were talking about Elgin or Ethan's talking about how, who's helping, or who's trying to help. Interestingly enough, the 2 people who are trying to help are Sarah and Elgin, and look what happens with them,
Yeah. That's the thing. Sarah said to Elgin that maybe this place, it looks for people who just want to help, people like us, and uses them, manipulates them. So, yeah, it's unfortunately that's the kind of thing that happens, and they're not evil people. People automatically think, okay, Elgin must be evil now. No, he's not evil. He was manipulated into thinking he was helping. I don't think he's evil.
No, the same thing with Sarah. I mean, a lot of the commentary I've seen online has been a really reductive view of both of them, this overly simplistic idea of, okay, they're both villains now. And it's like, no, they're puppets. They've been coerced into doing what they're doing in really overt kind of ways. I mean, how did you miss that?
Right.
But it's been really interesting to watch Sarah's journey in terms of how she deals with what she's done, what she has been made to do, what has happened to her and her relationship with everyone there, and her obvious remorse and guilt and regret and all that stuff. It's such a potent mix, it's fascinating stuff. And it'll be interesting to see what Elgin's journey is after what's just happened to him,
If he gains Odin's knowledge by losing an eye.
Yeah.
Might become a wise man.
Well, I was going to say, if nothing, I'm sure he's gained some wisdom. Okay, don't pay attention to the freaky old lady who keeps showing up,
He learned that the hard way. Oh my God. Yeah, with knowledge comes at a cost, and he paid dearly. Now he knows better, and he lost an eye for it. So yeah, knowledge comes at a cost is a major theme of the whole series, and you got to be the one to say that line. I really think now, as we're rewatching it, I'm seeing how that is a theme. It's not just about that one circumstance with Jim. Other characters have had to pay dearly for getting enlightened on certain things and having their eyes opened, and they've had to pay dearly for it. Sarah.
Well, Victor, who in a sense has more knowledge than anyone. Look at the price he's had to pay to get where he is,
Yeah.
Not as overt as and not as obvious as people like, Jim and Sarah and Elgin, but here's another really damaged human being, and this is the place that's damaged him, and because he's been there basically longer than anybody, and he's got more experience than anybody. Yes, of course he knows more, but it's come at such a tremendous cost for him, I keep thinking about that. I can't imagine what it must have been like for this kid to be left entirely alone in this place, surrounded by massacred bodies, all the people he knew, and these monsters coming out every night, and at a time when there's no overt protection for them at all. And he's got to find a way to survive. Insane,
I know. It's really unthinkable what he went through, and to be so young and have to deal with this alone. It's no wonder that he's stunted, permanently stunted, and he's a child in a man's body.
Yeah, he's never got socialized, never had the opportunity. And when you think about it, it's kind of a miracle that he's as well adjusted as he is,
It is. And he knowledge came at a cost for him, I was just talking to Scott earlier. I won a contest thanks to my lovely friend Dieter, who entered on my behalf. Thank you so much, Dieter. He's amazing for doing that for me. I got to talk to Scott, who plays Victor, Scott McCord, earlier tonight, and we were talking. I was asking him about this. How did you do these scenes where you had to have these meltdowns triggered by all that trauma coming up? Because this is what happens. He's having these revelations about what happened to his mother, remembering that he was the one who told his mother about the tree. And so now he has to carry the guilt of knowing that, and he feels responsible. So the cost for him is now he's triggered and spinning out and hitting himself in the head, throwing things out the window, grabbing an axe. He has multiple meltdowns, and Scott, I just gave Scott so much praise for how amazingly he executed that.
Yeah. Oh, it's just a brilliant acting job. It really is.
By the way, Tony said, Doug, you got a lot of people to kill next season.
Yeah, it's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. And this brings me to something that I've been thinking a lot about lately, because every time I come online and chat with somebody, the feedback is always the same. It's like, how am I going to be able to believe this guy's evil when he's such a nice guy? And I've been thinking about that, and I'm thinking, well, I'm sure I do come across as a really nice guy in this particular environment because, it's a friendly one to begin with, and we're all on our best behavior and all that. But trust me, folks, this is not always the case. In fact, I was just thinking about it earlier today. I was coming home, and I was out doing some shopping, and I was walking home, and I live in right downtown in Toronto, in a very busy part of town. It's a real touristy part of town in the summer in particular. And there are lots of condos along here. And so we've got lots of, Uber Eats and DoorDash and all the food delivery guys out on their little, motorized scooters and bicycles and stuff. And all of them ride on the sidewalk, which drives me insane because A, I'm a cyclist. B, it's illegal. C, nobody's doing anything about it. And so I've gotten really proactive about it. And every time one of them starts approaching me on the sidewalk now, I just say, get off the fucking sidewalk. And it's amazing the response that gets. If nothing else, it slows them down. But a lot of them just sort of like creep over to the sidewalk. Or, I get a few of these. But I figure if nothing else, the next time that guy's traveling in this neighborhood, he's going to be thinking twice about using this particular stretch of sidewalk. It makes me insane.
Did you get any free food out of the deal? Did anybody drop anything?
No, but if they did, I'd pick it up. It's I'm at my loudest and most obnoxious when I'm on my bike, and that goes with my horn too. I have a horn on I did have a horn. Unfortunately, it's busted now, but it put out 115 decibels. And it's really funny because every time I was on the bike path and I'd have to use it, any cyclists going the other way would look at me and go, where can I get one of those? Because it's like, as I say to people, if they're not going to see me, I'll make damn sure they're going to hear me. And it's pure self-defense, all this stuff. But I mean, you have to be really militant, because even with the 115 decibel horn, there are times when I lean on that thing and the person that I'm about to run into, instead of looking for the source of the sound, does this. It's like, it's not a bird. It's not a plane. It's me, the guy who's about to run into you. Oh, it makes me crazy.
Yeah.
I told you about the bike accident, didn't I, Julie? Didn't we have that conversation?
Yeah, I think privately we did. Yeah.
Oh, it was. Okay. Yeah. Well, I won't get into that. It's too long and boring a story. But no, I have been thinking about.
Interested.
Oh, it was interesting. That's for sure. But another time maybe. But no, it just got me thinking about times in the past where I have let out my inner man in yellow, and there have been a few. I've never been the kind of person that like looks to get in fights. I've spent most of I was bullied as a kid. I had 3 older brothers. I didn't need any bullies, but there were a couple of bullies I had to deal with when I was young too. And so, my first instinct with fights was to run away from them. But despite that, something in my upbringing, I think it had to do with having a lot of older brothers, because they always take advantage of you. They're bigger, they're stronger. They get their way more than you do. And so I grew up with this tremendous sense of injustice, and my writing partner likes to say that I have the most clearly defined sense of right and wrong of anybody she's ever met. And I think it has a lot to do with that. It has to do with sensing injustice and really wanting to fight against that, and sometimes that comes out in really unfortunate ways. I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, I was working in a Mr. Submarine, which is a precursor of Subway here in Canada. It was a big chain of submarine shops. And we were open till like 3 o'clock in the morning on Friday and Saturday nights. And I was working there when I was like 15, 16 years old. And one night I was working, this was in the summer, it was like middle of July, really hot night. And it was a long shift. We'd work from 6 p.m. till 3 in the morning. So by the end of the night, you were always pretty fried. And this particular night, there was a new guy on the job. And he was worse than useless. He was an idiot. And the boss, on his way out, in an attempt to instill a sense of responsibility in this kid, said to him, okay, when I'm not here, you're in charge, meaning we're responsible for the store. And he took it to mean that he had just been promoted to manager or assistant manager. And no sooner is the boss out the door when he starts telling me what to do. I said, hey, dude, you just got here. I've been working here for 2 years. Shut up. And all night long, I had to deal with this idiot. And it was basically worse than working on my own. He was like, he was just making the job so much more difficult than it ever had to be. Well, towards the end of the night, as a result of this, we were way behind in terms of getting out of the store. Normally at 3 o'clock, we'd be out the door. But this night, you know, everything was taking so long that we were going to be there till at least quarter after. We're finally about to leave. And I had my bike with me, and I had a couple of friends waiting for me. We were going to go somewhere and, I don't know, go to all-night bowling or some damn thing. And we were just about to leave when this car pulls up with these two huge guys in it. They look like bikers. And one of them gets out, and he comes up, and he bangs on the door. And I said, what do you want? He says, I want a submarine. I said, we're closed. He says, I want a submarine. I said, we're closed. And he wouldn't go away. And I finally said, okay, we've got some roast beef and corned beef subs in the fridge. I can put one in the microwave for you, but you better have exact cash because the money's in the safe. I can't give you change. So he fishes out some money. I give him the submarine and off he goes. And meanwhile, where I'm still mopping the floor and giving this guy shit for keeping us after time and stuff. And about 10 minutes later, we're just about to go. And he comes back and he knocks on the door again. And I said, what is it now? He says, I want a chocolate milk. I said, no. You can't have a chocolate milk. And I'm like, you know, I'm 15. I'm like 5'6" and maybe 100 pounds soaking wet, right? And this guy's like this towering Hulk. And I'm like, no, you can't have a chocolate milk. I'm not giving you a chocolate milk. Forget it. I had your chance when you were in the store. It's 20 after 3 and I'm going home to bed. So he goes back and he gets in the car. And my friends are going, what are you doing, man? This guy's going to fucking kill you. I said, I don't care. I'm fed up. I've had it. We go to leave, and unfortunately, the back door had a deadbolt on the inside, so we couldn't go out the back. We had to go out the front door, like right where these guys were parked, right? So I get my bike, and the rest of them are following me out like I'm some guy on his way to his execution, you know, and we go out the front door, and the guy who ordered the sub doesn't do anything. He stays in the car. The other guy gets out, and he comes up to me, and he says, hey, you were pretty rude to my friend. I said, I did your friend a favor. I sold him a submarine 20 minutes after we were closed. And he said, well, I want you to apologize to him. I said, I'm not apologizing to anybody. He grabs me by the hair, throws me down in the hood of the car, puts his other hand around my neck and squeezes and says, I want you to fucking apologize. And I said, I'm not apologizing to anybody. And he just started to squeeze. And,
oh, my God.
And I remember I'm lying on the hood of the car, you know, with this guy, he's like, you know, and I go to take a breath. And I have to tell you, being strangled is not like what you see on TV or in films. It's not like a sense of choking. What happens is you go to breathe and nothing happens. Like, it's not like you're gagging. You just go, and it's like, wait a minute. Usually when I do that, air goes into my lungs. That's not happening right now. What's going on? Meanwhile, everything's getting a little gray and fuzzy around the edges, you know, and I'm starting to slip down the side of the car. And the other guy, the guy with the submarine, gets out and grabs his friend and says, hey, man, leave him alone. And he grabs his hand and says, leave him alone, man. Fuck, man, leave him alone. He's turning blue. And he pulls him off me, and I just collapse on the sidewalk. And the two of them get in the car and just peel out of the parking lot, and off they go. And I remember, this is the strangest part about that experience. I had the presence of mind to roll around and get the license number as they were pulling out. But in that moment, having just survived a murder attempt, I guess, the notion of calling the police and reporting this seemed like the most trivial thing in the world. And I don't know how to explain that, because this runs entirely counter to my entire moral universe. I mean, normally I'd be the first one on the phone. Call the friggin' cops, call 911, get after 911, get after them. But that night, I just thought, that just seems silly right now.
Wow.
I went back into the store and backed this guy up in the corner and screamed at him until I had no voice left. By Monday morning, this was like Saturday night, Monday morning, I went to school and I had a string of what looked like hickeys around my neck from this guy's hand on my neck. And everybody at school was like, well, it looks like you had a hell of a weekend. I'm like, trust me, you don't know the half of it.
Oh my God.
I have thought about that story time and time again and thought, why did I do that? Why did I try to stand up to this man who was twice my size and, clearly out for blood? What the hell was I thinking? And all I can tell you is that sense of injustice sometimes just gets the better of my common sense, and things like that are the result. It's like,
That's crazy.
It's like, because of experiences like that now, whenever I find myself in a confrontation, it triggers me in a way that, I'm normally not triggered. Many years later, I was working as a bouncer, believe it or not, in a nightclub in Toronto. And I was one of the PR bouncers. I was a guy who would be like checking ID at the door and stuff like that. We had a bunch of bruisers, the steroid cases who were there in case of fights and that kind of thing. But I was not usually involved in that sort of thing, unless I was just helping them remove somebody from the club. So one Saturday night, I'm on the front door, and Saturday nights were always the worst. Those were like the DJ nights, when all the kids would come in from the suburbs and spend the evening trying to pick each other up or avoid getting picked up. And nobody liked working Saturday nights, except it was a busy night. So if you were working for tips, it was a good time to be there. But we hated the clientele on those nights because most of the time this club had live music, and the character of the club would change completely depending on who the band was. And we got lots and lots of interesting acts. So that was a very cool part of the job. But Friday and Saturday nights, it was just a DJ till 4:00 in the morning. And it was a special kind of hell. So there we are. We got a line up all the way out to the sidewalk of people, and I'm checking ID. And this group of kids come in. There's like 7 of them, and they hand me their ID. And one of them gives me her ID, and she's 17 years old.
Oh my gosh.
Why did you give me this? You're not coming in here. You're 17. You can't come in here. And her brother was like the group spokesman. He's like, oh, come on, man. We just came all the way in on the GO train from Oshawa. I can't send her home. And it's like, well, you shouldn't have brought her here. I can't let her in. Oh, fuck, man. What are we going to do? So one of the groups said, listen, we've got some friends waiting for us here. Do you mind if I just go in and tell them we're not going to be staying? I said, no, that's fine. So the rest of them are stuck in the corner waiting for this guy, who's gone for probably a half hour, because inside this place, this huge barn with like 1,000 people in it, So anyway, they're in the corner. And initially, this guy's being a little conciliatory. He's like, yeah, I know, you're just doing your job. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I'm busy checking IDs and stuff. But after a few minutes, after getting buffeted by all the people who are buying tickets and going into the club, he starts to get a little impatient. And at some point, I hear him say, you could let us in if you wanted to, you goof. And I gave the ID back to the person whose ID I was checking. And I walked over and I said, I beg your pardon? He said, what? I said, what did you just say to me? He said, nothing. I said, no, you distinctly just called me a goof. No, I didn't say that. Well, we got that far into the conversation when people started letting themselves in at the front door. And I'm like, hey, come here, I got to check your ID, blah, blah, blah. And while I'm doing that, over my shoulder, I hear, I take it back. You're not a goof. You're a fucking cocksucker.
Oh, no.
Well, I walked over, put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, could you wait outside, please? And I started to usher him towards the door, and he took a swing at me. And I threw my head back to avoid the punch, and my glasses flew off my head. And all I heard behind me was this tink when they hit the floor. And I lost my shit. I grabbed him by the collar and I said, you just about broke my fucking glasses. And the front door had a crash bar on it. I kicked the door open with my foot, pulled him outside, threw him up against the wall, and he's up on his tiptoes against the wall going, I'm sorry. And the next thing I know, there's like 3 doormen pulling me off this guy. And I'm like, let me at him.
Oh my God.
A bunch of them just like took off running down the street, and that's it. We never saw them again. And the doormen, all the big bruisers, the guys who just pulled me off this kid, they're looking at me. And then one of them says to me, Jesus Christ, man, you're a fucking animal. I said, no, I'm a perfectly reasonable human being. Just don't fuck with my glasses. So there you go.
Wow.
It's not always sweetness and light, I can assure you.
That sounded very Man in Yellow, like slamming the guy against the wall. Like,
there you go. Here's another one. This is the only time in my life I started a fight. I was about 19 or 20, coming home from the city. There was a bus at the north end of the city that would take me up to Richmond Hill where I lived. It was about a half-hour bus ride. And this was sometime in the summer. And I remember clogs were in vogue at the time because I was wearing clogs, which have no heels on them, which is an important part of the story. So I'm sitting on the bus, and these two yahoos get on the bus, these kids, and they're looking around, and they start hurling abuse at every single person on the bus. They're sitting in the back, just, and the comments are coming thick and fast, and everybody on the bus is doing their best to completely ignore these guys. But you can see everybody's shoulders slowly rising the further we get along on this trip. And by the time we get up towards Richmond Hill, everybody was just completely fed up with these two. So we finally, one of them gets up to get off the bus. And as he walks past me, and he was kind of like the head mouthpiece, he was the leader, the alpha male of the two, clearly. So as he stepped past me, I stuck my foot out in the aisle, planted my hand on his lower back, and just shoved. And he went right down on his face. And this was just as the bus was pulling off, because he had signaled that he was getting off, right? So the bus is pulling over while this is happening, right? So he hits the ground, turns around, gets up on his feet, and he's livid. And he launches himself at me. Well, I'm standing in the aisle at this point, and I grab there's like handles on all the bus seats, right? I grab the handles on either side, slip my feet out of my clogs, and as he comes toward me, I bring my feet up to my chest, plant them on his chest, and kick him, knock him flat back on his ass. By this point, the bus driver has stopped the bus. He gets up, grabs the kid by the collar, and throws him off the bus. And I turn around and I look at his friend who's sitting in the back of the bus like this. And I say, "You're next."
Oh my God.
And I sat down, and not a peep out of that kid for the rest of the ride.
Wow.
Oh yeah. And again, it was just the injustice of this, the gratuitous nastiness coming from these two. And it's like, no, I'm sorry, you're going to have to pay for that. So yeah.
Oh my God. That's like some action hero moves you pulled up there. Like grabbing the handles and like launching your feet at him. That's impressive.
Let me tell you something. There's a fictionalized version of that fight in the sequel to The Poor Player.
No kidding. Oh wow.
So yeah.
Wow. See, if I hadn't heard that story, and by the time I finish The Poor Player, hopefully if you'll let me read the next one.
Oh, you're welcome to it.
When I read that, I never would have guessed that would have been drawn from real life experience. That one I would not have guessed.
Yeah, it's not the same, but it's close enough. You'll go, oh yeah, I know where this came from. Totally.
That's wild. Oh my God. That's not a normal fight either. I mean, for someone who doesn't typically get in fights or start them, where did that come from? The thought to use your feet like that. I mean, most people would go with the fists.
Well, it was, I think I kind of knew inherently that it was the best way to use his own momentum against him. Because he was coming straight at me. And, I managed to take all that momentum and turn it on its head. So I don't know. It was an intuitive thing that just happened.
It's like some action movie stuff. That's crazy.
Well, and I also think that it came from the knowledge that if this turns into a fist fight, I'm probably going to lose. I need to do something that gives me the advantage, and that just came to mind, and I did it.
Yeah. That's wild. And who would have thought too, when you shoved Jim up against the wall by the neck, it was kind of like a combination of what happened to you and what you did to that guy in the as a bouncer, because with Jim, you're grabbing his throat, and as the bouncer you were just holding the guy against the wall. It's like, yeah. Those experiences were not completely foreign to you, except you were the one being choked.
And I think that moment, when we were doing all the choking stuff, I think that memory came to mind as well at the sub shop.
I bet.
So yeah, people ask where did that performance come from? I mean, well, part of it came from where they all come from, really, and that is my own life experience. So.
That one would have guessed, because you have the most ubiquitous nice guy image now in the fandom. So this is extremely entertaining stuff. I gotta
Well,
say.
here's another tidbit for you. Marcia's
Yeah.
nickname for me, Marcia refers to me as the Rottweiler, because
Oh,
anytime we don't get, like, if there's a contract problem or if, somebody tries to screw us over, she just sicks me on them and I make sure that we get paid.
there you go.
It doesn't involve fisticuffs. It usually just involves, phone calls, emails, that sort of thing. Sicking persistence, absolutely. And that's where the Rottweiler thing comes from. It's like I grab hold and I do not let go,
Yeah.
And that has happened a few times. We had a production very early on, Who's Underwear, not too long after it was published, actually, was translated and produced in Greece. And at the time, we did not know about this, but at the time, Greece and the U.S. had a bilateral tax agreement in terms of, Americans earning money in Greece and Greek people earning money in the States and back and forth, and how do we tax them and all that kind of stuff. Well, that agreement was up for renegotiation right around the time that our play was produced. And our publishers are based in New York City. So the Greeks weren't getting any joy from the American government. They couldn't get them to come to the table to negotiate. So they finally stopped releasing funds to Americans that had earned money in Greece. And so we never got paid for this production. And it took us months to find out what the problem was. I had to call this writers organization in Greece, and they explained what the situation was. And I said, but we're not American, we're Canadians. That's just our publisher. They're our agent. They're in New York, but you're failing to pay 2 Canadians. And they said, well, you have to go talk to the people at the consulate. So then I go to the Greek consulate in Toronto and I talk to them, and I don't get any joy out of them. And this dragged on for months. Finally, I called the IRS one day, and I got some guy on the phone in Washington. And it's kind of ironic because you hear people talk about the IRS and they're always like, the worst people in the world that you ever have to talk to. This guy could not have been more helpful. He was great. And I explained the situation to him, and I said, am I right in thinking that, we're not a part of this? And he said, yes, you're absolutely right. And here's what we have to do, blah, blah, blah. And thanks to this guy, a few weeks later, we got paid. But from the start of that process to the end, it probably took about 10 months. And it wasn't a lot of money either, but it was just, for me, it was the principle of the thing.
Right.
And that's what all of these stories have in common, is that in every single one of them, it's a matter of principle. Even screaming at the guy on the sidewalk, you're breaking the law. You're putting me in danger.
Yes. It's the righteous anger,
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Righteous indignation. I should have that on a t-shirt. I really should, that's
it.
So when it comes to what do I draw on when playing characters like the Man in Yellow, trust me, there's a wealth of experience there. So
yeah, I mean, by the way, Tony had said earlier, nice guys and hockey players don't mix. Doug, you're a hockey player and we're in beer commercials. You can't fool us.
Oh God, I love you, Tony. I got to tell you, Tony, our conversation was one of the most fun podcasts I've done so far. We had a really good time that day. That was so much fun. That's where the two of us first met.
Yes.
Yeah.
That I called into that show and I talked to you, Doug.
Yes, I know.
I was thrilled because we only 2 people got calls in and right before we wrapped up, and it was me and one other person, and I was so happy because I had never seen anything of you at all outside of the show, and then I watched this and it was just not what I was expecting at all. I was just floored when you quoted Mary Shelley. I was just captivated. So I had to call in and talk to you, and the rest is history. Eventually you were quoting Mary Shelley on my own live stream, which I never would have guessed that would be happening. I was just thrilled to get a little phone call into you, a 1-minute phone call, and we've spent hours on stream.
Yes, you've created a monster.
It's such a pleasure, and I'm grateful for it. I'm just so grateful we connected because it's just been amazing. It's just a lot of fun,
Well,
and
that's exactly how I feel. I mean, I love coming on here and doing this because, yeah, it's really cool. As I've said before, all my friends have heard all these stories. So now I get to tell them to people who haven't.
Yeah. Someone, I forget where I saw it in the chat. Yeah, Doug. Everyone's been saying this stuff. Jay Sleek, KJ Sleek. Doug tells great stories. He does. He's got a million of them. He's got a million, and we love to hear them. There's a story for everything, Yeah. Let me see. What are some of the other ones I starred here? Let's see. I don't know what I think. This was when you were yelling at the. Was it when you were yelling at the guy on the sidewalk? At some point, Brandon said Doug should have said that he paid for waking him up with that song.
Hey, buddy, we're trying to sleep.
Yeah.
Your beauty sleep.
Yeah. Dasha Barnes said, sounds like delivery drivers shouldn't have dug that hole. Yeah. Don't mess with Doug. Yeah. Don't want to screw with you. Dieter said, Doug is more aggressive than I thought. He's definitely looking more like the man in yellow now.
That was the point of this evening. It's like, yeah, no, folks, you haven't been getting the whole picture here yet,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that bike accident that I was talking about, I won't go into the details of that, but the guy who caused the accident I think he was a teenager. I was knocked unconscious. So at the time, these two parking patrol officers who were at a hotel right next to where the accident happened, they were the first responders. He gave them an entirely bogus account of the accident. He was crossing against the light. I was going through the intersection on the bike path with a green light. And ironically, he was walking a bike and he just stepped right in front of me. And like I was in the intersection when he just chose to cross the road. I had no time to react at all. My bike hit his. I flew over the front, landed on my face and my shoulder, out cold. The next thing I knew, some EMT guy was putting a backboard on me and asking me if I knew what day it was. And I was out for, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes, something like that. Anyway, This kid, while I'm lying there bleeding all over the bike path, gives these two guys a completely bogus account of what the story was. And then he left the premises. He just left. He went home before the cops even got there. So the cops came to interview me in the hospital. And I couldn't even remember. I had just been woken up from being knocked out. I couldn't remember the details of the accident. I couldn't remember until several hours later while I was waiting for surgery to fix my face. They had to reconstruct my whole left eye here. Wow. And I was, and suddenly, it all came back to me. But when the cop came to question me, I didn't know anything. Anyway, the cops had taken my bike to the nearest precinct. So when I got out of the hospital a couple of days later, I went to get my bike. And that's when I found out that this kid had left the scene before the cops even got there. And I said, doesn't that constitute leaving the scene of an accident? And the cop at the desk said to me, was he driving a motorized vehicle? I said, no, he was a pedestrian. This was on the bike path. He said, then no, the Traffic Act of Ontario doesn't apply to the bike path. I said, so you're telling me I could have bled out right there on the path and he could have walked home with impunity? And the cop said, as the law stands right now, yes. So my only option was to sue this kid civilly. And so I started to try and track him down. And my first effort was to get the cop to give me a copy of his report, which they wouldn't do. I pursued this for like 2 years before my lawyers finally got a court order for the cops to release the information on this kid, his name, his address, his phone number, etc. Because I was going to sue him civilly, and my lawyers sent a process server to serve him with a summons. And that's when they discovered he had given the traffic patrol guys a fake name and address. And so we never found him. But
it's unbelievable that the law doesn't protect you criminally. Like that you would have to even try civilly.
Well, it's not criminal, really. It would have been civil. That was my only option. Had he been riding, like Now, it's illegal to use like motorized e-bikes and those kind of things on the path.
Mm-hmm.
If he'd been on one of those and he'd hit me, yes, he would have been charged.
Yeah.
You know, but otherwise, because you're not allowed to have those on the path. If it's a motorized vehicle, it has to be on the road.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
for those of us, for cyclists, pedestrians, rollerbladers, people on skateboards, the bike paths in Toronto, they're not bike paths, they're multi-use paths. They're for everybody, but they're the Wild West. They really are. And my experience has been they're actually more dangerous than riding on the streets of Toronto. All my friends say to me, how can you ride a bike in downtown Toronto? It's like riding on the roads is nothing. It's the bike paths you got to worry about.
Yeah.
I've had 2 bad accidents, and both of them have happened on the bike path.
And as a cyclist, like you have to, tell people off sometimes just to protect yourself. Like I've heard this from other people who ride bikes. You have to cuss out horrible drivers who almost hit you,
Yeah. Oh yeah. And trust me, I do on a regular basis. When people ask about the safety of riding a bike in the city, I say to them, here's the trick. When you're on a bike, you have to create as large an ego bubble as you can, because visibility is always a problem. So you have to make yourself visible, audible, whatever, perceptible in whatever sense is open to people in order to be recognized. One trick I learned very early on my bike is if you make eye contact with a driver in a car, you've just increased your chances of not being injured. For example, if I'm coming down the road and there's a guy coming the other way and he's thinking about making a left-hand turn in front of me and there isn't really enough time, but if he speeds up, maybe he can get away with it. All I have to do is lock eyes with him and he changes his mind. He'll stop. He doesn't take the corner. That kind of thing, And yes, using your voice. I mean, I have to scream at drivers sometimes because they have no idea I'm there. In fact, just last week, here's some instant karma for you. I'm coming home from the beer store. I've got my panniers full of 24 bottles of beer on the back of my bike, and I'm riding down this street in Toronto. It's a 4-lane street, but there are sections of it where there's parking. So it's essentially a 2-lane street with parking. But then the parking comes to an end, and it opens up to 4 lanes. And that's always a danger point when you're on a bike, because I'm riding, I've got a car right beside me, riding between him and the parked cars. The parked cars come to an end, and this guy decides it's time to change lanes. He doesn't look to see if the way is clear, doesn't signal. He just starts moving over. Well, I've got a 6th sense for this because I've been in this situation hundreds of times. So I just screamed, "Open your eyes, you fucking idiot!" And he immediately pulled the car back into his lane. And then I hear the chirp of a police siren. And I realize he's got a cop right behind him. And he immediately got pulled over. I was like, yes! Yes!
Yeah.
Why doesn't this happen more often? And that's happened to me twice. The first time that happened to me years ago, it was on another street in downtown Toronto, same scenario. And this guy actually hit me. Now, fortunately, we weren't going very fast and I wasn't badly injured. He knocked me off the bike and I banged my knee up a little bit. But traffic was, it was bumper to bumper rush hour traffic. So it wasn't moving very fast. And the traffic in the other direction was stopped for a red light. And right where the accident happened, in the lane going in the other direction, there's a cop car sitting there watching the whole thing. And this guy gets out of his car and I looked at the cop and I looked at him and I said, "Boy, are you screwed." And as it turns out, he was driving on an expired license. So he was in deep trouble. So, yeah.
It's nice to see karma actually work sometimes.
Yeah. It's very satisfying.
Too often it doesn't happen.
The most interesting experience I had now on my bike was, again, this same situation. I was another street in Toronto. I was heading towards downtown where there's parked cars, and the parked cars came to an end and the car beside me started to move over. I screamed at the top of my lungs and he stopped, and then he hit a red light up. Like, he kept going. He was ahead of me, traveling faster than me, but he hit a red light and he stopped. And I rode up beside the car, fully intending to give him a piece of my mind. And as I got up to the car, he leaned over and rolled down the passenger window. He was this old Jewish man. And right when I was about to start hurling abuse at him, he said, "I'm so sorry. I changed lanes. I didn't look. I didn't signal. I could have killed you. I feel sick." And I said, "Well, do that again. Like, cut me right off at the knees. And I thought, as I left that situation, I thought, that is so awesome. That is just such a beautiful example of, all you have to do is take ownership of what you've done. Just apologize, just take responsibility, and look what happens,
Exactly.
180-degree turn like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's what I would do. I would apologize profusely. That would be my first impulse to do that.
Well,
if
and that's an interesting thing. Most of the time, if it's a female driver, that's exactly what they do. I'm sorry. If it's a guy, you get "fuck you," and there doesn't seem to be any. I think I've had one man. Well, that guy apologize, and I had one woman give me the finger. But aside from those two exceptions, it's literally been 50-50 right down the line. The women apologize, the guys tell you to go fuck yourself. So,
yeah. And there are stereotypes about women that are just not true, that women are worse drivers than men, which that's just not the case at
absolutely not true.
No, men get more car accidents and more fatal car accidents as well.
Yeah,
they do. And just look at the car insurance rates. As soon as you get a license and you have to get insurance, teenage boys pay more than girls because statistically they cause more accidents.
Sure.
I mean, Muncher Luncher. Hey, Muncher Luncher. Dr. Doug, is it true that Man in Yellow is actually a good guy and Boy in White is evil as hell?
We'll have to see what John Griffin has to say about that, won't we?
I doubt it. I don't think Boy in White is evil, but I definitely don't think Man in Yellow is a good guy. Maybe, I think actually it's going to be a complex mixture of, of both. Man in Yellow is clearly evil now, but I think he'll have a backstory. John Griffin will have something interesting, some fascinating backstory to how he got to be this way. And Tony said, by the way, where did I start that? Tony said, "Thanks, bro. It was a great time when you were on his show. It looked like you guys were having a great time. You and Tony and Phil just hanging out."
It was great. It was great.
I love Phil.
What's not to like?
Exactly. What's not to like? That's why I try not to miss a live. I missed his last two. It's so much fun. Laughter is good medicine, Grow and Thrive said, Doug, the Man in Yellow role was made for you.
Well, as soon as I saw that comment, my first instinct was to say, yeah, I think on some level that's kind of how I felt when I first read it. But it's kind of too early to say that yet, because I don't know enough about the guy. I don't know any more than you guys do. And that's why I'm so anxious to talk to John about, the genesis of this character. I don't care about where it's going. Please don't tell me that stuff. But I'm very interested in knowing where he's come from, how he got to where he is, because, if I'm just left to my own devices, I'm never going to know if what I'm coming up with for myself is going to be in line with what John and Jack and Jeff want, So it's important to get more of that information just so that I can make more appropriate choices,
Right. Just to have some backstory, I think will be helpful for you to bring to the role. Because every great actor, you put in effort. You put in effort to prepare for the role and get yourself in that mindset. You want to know, like, what's the motivation of that character? What is motivating them at their core? And that's in the backstory. That's not in the future of the character. What you really need is the backstory that made them, that shaped them into what they are.
And as an actor working in theater, one of the things I most often do is create a biography for my character, which is gleaned from whatever information you get from the play. But see, the difference there is that you've read the play, the whole story, and so you can answer those questions for yourself to some degree. I mean, there's still a lot of invention involved, but it's much easier to tell if the choices you're making are in line with what the writer intended. In this case, 143-second scene is not a lot to go on. So, yeah.
No, it's not. Hopefully they'll give you more backstory than they gave Scott McCord when at least tell you something about where this guy came from, because I was talking to Scott and I've seen many interviews of Scott, and hopefully, I don't know if I can, by the way, if people are wondering, I did talk to Scott McCord as winner of a contest. I don't know if I'll be able to release it publicly, but if he gives the okay, then I will. So stay tuned on that. But I was talking to him about, he didn't know anything about Victor's backstory, just that he was left alone for a long time. So he knew that he was a child left alone for a long time. This character of the boy in white helped him survive. His friendship helped him survive. A tragic, so he knew something. He did have like a basic backstory to go on. So that I'm sure was helpful. Okay, so trauma is that seed within him that created this character. Other than that, though, he was an enigma. He didn't know anything else. So it's got to be difficult playing an enigmatic character and not really knowing that much about it. And I'm sure you'll get some basic backstory like he got. It's like just those basic things to give you a sense of the motivation of this guy.
Yeah, because, like I say, as an actor, you're always left to make a lot of these decisions for yourself, but you need to be pointed in the right direction, and it's interesting though, the more I hear about Scott's experience when he first started on the show, it seems so scarily similar to my own, and I've heard, and I don't know if this is true, that initially Victor wasn't intended to be an ongoing character, that he was just going to be, he was going to be one of those people that was only around for an episode or 2 or 3, but then because of Scott's work, they decided to flesh it out. So they may not have had more information than he got at the beginning because they weren't intending to keep him around for very long. And then, so who knows?
Yeah, that they didn't know. He was surprised because he wasn't originally supposed to make it out. And then he kept seeing, okay, I'm not, script after script would come and he wasn't told in advance that he was still going to be there. And then he sees, okay, I'm still here in the finale. I guess maybe I'm making it to season 2. And so he really didn't know.
Wow.
I think they knew what a gem they found, I think, and just couldn't get rid of him.
Yeah.
He's like the history of the place embodied in one person. And he's just too great of an actor. He's a masterclass actor. So how can you get rid of that? That would have been a terrible loss to the show. So I like that they changed gears. They evolved their original plan. They planned certain things meticulously from the beginning, and you can see that. But then where they needed to, they've made adjustments in a brilliant way. The three J's as a team, they've worked together. It's, okay, what adjustments do we need to make to take this original plan and make it better? I wonder if they had the Man in Yellow plan from the beginning. That's something that I'm going to be curious about going forward. Did they always know he was going to be like, I guess probably, because John Griffin said it was based on the man in the yellow suit. I mean, he may not have been planning on making him the big bad, but I saw an interview where he said he always knew he wanted to use that somewhere else. He put him in several short stories, but then he looked at what he was doing with From, and he thought, well, here, I can use this here. And so maybe he might not have planned on the man in the yellow suit being like the way that the big bad would, I'm not saying he is the big bad. We don't know, but one of the villains of the story. He may not have planned that specific aesthetic from the beginning, but maybe that dawned on him, like, this is perfect. This fits. So.
Well, we were talking, weren't we, about the difference between, writing plays in my case versus writing novels, because when Marcia and I write together, we meticulously plot out everything before we get to the point of writing dialogue. So we know exactly where the story is going. And yeah, things change, but they don't change very much. I mean, like this thing that we just had read on Monday, it's changing right now, but not very much, because the structure was so well in place by the time we wrote it that, we don't have to make any major structural changes now. When I wrote my novels, I started thinking that I was going to take the same approach, But for some reason, I think it was just an intuitive decision. I thought, no, this is a much longer process. I know what the major story arc is here, but there's lots of room in here for things to go wherever, like, I don't know exactly where they're going to go. We'll see. I mean, I knew the big chunks, but and when I heard Jeff and John being interviewed about the 5-season thing, they described it in very similar terms. And I thought, yeah, that's exactly how I felt when I wrote my novel, that the first one, that it was nowhere near as meticulously planned out as our plays are, like, on a moment to moment basis. It was more sort of big picture stuff. And the consequence of that is that you start to have that experience of your characters surprising you because they do things that you didn't see coming, And I've heard writers talk about that forever, but it wasn't until I wrote the novels that I went, oh yeah, here it's happening. I didn't know she was going to do that. That's cool. It was a very interesting experience.
Yes. Yeah. So like, you don't plan everything, the major, like, I think with From, the major plot points were planned. They had the beginning and the end. They had certain major plot points that they knew, Tabitha and, like, I think that they knew Tabitha and Jade were going to be reincarnated people. I think that's something that was planned, in my opinion, because I see clues to it starting pretty early. And like, there was the first clue was already in season 1. It was already there, the bracelet. And there were little bits of foreshadowing too that I would argue were foreshadowing. So that was planned. And I think Julie's story walking was probably planned, because you don't just randomly introduce a version of time travel into a show unexpectedly, or it's not going to work well. It has to be something that was supposed to be there from the start. And I know from the quality of John's writing, he wouldn't just say, okay, let's just throw time travel in here, see how this works. No,
that would have thrown a monkey wrench into the structure of the whole storyline. So no, those, I agree with you. Those things would have had to be worked out in advance, I think.
100%. No,
but still, within all that, even with the complexity of this series and the attention to detail that it has, there's still lots of room for, I mean, I'm sure that now they're putting together season 4. They probably had plans for season 4 that are changing as a result of the way season 3 went, maybe not in a major sort of way, but it's like, oh, I just had a cool idea. Let's do this. That would work, wouldn't it? That kind of stuff, I'm sure, is happening all the time.
Yeah, they like to give themselves little, like, wiggle room, leeway, where they can still surprise and have their characters surprise them and do things that are unexpected. And like they didn't plan on having the ballerina originally, the ballerina visions continue. They didn't have any ballerina visions planned at first. And Jack Bender thought, what if we do this? We shouldn't have Boyd's experience with the music box just end there. Let's have this follow him around now, and a ballerina vision popping up. And that was an amazing twist. That was an amazing expansion of their original idea. Yeah. So things like that, giving yourself room to experiment. And yeah, like Tony said, we don't know yet if the man in yellow is the big bad. I kept saying big bad because that's how I think of him in my head. So naturally I keep saying it, but that's not confirmed. We don't know that. I think he's likely the big bad, or he's middle management. Right now he's all we've got. So I'm pointing to him, but we know he's a villain at the very least. He's one of the villains.
And I'm not even sure about that. I saw a fascinating essay online about the man in yellow that someone posted. And she had some really interesting ideas that yes, he could be a villain. He could, in this topsy-turvy world, turn out, in fact, to be a good guy. Perhaps he's just an arbiter. Perhaps he's the guy who just when things get out of control, he's the one who comes in and rights the ship, so to speak. So that, from a moral point of view, he's neutral. He's neither evil nor good. He's the guy who enforces the rules, and who knows? I don't know. But I thought that was really interesting, because everybody assumes, because, the first image of him is so horrific, that, oh yeah, he's a villain, clearly,
Yeah.
But I think that's too simplistic a take on the guy. Just like calling Sarah or Elgin villains is just, too simplistic as well.
Right. I mean, like referring to them as evil is definitely too simplistic. I don't think that they're evil at all, and no one is born evil. I always come back to that Mary Shelley quote that you gave, that you delivered so eloquently. It's perfect. No, people are not born evil. Monsters are not born; they are made. That is stuck in my head ever since you said it, and I think it's going to apply to everyone on the show, including the man in yellow. Yeah. Tony said, when I write my books, it's like a vacation ride. I know where I'm going to end up, but I don't know which hotels and restaurants I'll stop at along the way. Great analogy.
That's a great analogy. Yeah, it is. It's excellent.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Grow and Thrive is wondering, how did you leave off with John Griffin? Were you told any definitive instructions for next season's shooting? I'm thinking no, right? Not yet.
No, we haven't had that conversation yet. And they wouldn't be instructions for next season. It doesn't work that way. They're not gonna tell me what's going to happen. The conversation John and I are planning to have is more about where did he come from, or who is this guy? Basically, just what can you tell me about him? How do you see him? I found his story about the real man in yellow fascinating because, as the Mary Shelley quote, suggests, villains are people who have become damaged. Now, is he a villain? Well, we think so, but who knows? And that was John's curiosity about this guy when he saw him so many years later and saw he was in such a sad state compared to this, this luminous vision he saw the first time around. It like, okay, what happened to you? What did life do to you that you ended up like this? And that was kind of the genesis, as far as I understand, for the man in yellow. So it's like, okay, John, you must have answered those questions for yourself to some extent when you created this guy. So please fill me in, help me out. I don't know.
Yeah.
He may just say, you know what, you're on your own. Whatever you come up with is okay with me. And if that's what happens, that's also fine, because then I know I have permission to just make sense of it for myself in whatever way I need to, and that would be cool too. We'll see.
Yeah. I think he'll probably do what he did for Scott, which is give you some just basic backstory to go on, just something. It doesn't have to be, in detail, but some motivating factor of his past that shaped him into what he is. Probably, I'm sure he won't be too detailed on it because he keeps that close to the vest, and characters. I mean, actors come to him and they ask questions, and his standard answer, he always says, is just, huh. That's it. That's all they're going to get out of him.
Well, as I say, if that's what happens, then fine. At least I know that, okay, it's on you. Do whatever feels right for you, And and I mean, if that does happen, and if I start making choices that aren't in line with what they want, trust me, they'll tell me soon enough,
Absolutely. Yeah. I think at the very least they'll tell you some kind of trauma in his past, because that man on the street that he saw, he wondered what that guy had been through. So that gives us a great insight into what the man in yellow could be. Just knowing that, hearing that story, I loved that. I loved it. That he's not going to be a cartoonish villain, and I would expect nothing less from a show like this. I would expect nothing less than a complex backstory. Any great villain's origin story makes you empathize with them, no matter how evil they've become, no matter what they've done. We just saw him rip open Jim's throat on screen, one of the central characters of the show, and yet we might find, I think we will find, at least he has some sort of backstory that you could empathize with, or at least understand how he became this way.
This brings to mind another quote that I earmarked because I thought this might come up in a chat, and it hasn't yet, but it's kind of germane to the conversation we're having right now, and it's from Hamlet, Act 2, Scene 2, where the line is, "There's nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so." And I sort of put a pin in that because I thought if anybody asked, because I was getting questions about, how do you play such an evil character? And, my standard answer is, well, from the character's point of view, they never see themselves as evil, and that quote sprung to mind, but I never actually articulated it until tonight, but it's true, I mean, from do any of us walk around thinking that we're evil? No, of course not. We always have justifications for the choices we make. No.
Right. If you asked any villain of any story, they don't see themselves as a villain. They think that they're in the right, and that's why if you look at history books, they're all slanted from different countries. They're all slanted in favor of themselves, and they if you look at anyone's perspective fighting in a war, everyone thinks they're on the right side, no matter what atrocities they might be committing. They think that they're on the right side. Everyone always thinks. No one goes around thinking, yeah, I'm a villain, I'm an evil person. No, they think they're justified. So,
or a hockey game. The fans of one team think the other team is the Antichrist, and their team's great, like it's the same thing. Amy's got a question here. She's asked, what's your favorite musician singer, Doug? If I had to pick one, Tom Waits.
Nice.
Tom Waits. Yeah, Amy, there it is.
Any particular song, Doug? Any particular Tom Waits song?
If I had to choose one, I would say On the Nickel.
Nice.
It's on Heart Attack and Vine. And here's the story for you. I've told you about how at Shaw we do these after show cabarets on Saturday nights in the Royal George Theatre. They're called Saturday Nights in the George. And after a few years, I mean, when I first started working there, the only thing that I thought I could do is I thought, well, I could play some harmonica, So one night I got up and I played some blues harp. And so then all these guys are coming up to me, these guys with garage bands saying, hey, you're going to do a blues song with us. I was like, yeah, okay. And the first song we did, I got together with this bunch of guys. They had a band. They wanted to do Stormy Monday. It's an old blues classic. And I was just there to play harmonica. But then when we got together, nobody knew the words except me. So it's like, okay, Doug, you're the singer. Like, all right, I'll sing it. It's a blues tune. Who cares? Whatever. So we did that. And for the first, year or two that I was there, if I was ever getting up, it was usually just to do a blues tune. And maybe I was just playing harp. Maybe I was singing a bit, but that was it. But after a few years, I would sometimes just be up singing, And then one year, I don't know if this was before or after they started putting me in the musicals, but the song On the Nickel, for those of you who don't know it, the orchestration is basically a string quartet and a glockenspiel and piano. And the music director at Shaw is a composer and a pianist, but the band includes a string quartet. And so I asked him one day, I said, Paul, do you think there's any chance that we could do Tom Waits On the Nickel with the string quartet and you on the piano? And he said, yeah, totally. And so I got to sing it one night at a Saturday night at the George with a friggin' string quartet and Paul playing the piano. And it was, I have to say, one of my most joyous experiences as a performer ever. Because I don't consider myself a singer. Yes, I've done musicals. Yes, I sing in the musicals. But even now to this day, I mean, I've been in a number of them. I always feel like the interloper. I feel like the guy who doesn't belong there because I'm not really a musical performer. So to be able to get to do something like that, I mean, it was just awesome. Anyway, but I digress.
Yeah. Everybody check out Tom Waits. He's really good.
Yeah.
Yes. For those of you who aren't familiar, check out his catalog. My recommendation, if you don't know Tom Waits, start with his early stuff and work your way through because it changes a lot. And you don't want to start at the end. You want to start at the beginning.
As far as
he's also been in a lot of films, Julie. He played like Renfield in the Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah, he was in Rumblefish. He's been in a number of films. He was also like the best interview on the planet. David Letterman used to have him on all the time because he was so entertaining. He has this one album called Swordfish Trombones. And when it came out, this would have been sometime in the late 80s, I think. Dave had him on and he was interviewing him and he said, Tom, there's some really interesting instruments on this list of instruments here. There's one here. It says wheel rim. How do you play a wheel rim, Tom? And Tom says, well, Dave, you kind of hit it with a rock. And another time he was on and he had his album Small Change, and the picture on the front of the album is Tom sitting in this stripper's dressing room, kind of playing with his hair, and this stripper sitting there in pasties and a G-string, leaning against the counter, looking down at him. And he had a story for Dave another time he was on where some kid in Los Angeles took this album into school. This kid who's like in the third grade takes this album to school one day for show and tell, and he gets sent to the principal's office for bringing in this album. and so Dave said, so what did you do, Tom? And he says, well, Dave, I wrote a letter to the principal, but really it's out of my hands, It's just like, he's got the most lovely, driest, most understated sense of humor. It's just I love him to bits. And his writing, I mean, as a writer, anyone who falls in love with Tom Waits, it's usually not because of his voice. It's usually because of his
He has a very gravelly voice.
Oh, yes, he does. Yeah.
Yeah.
That isn't the album with I Don't Want to Grow Up on it.
Oh, I can't remember what album that one was on.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many Tom Waits songs, but if I had to choose one, it would definitely be on the nickel.
Yeah.
Followed closely, I think, by Jersey Girl. Jersey Girl's another great one.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, certain singer-songwriters, it's really more about the quality of the song than the singing ability itself. They don't need to. Bob Dylan, he's not the world's greatest singer. It's about his actual songwriting that's what's so special.
Here's a story for you, Julie. I think you in particular will like this one. One of those many auditions I did for Christopher Newton before I got into Shaw. This was getting towards the end. This was after I'd seen him a number of times. And it literally got to the point where I'd go in with a couple of pieces and I would say, I don't know, Chris, like you may have seen these before. And he said, you think I'm going to remember? Say, okay, fine. Okay, I'll do them. But this one year I was pulling at straws for what I was going to do for him. And then I thought, well, there's that Tom Waits tune, Frank's Wild Years, it's called. He also has an album called Frank's Wild Years, but this is just a very short song. And it's just this Hammond B organ playing a sort of blues riff. And he speaks the song. He doesn't sing it. So it's like a text piece. So I thought, oh, this is ideal. I can do this. And it goes, Frank settled down out in the valley and he hung his wild years on a nail that he drove through his wife's forehead. He sold used office furniture out there on San Fernando Road, and he assumed a $30,000 loan at 15.25% and put a down payment on a little 2-bedroom place. His wife was a spent piece of used jet trash who made good Bloody Marys and kept her mouth shut most of the time, and had a little chihuahua named Carlos that had some kind of skin disease and was totally blind. They had a thoroughly modern kitchen, self-cleaning oven, the whole bit. Frank drove a little sedan. They were so happy. And one night, Frank was on his way home from work. He stopped at the liquor store on his way to the Shell station, picked up a couple of Mickey's Big Mouths, got a gallon of gas in the can, drove home, doused everything in the house, torched it. Then he parked across the street laughing, watching it burn, all Halloween orange and chimney red. Then Frank put on a top 40 station, got on the Hollywood freeway, and headed north. Never could stand that dog. And that's So I did that for Chris, and he's sitting there with the music director. This was another music director who knew what I was doing. He knew the song as soon as I started it. And he spent the entire speech just trying desperately not to burst out laughing. And Newton just sat there looking at me with this stone-faced look on his face. And when I finished, he said to me, "Where on earth did you find that?" I don't know, just a little something I picked up, Chris. Didn't like that one, eh? Okay, never mind. Guess I'm not coming here, eh?
Wow. I mean, yeah, it's pretty horrifying. Oh man, yeah. I love your
Tom. He's a brilliant poet, but a lot of it's really dark. So
it's dark. It's dark.
He's like he's
but
like a dark carny at the world's darkest fair.
Yeah.
Very
Well, on the
dark.
nickel, that song with the string quartet, it's all about the homeless living on, Sunset Boulevard and stuff. It's really bleak. Anyway.
The writing was so colorful. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a
Colorful
poet.
yet
He's,
dark.
he did a movie too called Big Time. It was kind of a stylized version of a live show that he did. He toured around. He and his wife put together. If you ever get a chance, you should check it out. It's a very interesting film.
Yeah, no, I'll have to put that on my list. People are talking about musicals in the chat. Didn't you say you were in The Sound of Music as one of the things that you've done in the
I have done
theater?
The Sound of Music 3 times now. And
Yeah.
every time I've done it, I've been a Nazi.
I was
A
going to
different
ask
Nazi
you.
every time, but a Nazi,
Right back.
yeah.
Oh no. I was going to ask you what part you were playing. I wasn't expecting that. Oh wow. Because did they even sing? They're not singing characters, and only the young one who unfortunately joins them, the young guy.
Yeah. Actually, they did a production in Toronto, Andrew Lloyd Webber's production in Toronto. I almost got cast as Max, who does sing in the show. And Max is kind of the comic relief. And it was down to me and another actor. And the two of us were doing another musical. We were doing My Fair Lady at the time in a place called Grand Bend, which is out on Lake Huron. It's about a 3-hour drive from Toronto. And we both got a call back. So we had to play hooky from rehearsal one day and drive into Toronto to do the callbacks. So we were just supposed to go in, do the audition. They were going to put it on tape and send it to Lloyd Webber. And then we were going to get in the car and drive back to Grand Bend and hopefully make it for the latter part of the day's rehearsal. So we both went in the morning, and then he was going to pick me up at my place. So I just went home and I was waiting on the sidewalk, and he was kind of late getting there. I was getting a little worried about us getting back in time. And he finally showed up and he said, "We've got a problem." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "They want to put both of us on tape, so we have to stay and do that this afternoon." So it's like, oh, well, I guess we're missing the whole day of rehearsal. So we stuck around, and we went in the afternoon, and we're the only 2 guys they put on tape. And we were very different physically. Keith is his name. Keith was about a head shorter than me and a little on the pudgy side and totally bald. So he went in first, and he said to them, "Well, you're either going to give it to the tall, skinny guy with hair or the short, pudgy guy without." So we both went in and did our version, and then we got in the car and we drove back to Grand Bend. And about 3 weeks later, he found out that he got the gig and I didn't. And it was like this close to doing this. This was at the Princess of Wales Theatre, this huge theater in Toronto. It ran for a year. It would have been a really sweet gig. But I mean, I was very disappointed that I didn't get it, but at least it went to somebody I like. So it was like, oh, well, if Keith got it, that's okay. But
yeah, if you have to lose, at least if you lose to someone you like, then it's some consolation.
Yeah.
Yeah. My second cousin played Rolf, I think is the name of the character.
The young Nazi, yes. Yeah.
In a Broadway tour of The Sound of Music, and it came to my state once. Jonathan Groff, he made quite a name for himself. I mean, he's like the rare theater actor that actually like broke into movies and TV shows and like all over the place. But he was known even before he did all that stuff, which is unusual, extremely unusual. And I think it was just because he was part of Spring Awakening, which Spring Awakening just got so many accolades when that came out, and he was in the original production of it. So I think that's why he got
it's
so
not
lucky.
as rare as you think, people going from theater into film and TV, and particularly if they're working on Broadway, because that's very high profile stuff. So yeah, that's not unusual actually.
Yeah. So what were some musicals that you were in that I'm just curious, like that where you did sing, where you did have a singing part?
Well, the very first musical I was in was the musical where I met Marcia, which was South Pacific.
Oh, nice.
And 2 years later was when I did my first production of Sound of Music, which she was also in because her then guy was directing it. Then I didn't do another musical until Shaw. I went 18 years before I did another musical because I never went out for musicals. I wasn't a dancer. I didn't consider myself that much of a singer. I just stayed away from that. It was the musical director at Shaw who decided to stick me in a musical. And the first one was The Mystery of Edwin Drood. And then the next one I did after that was Floyd Collins, which is, are you familiar with that one?
No.
Floyd Collins, it's based on a true story. Floyd Collins was this guy who lived in Kentucky back in 1925, and he was a caver. And he got trapped in this cave that he had discovered that was actually on his property. And they were going to try and open it up and use it as a tourist attraction. But one of the times he was down exploring it, he got caught and he couldn't get out. And his brother discovered that's where he was. And it turned into the first sort of media circus. Before Floyd Collins, this had never happened before, but it became a national story. People came from all over the place. There was press there from everywhere. And the area outside the cave became like a carnival. There were people there selling souvenirs and food and all kinds of, it was a zoo. It was a complete zoo. Meanwhile, he's stuck in this freaking cave for 3 weeks. And his brother was able to get down and get close enough to him to bring him food and stuff like that. Meanwhile, they were trying to drill a hole down from directly above him and reach him that way. And when they finally got there, he had died, and he had died of exposure about 2 days before they found him. And
wow.
Adam Gettel did a musical based on this, which I think premiered on Broadway. And the music in it is just stunning. It's a brilliant story. It's really, really shattering. So yeah, I did that one and did another one, but I can't remember off the top of my head right now what it was because I did 3 at Shaw. Oh, no, that was Floyd. Can't remember. That was the third one. After I left there, I did The Drowsy Chaperone, did 2 productions of The Drowsy Chaperone, which was actually a Canadian show. It started off as a Fringe show, a one-act thing at the Toronto Fringe Festival one summer. Then they expanded it into a full-length play and full-length musical, I should say. And I think it had a big production in Toronto, and then it went to Broadway. And then, after its Broadway run, the rights opened up, and then I did it twice. I did it in Winnipeg, and the following year I did it in Calgary. And that piece, it's a brilliant piece. It's screamingly funny. It's also like a love letter to the theater. So that was a really joyous experience. I love that one. Then, in 2008, I did a musical here in Toronto called A Man of No Importance, which is where that bit in the book comes from. That's a true story. I played the lead.
Nice.
And the year before that, it was my last season at Shaw, there was a woman in the company who coincidentally wanted to do a little staged reading of this same musical. So she's the one who said to me, "Would you like to do this?" And the part she had in mind was Alfie, who's the lead. And I read it and I went, "Oh God, I would love to do this. This is brilliant." So we did it. And then just right at the end of our season, we found out this company in Toronto was doing a production, and we both auditioned for it. And she ended up playing my sister in the show. So that one was very cool.
Awesome.
And then after that, I did Drowsy Chaperone. I also did this horrible thing in Winnipeg somewhere around the same time. It's a musical version of Grumpy Old Men, the movie, The Grumpy Old Men. Somebody wrote Grumpy Old Men, the musical. And,
wow.
And it was a dog's breakfast, I have to tell you. And it was all these big money people from New York. They were going to take this thing to Broadway. And as one of the reviewers in Winnipeg said, because I guess this came out in the publicity around the show that they wanted to take it to Broadway. He said, "Broadway, this thing isn't going to make it to Brainerd," which is a little town in rural Manitoba somewhere. Yeah, that one was a bit of a nightmare. It was a great cast, and we had a lot of fun, but yeah, it was a mess. And there have been a couple others, but those are the only ones I can think of. I'd have to look at my resume to tell you what else. But
for someone who didn't think that you could do a musical, you didn't consider yourself a singer or dancer or anything, that to eventually play the lead in a musical, that's remarkable, really. It had to be intimidating the first time you tried it. Like, this is not your comfort zone. You have to really,
Well, it's
expand your
never
comfort
been my comfort zone. I mean, this is the funny thing. Like now when I do musicals, like just last summer, I did that most recent production of Sound of Music. I always feel, like I said, like it's a classic case of imposter syndrome. I feel like, oh yeah, this is the show where I get found out, and
Yep.
and then I'm looking around at all these kids who are like fresh out of theater school, and they've all trained to do musicals and stuff like that. So they're totally at home, and I'm looking at them and I'm thinking, well, why do you feel so out of place here? You've been doing musicals for like over a decade. These people are just starting their careers, and you still feel like the new kid on the block. You're not the new kid. They are, but it doesn't, I will never shake that feeling of, yeah, this isn't really what I do. It's strange.
Yeah, that's imposter syndrome. I completely relate to that. One of these days, people are gonna figure it out. What am I doing here? Like, I'm not built for this. Like, I have the same kinds of thoughts all the time. I completely relate to that. Hey, Paul, Miss Shelby, shouting you out, the man in yellow. He actually created my entire Discord server for me, which was a very kind thing to do. He's a friend of mine, so. I didn't know how to set up a Discord. I was just explaining to you what a Discord is, and believe me, it's complicated, and he just made mine for me, which is an amazing tool to promote my channel and have conversations with people. So yeah, it's helpful. Mr. Frogman said, fascinating man. We are so lucky to have Mr. Douglas stop by so often. Indeed, I second that.
Well, like I say, I love doing this. This is fun, and I've got a lot of time on my hands right now. So what the heck,
I appreciate it. It's a blast. Yeah, I just enjoy these lives so much. So we appreciate that you like hanging out with us. Faith and Repentance says Julie B and Doug are amazing people. If you forget, just ask me. Well, thank you.
Very kind of you, Faith.
That's
you
very
don't mind
sweet.
if I call you Faith, I hope. It's weird with these handles because I feel like I should be addressing these people by their names, and that's not always possible.
I know it becomes a mouthful, so I start abbreviating it too, and that's good. Like Doc here. I'm not going to say Doc Kaiju Labs every time. I just call him Doc. And Doc is here. Nice to see you, Doc. Always appreciate you. Doc will be with us Friday on our live as usual. I meant to highlight this earlier. Carrie had said, and Carrie's a lovely member of our community. She said, when I first heard John tell the original story of the Man in Yellow, my first thought was perception. Yeah. It's all a matter of perception. What has this guy been through? We don't know yet. We don't know yet. And good and evil are really subjective terms too. So it'll be interesting to see. I really enjoyed John's story about the Man in Yellow. I think it's illuminating as to where we could expect this to go and the complexity of this character that he's going to become. I think.
Well, it was so. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say we may not get too much detail in his backstory, but I think we'll at least get enough to empathize. But go ahead. What were you going to say?
Okay. Well, first off, you won't be getting anything that John tells me from me because I'm not going to be allowed to talk about that stuff. But
No.
I was going to say that was when I heard John's story about the Man in Yellow. It struck such a note with me because I think it was maybe in the interview I did with Tony Teflon, they asked about, how did you create this character? What were you thinking? And I said, the only thing that I really sort of hung my hat on was, all right, I don't know what this guy is or who he is. All I know is that for him to have arrived in the state that he's in now, he must have been incredibly damaged along the way. And then John told that story about seeing this guy and then seeing him all these years later and so beaten up and, and wondering what that process was. And I thought, wow, that really resonates with my own intuitive sense of what this character is, which obviously must have come from the way it had been written. So, John's partly responsible for that too, but it was one of those moments of synchronicity when I heard him describe that story.
Right. It lined up really well with the way that you were reading the character just from what was in the script. So,
well, as I said before, like, to me, the way the scene was written, it seemed pretty clear that was the way to go with it. Like, I never felt unsure about what to do with it because John had laid it out so clearly. It was like, oh yeah, I know what to do with this.
Right. Yeah. And it's funny because, the way that you describe it is exactly the way Scott McCord describes how he figured out what he needed to do for the role of Victor, because he describes John Griffin's writing in the exact way that you do, the way he writes. It's just so amazing. And like, he could get a read on the character just from reading that first script. And that's exactly what you said. So I think you're kind of kindred spirits in that regard. I think you're going to get along well when you finally get to meet.
We're more than you realize in that respect. That's all I can say about that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In terms of being kindred spirits. Someone's asking here, Martin is asking, have you watched Lord of the Rings or Lost? I've seen the entire Lord of the Rings series. I loved the books. I loved what they did with the films. Yeah, I've seen them many times. In fact, I think I have copies of them on DVD, if I'm not mistaken. I watched some of Lost, but I came into it quite late. And so it might have been the very last season when I started watching it. So I missed a whole lot of what was going on, but I was really fascinated by it. So I stuck it out. I think I saw it to the end. Yes, I did, because I know how it ends. But yeah, I just came in at the tail end of that. So I didn't really get to, sink my teeth into it the way most of the fans of the series did.
Yeah. You've got to, with Lost, it's got to be a complete commitment. You got to watch from start to finish. Otherwise, if you come in part of the way through, none of it will make any sense or matter to you. I'm watching it for the first time now, so I know that for a fact. And it's a really great ride. It's a wild ride. It's another fascinating mystery, and it's more about what the characters are going through than I think the supernatural aspects of it. So I think it's similar to From in that way.
Absolutely, and again, like you. For me, the thing that hooked me in, despite the fact that I didn't know what the rules were, and I was playing catch up the whole time that I watched that last bit, was the characters. I was really drawn in by it. I was like, wow, this is a really interesting mix of people. And again, watching them struggle with this place that I didn't completely understand, but I got enough of an intuitive sense of it that I was able to go along. Someone's asking, oh, it's Alexis. Did you not meet the whole cast during shooting? No, the only people I met were Ian and Hannah. That was it.
Yeah, that was it. And yeah.
Interestingly enough, I was talking with Cliff about this the other night. We were having a beer. He said a lot of people don't realize that those of us in the series often don't see most of the rest of the people. It's only the people we're in the scenes with. He said, yeah, if you're in one of the big crowd scenes, like the scene at the beginning of season 3 where Tabitha comes back and they have the meeting in the diner, you got everybody there. He says, yeah, on days like that, everybody's there. But he said, most of the time you can go weeks without seeing other people who are in the series right along with you because you're not in the same scenes.
Right.
The day I shot, they were working in the morning, I think with Simon and the Ankui kids, but I didn't.
I was going to ask. I thought you saw the Ankui kids.
I saw them just in passing, but I don't think I was introduced to them. I met Simon in the makeup trailer. I said, hi, this is Simon, But the only other 2 people I saw were Ian and Julie, and that was it. So yeah, it's going to be weird going back and meeting all these people for the first time. I mean, I've connected a little bit with a couple of people on Instagram, just exchanging hellos, basically. And as I said, Cliff and Liz are hopefully going to be coming over for dinner probably in a few weeks' time. So, I'm finally going to get to meet her too. But otherwise, I'm going to be flying blind,
Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, that'll be fun when you get to have them over for dinner. That should be a good time. You never actually met Liz, even when you were working with Cliff, right? Or maybe like briefly at a party or something, I think you said.
I asked Cliff about that. I said, do you remember if you introduced me to Liz when we were together at Stratford? He said, I don't remember either. He said, if I did, it would have been like in passing, just like you described. But he said, I don't think so. And I said, no, I don't really think so either. It was just conjecture on my part. But no, I don't think we've actually met.
Yeah.
I sort of feel like we have because I've seen so much of her, but
Yeah, that'll be fun. I mean, they can kind of give you some insights as to what it's like to work on From and what you're gonna get to experience yourself. So you can catch up with Cliff and kind of get some insight from them. I would imagine. Addie Ross says, "Hey, Doug, what's up, man? No, long time no see."
Do we know one another? I don't recognize the handle. I'm sorry. Somebody else was asking, I think it was Amy was asking, she said that she's in the middle of a really bad snowstorm. Was that you, Amy?
I think Amy said, I think it might have been Amy.
Whereabouts are you, Amy? Because yes, we're getting it here in Toronto for sure, in Spain.
I was gonna say that we're probably all in the same directional.
Well, I guess you must be getting it, Scarlet, because it's coming from you to me, so.
Right from Detroit to you.
Yeah.
There's a lot in the Northeast here right now too. There's a lot going on. Like we're getting hit too. Yeah, that's an interesting thought, Carrie. What she took from that story about the man on the street. She thinks the guy was always that way. Maybe John was young when he first saw him and didn't know better.
No. John was very explicit about it. When he first saw this guy, he was like impeccably dressed and just like resplendent, and that's what caught his eye. He just looked at the guy and said, look at that guy. It's like that picture I showed you of the guy in New Orleans, right? I had the exact same response. This guy in this yellow outfit, just out there going, am I a fashion plate or what, right? And I mean, it was in his body language, everything. It was almost an identical experience to what John described. When he saw him 5 years later, he looked a whole lot more like me in the season 3 finale. And his whole question was, holy shit, what happened to you, So
yeah, it's not like a long time passed in between. And he was already, this was not that long ago. So he was old enough to really be, perceptive about what this guy really looked like and the vibe that he was getting from him. So I would agree. And by the way, that was sweet, Martin. That he also said, it's great to see you here again. I see me when I see you, Doug. You're a very cheery person. That's putting it short, but you are awesome. That was very nice,
Martin. Very kind of you.
So, despite your stories about your dark side, you're still seen in this very cheery, nice light by people. You haven't.
Just don't fuck with my glasses.
Lesson learned on that.
See the man in yellow and glasses.
Yeah.
There was another confrontation I had in the bar one night, which turned out very differently because, we were actively encouraged to, talk people out of fisticuffs whenever we could. And on Friday and Saturday nights, we were open until 4:00 in the morning, as I said, but the bar closed at 1:00. After that, you could only get soft drinks, so one night I guess it was about 1:30, something like that. I was going up to the bar to get soft drinks for the guys on the front door. And as I approached the bar, there was this big, I think he was Italian. He looked Italian, this big hairy guy who's harassing the bartender, who was a woman. And I heard her say, I don't care how long you stand there, I'm not serving you. And I thought, oh no, this is my least favorite thing to deal with. So I walk up, and he was a big guy. He had about 3 inches on me. And I said, what's the problem here? And he looks at me and he gives me the once over and he says, who the fuck are you? I said, I'm the fucking doorman. What's the problem? And the bartender says to me, he wants a drink. I said, the bar's closed, pal. You want a soft drink? Help yourself. But otherwise, please leave the lady alone. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, what are you going to do about it? And I said, me personally, nothing. But there's like 8, 9 door staff working tonight. If necessary, I'll go get them all. We'll come over here. We'll pick you up bodily, carry you out, and put you on the sidewalk. Is that what you want? And he looks at me and he goes, fuck. He walks away. And what I love about these guys is they always have a friend. He's got a friend behind him who's going, come on, let's go. Let's just go. You know, it's, oh, fuck off, man. And, you know, like the little angel on his shoulder, trying to talk him into doing things the right way, right? And
Right.
so he takes his little friend and off they go somewhere, you know. And I was like, but I mean, I thought about that incident afterwards because I thought, why did I handle it the way I did? And it was just a completely intuitive thing in the moment, but it was because this guy is spoiling for a fight. You know, he wants to have a fight and he knows he's going to wipe the floor with me. So this is going to be fun. So I have to give him a way to back out of the fight with honor because, you know, he's got his feet dug in. He's not going to back out otherwise. So I've got to give him, I've got to explain to him that his only option is one where he's not going to win the fight, you know, and it doesn't directly involve me. You know, there's going to be a bunch of us. You're going to be outnumbered. It's not going to be pretty. You're going to lose. And that was like opening a door for him so he could leave, you know, and if it weren't for that, he probably would have lost some teeth that night. But, you know,
Yeah.
what you got to do when you're a doorman.
Yeah. I mean, that sounds like a scary job, honestly. Like I wouldn't want to deal with that. Like you could be put in some scary situations with some nasty people.
Well, the guy I replaced, the reason they hired me was because one of the former doormen got thrown down a flight of stairs by an angry customer and broke his jaw. So when he came back to work, he's like, I'm not working the door anymore. I'll be a bartender, but I'm not going to be a doorman. So I got hired to replace him.
Wow. I would hear that story. I'd be like, bye. I don't need the job that much. I'm all set.
No, there was never a time where I was in any physical danger there ever, you know. Mostly because, you know, I would talk myself out of that stuff. The most violent things got was the one that of the story I told you where I was the one who was mixing it up. You know, it wasn't the other guy.
That's wild. Yeah, we never would have thought that. Like Brandon K said this earlier, and I saved it. Bouncer to Mandela. You were the real muscle of From. Makes sense.
Well, it sort of sounds like that's what they intend, you know, with all this like flinging people around effortlessly.
Right?
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense. Yeah. Jay Sleek said, I can see Doug is a problem solver. Yep. Let me see. Yeah, Muncher Luncher. This was funny too. Howdy, Doug. No offense, but I would be terrified if I saw you in real life.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Not at all.
just don't piss you off and do what you're supposed to do, and then you won't get the righteous indignation.
Well, and you know, it's interesting that you should say that because I had another thing happen when I was working at Shaw. It's a long story. I won't get into it now, but it was definitely a Rottweiler story where somebody screwed me over, and it took me months and a lot of effort. This guy had broken the law. Actually, he was an agent who was stealing money from his clients, and I wasn't a client of his when this happened, but a check got sent to him that was made out to me, and he signed my name to it and cashed it. And it was only $400. But when I found out about it, I called him and he refused to give me the money. And I said to him, his name was Andre. He was this crazy Yugoslavian. And I said, Andre, I promise you, if you don't pay me back, this is going to be the most expensive $400 you ever stole. People had taken this guy to court. He was defrauding his clients, you know. And he would go to, they would sue him in small claims court, and he would get his lawyer to get continuance after continuance after continuance until the plaintiff couldn't show up for a court date, and that case would get thrown out. And that's how he stayed out of trouble. Nobody went to the police about it for some reason, because it was a crime. It wasn't just a civil thing. It was straight up crime. So when he screwed me over, I did go to the police. I went to the union, and I eventually got the union to publish a letter that I had sent to them describing how he defrauded me and was defrauding all kinds of other people. And when they finally published that letter, it basically, in very short order, this guy was out of business as an agent. He was losing clients anyway because word was getting around about him. But by the time that letter came out, I think he had about a half a dozen clients that were still making money for him. And when that letter appeared in the newsletter, they all walked out on him. And he didn't really have much left after that. In fact, the last time I saw him, he was at a commercial audition, auditioning as an actor. He was not an actor, but I thought, as soon as I saw that, I thought, oh boy, you've really hit the skids, haven't you, Andre, if you're out auditioning for yourself. And I walked up to him and I said, you remember what I said? Most expensive $400 ever. That story took like over a year to play out. And when I told that story to people at Shaw, people would say, wow, man, I better make sure I never piss you off. And I said, no, it's not about pissing me off. This is about screwing me over. You screw me over, I will hound you to the ends of the earth. Piss me off. I get pissed off about lots of things. I don't go around punching people out because they piss me off. But you fuck me over and you will.
That's the moral of that story.
It's the righteous indignation thing. That's just the way it is, you know.
That's the moral of the story. Yeah, just don't screw Doug over, and he will be a nice guy. That's just like we know him to be. Faith and Repentance said this earlier. I like Doug's crazy, the crazy side. It's very entertaining.
I had a conversation with oh, sorry, go ahead.
And Faith also just said, think the majority of us are listening to Doug's exciting stories. Yeah, definitely. What were you going to say?
Oh, Faith, were you the one that said it was snowing where you are?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah. Where's that? Somebody said they're in Maine. They're getting it too. Yeah, I think the whole northeastern seaboard is going to get a bit of this storm.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get it too. Yeah, where are you, Faith? Where are you located? Yep, Maine. She's in Maine.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we're all getting hit with a lot lately. So,
well, it's that time of year.
I think you were going to say something though, when we got off
track. Just something that happened on the bike path one day. One of my pet peeves on the bike path is it's a 2-lane street basically for cyclists, pedestrians, etc. And inevitably on a bike, you'll encounter groups of pedestrians who are taking up the whole path, or 2 bikes riding side by side, which is like 2 cars driving side by side down a 2-way highway. I mean, a 2-lane highway. I mean, you just don't do that, right? But they do it on the bike path all the time. So I'm coming up behind these guys. I can see they're using both lanes. So when I'm still well behind them, I hit my air horn, all 115 decibels of it, to warn them that I'm coming up behind them. And they move out of the way and I pass them. And then I hit a red light. So when they pull up at the red light, they start complaining to me about the volume of my horn, you know, and why don't I get a nice little polite little bell on my bike like normal people, you know? And I said to them, well, a couple of reasons, because nobody pays any attention to those little bells when you ring them. I said, this thing puts out 115 decibels and a lot of people completely ignore it, you know? Well, it's really annoying. And I said, well, think about it this way. If you're hearing this really annoying sound, it's because you're doing something really fucking stupid. Ooh, nice guy. Nice guy? I'm not the one blocking 2 lanes of traffic, you fucking morons. And off I went. You know?
Oh my God. That's hilarious. The
entitledness of that, you know, like, well, I'm sorry, but that noise, you're really messing up my day because you're in the wrong fucking lane of traffic.
Right. I'm the same way with idiot drivers. I have some road rage issues. I mean, not because I'm trying to drive like an idiot and, you know, like road rage that's not without justification. I'm like, what are these idiots doing? Where did you learn how to drive? So yes, I completely relate, you know, like I'm taking my life in my hands every time I drive around this state. We have we're rated as like the worst drivers in the country according to one survey, Rhode Island.
Oh, really? Yeah. I never knew. Rhode Island, eh?
Oh yeah. I've been
Okay.
almost run off the road on the highway before. I'm lucky to be alive.
And you know
So-
what I want to say to bad drivers, and I think this is the first thing that should be said to anyone who's learning how to drive. The most important thing you have to remember about driving a car is that you're driving a lethal weapon.
Yes.
It's not just a question of lack of courtesy. It's not just a question of you being a little on the aggressive side because you're late for dinner or whatever. You're putting people's lives at risk. You know?
Yes.
And
100%.
yeah.
And is it really worth it to stop and look down at your phone for a text message when you're risking people's lives every second that you're doing that? You know, like that's caused.
You know what I saw one day? I was on the bike path. I wasn't on the road, thank God. So I wasn't actually in the same lane as this guy, but I was just a couple of blocks from my home, coming home from one of my bike rides. And I see this car that's kind of weaving in the lane, you know. And as I get up to this guy, he's got one phone on his ear that he's talking in. He's got another phone in his other hand that he's texting with. And he's kind of steering the car with the back of his hand that he's holding the second phone with. And I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? What are you doing?
What the hell? Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's insane. What the
So
See, I just don't understand these idiots. I really don't. You know, like they don't know how to do basic things like drive in a. We have a lot of rotaries. You know, it's not that hard. It's really not that hard to figure out. But these people just don't know how to do it, and don't even get me started. Fletch says hi. He's one of our loyal regulars here. We appreciate you, Fletch. Nice to see you.
hey, Fletch.
And Mr. Frogman had said this a few minutes ago. Long story short, you have a vast fan base that loves you. And that is true, Doug. It's just growing. It's going to grow more and more with season 4, too.
Well, it'll be interesting because, you know, I just broke, not that I particularly care about this, but it was I was curious about it because I thought, I know that on Instagram, when you reach certain milestones, they send you messages. I got my 1,000th follower the other day, and
I
thought
you were getting close to 1,000. I saw
Yeah.
you were getting close to it. Yeah,
I was stuck at 999 for like
I saw
days,
that.
and then and so on one of the From fan pages on Facebook, I said, is there any one person who wants to follow me on Instagram? Because I'm at like 999, and suddenly I got like about 50 people who signed on as a result. But since then, I've also been getting inundated with Russian bot followers, so I've been deleting them steadily.
Oh no,
Yeah.
that's just annoying. I saw that. I looked at I've been following your posts a lot more. I've been because I wasn't even on IG until recently, and now I'm finally getting back into the swing of IG and following people. So I've been following your posts more, and I saw you were at 999. I'm like, come on, we need one more person here. Like, how long did this? Yeah. Earlier, this is an old one that I wanted to highlight. See, I can star comments that are old that I want to bring up later. Brandon K had said, Doug, please make a book. I will get it. He has. He has. It's just
in fact, Brandon. They haven't been published, unfortunately. But yeah, I've written 2 novels.
Yeah. And I'm thoroughly enjoying The Poor Player. Now that after this crazy week, I'll be able to start actually having time to read again. It's been insane trying to cover Severance and getting ready to talk to Scott and I'm finally going to be caught up on my Severance content, and then I'll be able to get back to reading it. So it's too bad because I think people would enjoy it if you got those published, and I know people would. So
I wish I could, but like I said, I really have zero interest in going the self-publishing route. So that's out. So we'll it is what it is, you know.
Yeah.
But I feel badly for people who are reading my book because I'm such a pain in the ass. You know, I always want to know, where are you at? What's going on in the book? Because it's so much fun to sort of experience it through their eyes as things develop in the story, you know, and so that's why I'm so keen on knowing where you're at. It's not like hurry up and finish the damn book. It's just like, what's happening now? You know, where are you at? It's kind of cool to follow that along with someone while they're doing it.
Yeah. Oh,
Kind of like the
I enjoy
rewatch
it.
parties, you know?
It's like what?
It's kind of like the rewatch parties.
I could totally see that. Yeah. Yeah. So no, I enjoy sharing with you my thoughts on it and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to having a little downtime to just breathe after this week and be able to do that. Faith and Repentance that I think we need Doug's autobiography.
Well, that's essentially what Julie's reading right now. It's a fictionalized autobiography, but there's a lot of autobiography in there. And in fact, we've talked about, Julie and I have talked about this before. The beginning, well, Deadline is very autobiographical in terms of me and Marcia, because the two central characters are basically the two of us. And the opening scene hasn't actually happened to us, but it's absolutely typical of, like, it's a very good description of our careers as playwrights. So as playwrights. So if you want an autobiography, read Deadline. You'll get a version of one, at least, you know.
Yeah, it's the closest thing you're gonna get. I mean, yes, it's fictionalized. It's but you put a lot of yourself into the character. I can see that, just knowing and hearing a lot of your stories and your backstory. I can see that. So it's and I think people would love to read it. People love hearing your stories. So I'm sure people would love to read that. So I don't know. It's just the way that things are set up. It's extremely difficult to get a book published. Extremely difficult. And many people never, no matter how well you write, no matter the quality of your writing, it doesn't matter. It can be like next to impossible. And some people just luck into it. I don't know. Some people just get lucky and the right eyes fall on it at the right time, and then boom, they're published. But then other people, you had famous authors through history who were never published until after they died.
Yeah.
It's a shame, really. Faith and Repentance said I'll have to make a social profile just to follow Doug. Yeah, I recommend it. Get on Instagram. It's very entertaining. Addie Raw, do you actually know Doug from somewhere? I'm curious.
Well, if we do, I don't know the name, so I don't know, like, I don't recognize the handle. So
Doug and I go way back. Yeah, and I saw some other comments in here too, but I don't know. Yeah, we don't know like your actual name. Addie Ross said I wouldn't fight Doug. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Oh
God, you could take me. You could take me, no problem. Now I've had 6 shoulder surgeries, so
I don't fight someone with a lawyer on speed dial. Yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. That's not a good idea. I wish I had the guts that you have to stand up for myself in the way that you do. I too much of a doormat. I have that righteous indignation, but I keep it inside.
Well, I mean, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen all the time. I've had lots of situations where I've chickened out, and of course I always hate myself when that happens. But sometimes I exercise the better part of valor. But I used to work in a jewelry store, and in the Eaton Center, this big mall in downtown Toronto. And the owner said to us many times, he said, "Look, if anybody comes in here and robs the store, just give them whatever they want. No questions asked. Don't put up a fight. Don't, be a hero." I said, "I'm not doing that. Screw them. They want the jewelry. They got to go through me." He's like, no. It's like, all right, look, if we're talking about an organized group of guys with Uzis, okay, that's one thing. But just some schmuck coming in here saying, give me the jewelry, I'll blow your head off. Yeah, go ahead. You want to commit murder in the middle of a mall with thousands of witnesses? Go right ahead, asshole. That's like, no. And because this isn't yours. Again, it's the injustice thing. It's like, no, you don't get to do that.
I feel the same way. I've always had this strong, penchant toward justice and fighting for what's right. So when I see, I'm always saying it's the principle of the thing. That's one of my favorite things to say. Because that I do have a lot of that righteous indignation too. I usually just keep it inside or just rant about it to people close to me, but I don't let it out at the people who need to hear it. I should. I need to learn how to do that.
I had a girlfriend many years ago who used to complain because when we were out on the street, I'm a very aggressive pedestrian. I make sure that, when I have the right of way, I take it, despite the fact that some idiot's trying to make a right-hand turn directly in front of me. I'll make a point of walking directly in front of them and forcing them to stop. And she's like, "You're going to get yourself killed." And I'll say, "Yep, but I'll be in the right."
Oh my God.
You're very militant about these things.
You have guts, Doug. I mean, I worked in retail and we were told the same thing. If somebody comes in and tries to steal something, you don't fight it. You don't fight them. You give them what they want. You just open the cash drawer and give it to them. Don't risk your life. And that's what we were told. And, when I was in driving school, you were told, even if someone is not yielding to you when they're supposed to, you just stay put and don't try to force your way in, even if you have the right of way. So I just do. But I mean, it pisses me off. Well, that's a different
situation because there, you're lessening the chance of an accident. So I mean, yeah, that one makes total sense to me. But when I was doing the bike trip across the States, I would complain in my emails back home. I would complain about some of the drivers and me hurling abuse at them on the highway. And, someone wrote back and said, "Dude, they have guns in that country. Like, stop doing that." I'm like, "No, not going to stop. Sorry."
Yeah. You gotta watch yourself. Some areas, yeah, guns are kind of guns are kind of omnipresent in certain areas, like open carry. So you gotta be careful.
I drove right across all the red states. I went through and that includes, as far as I'm concerned, that includes Southern California, because once you're out of LA, you're basically in redneck land. Accent on the red. And so I went through California, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, the Gulf states, Florida.
Oh yeah.
So all of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Once you get outside San Diego, it's kind of the same way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the most depressing thing I saw, I think, on the whole trip, I was in Louisiana, riding along the bayou, and I saw this guy way up ahead of me, dressed in full hunting gear. He had one of those green vests and full camo outfit with this shotgun slung over his shoulder. And as I got towards him, I thought, wow, that guy's not really tall, very tall. And the closer I got, I went, wow, he's really short. And then I got up to him. He was like an 8-year-old kid walking down the street with this friggin' shotgun over his shoulder, just casual as could be. And I thought, where am I?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Kids and guns are not a good mix. I'm sorry.
No, indeed.
That's just not a good idea. By the way, Nightman LOL says, "Wait, is that the man in yellow? If that's the man in yellow, great performance." Yes, indeed, that is him.
Well, there are actually two men in yellow here. There's me, and there's this guy.
Yeah,
my alter ego.
Yep, you got 2 for 1 here. Both men in yellow, indeed.
I just did a new shot of him tonight, which I won't be posting for a couple of days because it's for Valentine's Day, but you'll be seeing that shortly.
Oh, looking forward to it. Yes. And hey, Addy Raw, I don't know what that means, but hey, what's up?
And he's not going to tell us who he is he?
No, I guess not. If you actually do know Doug, tell us who you are. Maybe Doug just remember you.
Yeah. A name would make it much easier.
Right? We don't know your handle, and you don't have an avatar with your face. Nightman also says, "I stand with Doug, but the way Canada is, the guy could kill you at the mall and be out in bail the next day." Is that true?
I disagree completely. I don't think that's true at all.
I hope not. I hope not. Jeez. Yeah, that would not be a good thing. Addie Ross says, "Doug is a good man until you piss him off." I was dating his niece? He was dating your niece? Oh, is that for real? No way. Oh, wait, your face is on your avatar. I didn't even notice that before. Oh, okay. Is that, do you think it's accurate or no?
I have no idea. I have no idea what he's talking about. Sorry.
Yeah. Nightman says, Doug, I believe in justice. Also, Doug kills Kim and kills Jim in cold blood.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's harsh justice, but it's justice all the same.
Yeah. That's the difference between Doug and Man in Yellow. I don't think it's righteous indignation. I think Jim got a raw deal in that case. Two different situations. Poor Jim. But yeah, we've got a new perspective on you now for hearing about your dark side, and it's been enlightening and highly entertaining.
Alexis is talking about the little man in yellow here. Doug, don't tell me you got him a sexy outfit. No worries there, Alexis. I'm not going that route.
Oh yeah. Oh, that would be hilarious. Wait, I don't even.
You're not gonna
see that
dress him
comment.
up as Cupid?
No. Trust me, it's going to be a very different direction. Remember, this is the man in yellow we're talking about. Doc says, I need a mini Doc. Well, Doc, talk to Alexis. She's right here.
Yeah.
Make your request. Make your request right here. Yeah. I need a mini Doc. Man in yellow trying to steal Doug's woman. What?
Well, no, it's not that either. Trust me, it's definitely not that. Martin's got an interesting one here. He says, did you have any instant favorite characters in From? Yeah, and did you dislike any characters, but they then grew to like them by the time you finished watching? Yeah, my favorite character, hands down, is Victor. Has been from the start. The bit about disliking characters but then growing to like them. Yeah, I thought Dale was a pain in the ass. He was kind of entertaining though because he was such a pain in the ass. But I wasn't a big fan of his. And yeah, Jade was really annoying at the start, but of course that was entirely by design. But I knew that, that was partly because of his ignorance of what was going on, and that was not going to last. So that didn't stick around. He's far too interesting a character to dislike. But not really anybody else, I think I felt instinctively much more sympathetic towards characters like Sarah than a lot of viewers did. I didn't understand initially what was happening, but once I sort of got what was at play and what was forcing her to do these things, it's like, no, she's as much a victim as anybody else, so I felt really badly for her because of how the rest of the town responded to her and that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
But I mean, even saying Victor's my favorite character, I have lots of favorite characters. I mean, the characters are, for me, the main reason to watch this thing.
It's very hard to choose one. I love Jade. I think if I had to pick one, it would be Jade. Not just because he's hilarious, but because he has such emotional depth too. So he's much more than he seems on the surface.
Yeah.
He can actually have a deep capacity for empathy. He can really just look at a character and have them completely pegged. On the surface, he seems what's so amazing about it is on the surface he seems completely self-absorbed, but then he'll spill this wisdom all of a sudden, like to Henry, saying, you're looking at Victor and making him feel like stupid because he's like Tarzan who doesn't know how to use a fork. This place has shaped him to be what he is. He has a great capacity for empathy. So yeah, and that speech to Tian Chen, I mean, he knew exactly what she was feeling without her needing to say a word, and shared the story that she needed to hear to make her feel better. So, but I love Victor too. I mean, how can you not be captivated by a character like that?
Yeah.
All of them. I mean, every character is brilliantly crafted. And what's this? Carrie says, do you think recognizing Emily Dickinson and Edgar Allan Poe in the show ties to mental illness somehow? being that both of them were said to have battled depression and other mental illnesses. That's an interesting thought.
It is, but you know, this brings up this point of like, why are those things included in the show? For example, the Pym book of Edgar Allan Poe's. What's the point of that? Is it a hint? Is it, you know? And my feeling about that is, and I can't say this with any authority, it's pure conjecture on my part, but as a writer myself, I know that when little details like that are put in my stories, that it's not any big statement. It's like I'm trying to, you know, just put in a little nod to something I really like, you know. Like it might be a book that I've read, or you know, some celebrity that I idolized, or something like that, you know. For example, in The Poor Player, there's that whole diatribe about Glenn Hall, you know, this guy who was a goalie for the Chicago Blackhawks. Doesn't have anything to do with the story at all. It's just this, you know, this little colorful moment and an interesting character who, when you read about him, you go, wow, who knew? You know, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any great significance. It doesn't connect to anything else at all. It's just this interesting little tidbit along the way. And I think a lot of these clues, in these so-called clues in From, are just those kinds of artifacts, you know, things that have some kind of personal meaning to the writers that they've decided to include as a little treat for themselves, you know. I don't know if that's actually the case with a lot of this stuff, but I think that there's a great tendency to make connections where they don't necessarily exist. And it's tricky with this because there are lots of things that do connect, you know, and so telling the difference between those things is almost impossible. But you can drive yourself crazy with this kind of stuff, I think.
Oh, absolutely. If you're trying to make a one-to-one connection between things and make everything fit, it's just not going to happen. But I think we'll have fun. I want to start reading some of these books that were referenced in the show.
I've got a stack of them right here. I can lend them to you when I finish them, if I ever get around to finishing them. It's been a slow call so far. I keep wasting all my time sitting in front of my computer like this. But I really do have to knuckle down and read some of this stuff because I've got a long reading list here.
Do you have any experience with a Long Day's Journey into Night?
No, I don't. I've never actually read it or seen a production of it. There was one in Toronto many years ago, but I didn't go to it because I thought 3 hours of people talking about drinking too much, I can't do it. And one of my instructors from theater school was in the production too, but I was like, no, I can't do it. So no, I haven't done it.
Because they named the first episode. Wasn't that the first episode of the show, Scarlet, titled The Long Day's Journey?
The pilot, yeah.
The pilot episode of From was named that. So that was interesting. We wondered if there might be some reason why.
I think it's a really apt description of what happens to them.
Yeah.
You know, it's as simple as that. I mean, that would be, when I see stuff like that as a writer, that's my first assumption. It's like, oh yeah, I totally get that. That's a great thing.
Yeah, that's like what Tom says in From, that eventually everybody gets to the bar. No matter their accomplishments, they all end up at the bar.
Right. And I don't know anything about Long Day's Journey into Night, but when I saw that title, I just thought, okay, yeah, that fits. Then we watched the episode and thought, okay, maybe there's some, reference to the actual work. I don't know. But
well, as Scarlet said, that everybody always ends up in the bar. That's, again, a little nod to, what's his name? It's got right out of my head. The author.
Arthur Miller?
Of Long Day's Journey. What's his name?
No, maybe not.
It'll come to me. Since that bike accident where I got knocked out, proper names, just that part of my brain just doesn't work anymore.
Wow, really?
I mean, it does, but it's like, everybody complains as they get older about not being able to remember names. But it was the one thing, because I was diagnosed with a minor traumatic brain injury, and I said, what are the long-term ramifications of this? And they said, impossible to tell. There may be none. It may get worse. It may stay the same, but right after the accident, I was having short-term memory issues, but that went away fairly quickly. But the one thing that I noticed was, proper names, which I've never been particularly good at retaining anyway, have been more difficult ever since. So,
like Amy here said, sorry to hear about that. That's awful. But and as an actor, my gosh, like if you lost your ability to remember the lines, that would be horrible.
that would be a big deal, but that hasn't been a problem at all. In fact, I think it was a couple of years after that accident that I did a show. Or was it the same year? Might have been the same year. I did a show that summer where I had to take over for another actor and learn a lead role in basically 4 days of rehearsal. And I went on without a book on opening night. So no memory issues there for sure. It's just proper names. It's just this one weird little thing. And actually, minor traumatic brain injury sounds more traumatic than it actually is. It didn't even qualify as a concussion. I didn't have a concussion, even though I was knocked out. Didn't have any concussion symptoms, none of that stuff. And the doctor I spoke to about it made that distinction. But yeah, they can't predict what the long-term effects of those kind of things are going to be. But it's been 10 years from now and nothing else is manifested. So if that's the worst of it, I got off lucky as far as I'm concerned.
Thank God for that. You take care of yourself riding that bike around the city. Yeah.
You sound like one of my friends.
Very padded helmet. Lots of padding.
I don't go anywhere without a helmet. In fact, had I not been wearing a helmet in that accident, that would have been it. I would have been done. I would have been dead.
Yeah.
For sure. I have no
lucky
question.
to be alive. Yeah.
Yeah.
My God. Yeah. Yeah. Just be careful.
By the way, the answer is Eugene O'Neill.
Thank you. I knew it started with an E.
You're welcome.
Had an E in my head, but yeah.
Yeah, Doc said that's got to be frustrating, though. The not remembering names easily. Yeah. Yeah, indeed. That's got to be frustrating. Golden Child had asked something. I'm not sure. I don't really understand the question, but I wonder what Doug's take on the term synchronicity is.
I'm not quite sure what you mean by that question either, Golden Child. So if you could elaborate for us, that would be helpful.
Yeah. If you could let us know what you meant by that. But thank God you wear a helmet and you're smart enough to do that. And you're smart enough that horn is probably a big reason why you're alive to this day doing that much riding around the city, because that horn announces your presence.
Well, not really. I mean, it's more important with cars. The thing about the horn is the times when you're in great danger, you often don't have time to hit the horn in the first place. So it isn't any help in that regard. But riding a bike in the city, in traffic, is not, when you do it on a regular basis, it's not nearly as dangerous as people seem to think it is. You develop a sixth sense about things. For example, I can tell from a car's body language if a guy who hasn't put his turning signal on is going to make a right-hand turn in front of me. I can just tell by the subtle shift in the car. It's just these things you get used to, and your head is constantly on a swivel. Many years ago, I was going out to do a show in Winnipeg that we were going to tour around the entire province of Manitoba, and I was going to be one of the drivers. And so I was required to take a defensive driving course before I went to qualify as a driver. It was a contractual requirement. So I took this course, and it ended with a driver's test. And there was one bit where I think the guy was having me parallel park or something. So we were driving along a series of parked cars and looking for a space for me to parallel park in. And just from habit, because as a cyclist, when you're going by a bunch of parked cars, you're being very careful about keeping far enough away that if they open their door, you don't get doored. And you're looking for heads in the cars to see which ones are occupied, and you've got your hands on the brakes. I was doing the exact same thing in the car, which are the techniques they teach you, like keep your foot hovering above the brake and watch the cars to see which ones are occupied. And I'm doing all this stuff. And he said, it's interesting. I know we cover this in the class, but people often forget to do this stuff when we're actually doing the road test, because it's a lot to remember. And I said to him, I'm a cyclist. And he said, oh, I get it. You learn to do these things like out of habit, so, and for someone who's not accustomed to driving in city traffic, yes, it can be dangerous because you're not used to it. But when you do it all the time, you develop skills.
Yeah. And I don't know what the quality of motorists, I don't know what that is like in Canada compared to the US, but we have...
Toronto motorists are terrible. They're terrible.
Yeah. Terrible here too. I think a big issue too is, it used to be drunk driving was the number one thing, and then it just became distracted driving became even much worse. Like texting is the number one killer. Amy says good night. Good to see you again, Doug. Thank you for the live. Good night, Amy. Okay. Golden Child elaborated here. When you were talking about how writers give a nod to something they've read in the past, but it also fits perfectly into the theme of the show or storyline. That's what the synchronicity question was about.
Yeah. Well, I mean, synchronicity isn't really a proper use of the word in that context, to be honest. But I was just trying to describe how, when you're writing anything, any piece of fiction, you, just like an actor does, you draw from your own life experience. And so there can be things that show up in your work because they have a personal connection for you, and that's why you put them into the show. They don't necessarily have any more connection than that. It's just something that has some kind of resonance for you, and that's why you put it in there. And in the context of a show like From, which is full of all these, Easter eggs all over the place, there's a tendency for people to perceive all of that stuff like that. And my point was simply that that's not always necessarily the case.
Yeah. You could read too much into it easily.
And it's hard to know when to do that and when not to with something like From.
Absolutely.
How do you separate those things? How do you know to make the distinction between the two?
Absolutely.
But I had another thought about that. The play that Marcia and I are writing right now, the wife in the play, she taught sociology at Harvard for like 25 years, but her minor, when she got her degree, was in Greek mythology. And it's one of the reasons why they ultimately ended up vacationing on Crete, which is where the play takes place. They've now retired, and they've retired to the island of Crete. And it's a story about identity theft, and there's one point where she talks about how they first discovered Crete when they did this cruise, this Odysseus cruise that started in Turkey, where the Trojan War happened, and it followed Odysseus's route all the way to his home on the island of Ithaca. And one of those places was Crete, and that's when they first saw Crete, and they fell in love with the place. And I was thinking about the Trojan War and how this identity thief is kind of like the Trojan horse in the story. And we didn't plan it that way, but looking at it after the fact, it's like, oh yeah, Trojan War, here's our Trojan horse. How perfect is that? And people could see the show and go, oh yeah, they totally did that because they made up the ancient Greek thing because this is a Trojan horse story. No, it happened the other way around. And maybe on some subconscious level, that's the connection that we made, but it was by no means intentional. It was something we figured out way after the fact, and that happens with writers all the time, where people assume that there's a connection that, you pointed out to them and they go, oh, hey, look at that. That's really cool. I never realized that,
Yeah. That's what John Griffin always calls happy accidents.
Yes,
those are
exactly.
happy accidents.
Yeah, and that's where the element of synchronicity comes in, because you could describe happy accidents as being elements of synchronicity, or instances of synchronicity.
Absolutely.
Well, I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer to that question. And yeah, there are things that we're probably we look back now during our rewatch and we think, wow, they must have planned this, and this. Well, there are certain things that I listed earlier that I definitely think were planned, but then there were other things that may be happy accidents. And one example was Fatima. Fatima I did find out that I from one of their interviews, I'm pretty sure they did not plan on having her become pregnant with a monster pod. But I think it was just a happy accident that in season 1, she's shown taking a big bite into an apple, and she represents the Eve figure in the show, according to Jack Bender. And the apple is the forbidden fruit of knowledge. When she carries that smiley pod, she, as a result of carrying it, she gets the knowledge, the epiphany that the monsters were created because they sacrificed their children. I think that was probably a happy accident, but it's perfect. It fits perfectly with what they were setting up as this Eve-like figure biting from the forbidden fruit. It just works perfectly.
Well,
by the way,
that brings up another point that you know, some of that stuff that has happened earlier in the series was not necessarily intended to have a payoff later, but in the process of writing an episode, they go, hey, that thing in season 1, we could connect that to this here now. So like, it may not happen. Like, they may not have figured out back in season 1, oh, we're going to do that in season 4, you know, no, but like when they get there, they go, oh, we could totally connect this with that, you know, and so they put it in, you know, and they look like geniuses.
And then they look like geniuses. And right now we're marveling at their genius with every rewatch. Like, oh my God, this is amazing. They planned so much. And yes, I do think there's an argument to be made that they absolutely planned. I mean, to me, it's obvious. Like I said earlier, they planned Tabitha and Jade were going to be reincarnated. They planned that. They planned that there would be time travel. You know, AKA story walking, but other things, they linked it together later on. And by the way, Debbie Ebby Bobebby is here. It says, oh my God, hey Doug. She's the admin for a Facebook group that I think you're in.
Hi, Debbie.
She's a lovely, lovely person, lovely member of the Frumley. She supports so many channels. Just such a sweet human being. She's terrific. So I love to shout her out. Oh my God. We just got, oh my God, our numbers just jumped up. Our numbers just, I was wondering why our numbers just jumped up from 28 or 29 to 57 people.
From Zaxx.
From Zaxx. Zaxx is a guy. Zaxx is an awesome guy who has his own YouTube channel. And I do, I participate in a panel on another channel with Nadia, and Zaxx is as a panelist on that channel, and he just did this thing where when he ended his stream, he sent all of his people automatically over to here, so we just doubled our viewers. Now it's up to 61.
Well, that's unfortunate because I got to bail on you pretty soon. It's 1:15 here, so I'm going to have to hit the hay. But
well, while you're here, though, I mean, while these people are here, let me just promo some stuff for you.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'll stick around for that.
Because this is a golden opportunity. Because I don't want to keep you from going to bed, but if you guys didn't know, if you're a fan of From, Doug is a playwright. Doug has written 7 plays now. This is his 6th play. It's called Deadline, and it is a fantastic read. It's by Doug and his playwright partner, Marcia Kash. Highly recommend it. Any fans of From would love this book. Any fans of murder mysteries would love this book. Play rather. It's about 2 playwrights who get trapped in the murder mystery that they are writing. They get pulled into it. And it's got that supernatural element, like From, where these 2 people are trapped under mysterious circumstances and people are dying all around them. They have to figure out how to get out, how to write their way out of this murder mystery before they get murdered themselves. And highly recommend. I'm going to put the link to it in the chat where you can find it. When the stream ends, I'm going to add it to the description of the video too, which I meant to do earlier. I just put the link in the chat where you can buy a physical copy of it, or you can order an e-copy and then you don't even have to pay for shipping. So no matter where you are in the world, you can order it without worrying about import taxes or shipping. There's an e-copy. I like having the physical copy myself, but we're going to talk about it on a stream coming up. Several of the Fromily have read it already or are about to read it and ordered a copy. And so we're going to talk about it with Doug, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So I can't recommend it more. It also has comedic elements, just like From as well. It's highly entertaining and witty, full of twists. So I can't recommend it enough to people. And it's on playscripts.com, which is what I just put in the chat. That's the link in the chat. And if you go to playscripts.com and you search for Deadline, that's the one under Douglas E. Hughes is the version because there are two different deadlines. It's the Douglas E. Hughes version, which I linked in the chat. And if you're listening on the replay, it will be in the description of the video. As soon as this is over, I'm going to put that in there. If you want to know more about Doug, what's your website again, Doug?
It's just my name, DouglasEHughes.ca.
Douglas E. Hughes. If you want to know more about Doug, he has had a long career as a theater actor and playwright, and lots of different work in movies and TV shows off and on as well. DouglasEHughes.ca. Okay. That's his website. I just put that in the chat too. You'll be able to find all his links in the description of the video after the live ends as well. And I can't recommend his writing enough. It's terrific. He's written 7 plays total. And there's another website where you can get his first 5 plays if you like Deadline. I'll put that in the description of the video too. But yeah, I can't recommend it enough. And we're going to have a fun discussion about it soon. So hopefully some of you guys could join us. And thank you for popping in. And thank you to Zaxx for sending people over. Truly appreciate it. That was very kind of you. Doug is an amazing writer, and I just think his work needs more attention and deserves more attention. But playwrights have to pound the pavement working on this stuff, trying to get that out there.
I just saw a comment from Nightman where he says, can we get a quick overview of the book? I want to read it before stream. If you're interested, Julie mentioned this earlier, but I don't think you were here at the time. If you go onto the PlayScripts website, you can actually read the first 32 pages of Deadline on the website before you order it. So you'll get a very good sense of what it's all about that way.
Yeah. So the play is actually a total of just 74 pages. 74 pages, including, some stuff that's not even part of the play. So actually it's more like
props lists and set.
Yeah.
It's
more like 70 pages, and you can read the first 32 pages for free on that site that I put in the chat, and it will be in the description of the video. As soon as we end this, I'll put it in there. So you will get a clear idea of what this play is going to be like, and it hooks you in. I guarantee you're going to want to read more when you read that free sample on the playscripts.com website. So check it out. It's just like the first 7 minutes of From, the From challenge. The challenge was watch the first 7 minutes and you'll be hooked. And everyone has said the same, that they were hooked. And I feel the same way about reading that sample of Deadline. I wanted to know what was going to come next. So check it out. And then we can have a fun discussion about it soon as a group.
Well, thanks for the plug. Appreciate it.
I'm happy to do it, Doug. I mean, you deserve that. You deserve that attention. You work hard. You've worked hard for 34 years writing plays, and it shouldn't be so difficult to get attention on these things and get more productions of these plays.
Well, it's kind of like the acting business. There's way more people doing it than there are jobs available, and so it's a struggle for everybody, and the people who become household names are like the tiniest percentage of the people doing the job,
Yeah. Nightman, wait, what does this say? Nightman LOL says, wait a minute. I just read the description. If I buy the standard edition, will it be in script format? Or it is in script format, yes.
It's a play script, so it'll be in theater script format, not screenplay format. But yeah, it's definitely, it's a play script. Hence the name, playscripts.com.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun to read plays. I enjoy reading plays, and you're descriptive enough that I can picture what's going on. I can picture these characters. I can envision it all, and it makes it, because it's a play, it's not a mammoth task if you're a busy person and you don't have a lot of time. It's a quick read, because as a play, you don't, if you you have play dialogue, it doesn't take up as much of the page as a novel does. So you can breeze through it, and I guarantee you're going to enjoy it. If you love From, then you're going to enjoy this play. So highly recommend.
Hey, Doug, how long is the play?
It runs about an hour an act, I think.
Okay.
If memory serves me right. Yeah, I think it was very close to an hour an act, almost exactly, in the one production we've had so far.
Yeah. Captain Cardwell said it's weird he's not in yellow. He doesn't go around wearing yellow all the time.
I have to tell you, when it comes to like from a fashion point of view, yellow is like my least favorite color.
Yeah, it doesn't look good on a lot of people.
I think maybe orange is my least favorite. Like, I wear colors in that part of the spectrum, and suddenly I look like I've got leukemia. It just doesn't work on me.
I feel like it always looks. It makes me look like I have jaundice.
I guess it works for the man in yellow because he's supposed to look like shit. So that's okay.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Anyway, on that cheery night, I'm gonna cut out.
Okay.
But thanks for having me on again. It's been lots of fun, as it always is, and I hope we get to do that deadline chat soon, because I'm really looking forward to hearing what you guys think of the play and what your questions are about it too. That would be a lot of fun.
Yes, I'm going to keep in touch with the people that are ordering it through my Discord. By the way, I'm going to put my link to the Discord in the chat. If you haven't joined the Discord, that's kind of a way that I'm asking people in the Discord to just let me know, people who have ordered it. So I have an idea of who's ordered it, and, if you're done reading it, so that we can, have this discussion without spoiling for anyone who's in the middle of it. So yeah, after you head out, Doug, I'll do that. I'll put the link to the Discord in the chat, and then we'll figure out a time, hopefully soon, when people have had a chance to read it, and we can have a great discussion about it. I'm really looking forward to it. So
me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a great pleasure as always, and like I said, I hope we get to do it again soon. So good night, everybody.
I hope so too. Thank you so much for being here for such a long time again, Doug. It's just been a pleasure. It is always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Okay, take care. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Good night. My goodness. Yes, please hit the like button. Like Debbie said, I would truly appreciate it. I always forget when I'm in other people's live chats. I forget until people remind me. So if you could hit the like button, that would really be appreciated. Thank you, Debbie, for asking for that. I appreciate it. Yeah.
I drew this horse while we were talking.
You drew that horse while we were talking?
I drew this horse.
Wow. Nice. Oh yeah, I'm so blind that I couldn't even make out what it was. That's how blind I am.
You'll have to watch it later when you have your glasses on.
Yeah. I haven't lost my glasses. I don't like the way the ring light reflects in the lenses, so I don't wear them on stream. But
yeah.
Yeah, actually, Debbie, in his time. Sorry, what, Scarlet?
Oh, I'm just jacking around. Sorry.
Okay, I thought I cut you off.
No.
Debbie, actually, in his time zone, it's 1:26 a.m. He's in the same time zone as me. It's 1:26 a.m. Same for you, right, Scarlet? Isn't it the same time zone for you?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Toronto's the same time zone as us.
Doug is in the same time zone as us. Yeah.
Amazing.
So he is a trooper. Yes. He stayed for 3 hours and 11 minutes or so. Yeah. After 1 a.m. And he retained his energy the whole time. It's amazing. Like, he was an energetic guest, as always, right up to the end. He didn't even look like he was getting tired. Yeah. So yeah, we appreciate it so much. It's always a great time. And I appreciate Zaxx for ambushing, for hijacking that, whatever it is. What is it called? What is it called? Raiding.
Raiding.
Not hijacking. Hijacking has a bad connotation. Raiding the chat. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. It gave me an opportunity to sing Doug's praises to more people. So thank you very much. Doug plays the man in yellow on From, but I think a lot of people still don't know that he's also an amazing playwright, and he's written a play that it just has so many parallels to From, again, Deadline, that I really think that the From audience would enjoy. So I've been shouting it from the rooftops, because he's only gotten one production of the play done 2 years ago, and he's struggling to try to get another production. This is just the nature of the business. He's got 34 years of experience writing plays, but you still, in most cases, you still have to really fight and push and, send it out everywhere to try to get it produced. And while we may not be able to do that for him, at least we can get more attention on it. And with word of mouth, well, you just never know what could happen. The more we talk about it and get the word out, who knows? Someone in a position to get a production going might actually start it. You just never know. I mean, we can dream anyway, but in the meantime, we can, give him feedback on his work that he so enjoys hearing. We can enjoy it together and have a great conversation with him about it. And I know that would make him happy. And we're planning on doing it soon. I just gotta keep track of who's getting it and when, and so we don't spoil it for people before they have a chance to read it. I'm so sorry with Alice. I didn't see this before, but when Doug was here, do you have a favorite mystery from season 1? I did put that in the title of the video, mysteries from season 1. My favorite, that's a good question, right? Favorite mystery. What would be the favorite mystery? I would have to say, gosh, there's the dragging of the tent. Honestly, the biggest mystery that's still ongoing from season 1 on, that I'm the most curious about, is who or what the hell is the boy in white? That's the thing that's the most compelling and interesting to me. I'm fascinated. And in fact, I just put out a video on the boy in white, which I know hardly anybody's going to watch because people are all frummed out now, and I understand. I should have got, the one I've been talking about for months, Scarlet, I finally released it. It took me long enough. I had it done almost done over a month ago, and I just couldn't get it out. I got overwhelmed with covering Severance, and I couldn't get it out. So I put it out. If you guys haven't seen it, it's my part 2 of my boy in white versus man in yellow theory. And Man in Yellow part 1, that video has already been out for a while, but I finally released it. It's the newest video on my channel, and I'm going to throw the link to that in the description of the video. I just haven't done it yet. When this live ends, I'm going to put that in along with all of Doug's links. So I would really appreciate it. I know people are frummed out, but if you could maybe find the time to give my boy in white video a view, it would be much appreciated. Something I've been wanting to put out for months, but I just got so overwhelmed with Severance stuff and life stuff. But it's finally done and out there. And, if it doesn't get much in terms of view count, well, then that's okay. I'm just happy with the final product, except there was of it. Oh, Scarlet fell off. I'm going to be right back. There was a 30-second silence right in the middle of the video that I screwed up and forgot to edit out, but thankfully Dieter saved the day and alerted me to it, and I fixed it. So I took it out. I know how to edit videos now. I've picked up some skills finally. I'm teaching myself bit by bit to get better at what I'm doing, and so I can edit out mistakes. You're not going to hear a bunch of mistakes in my videos anymore where I trip over my words. I can edit that stuff out now. And so I like to think I'm growing as a content creator, and I'm still going to occasionally put out a From Theory video even in the off season because I really enjoy it, and we're doing a rewatch. So more ideas keep forming, and I'm going to keep doing it. Whether people view it or not, I'm doing it because I love it, not for the view count anyway. But that's probably my favorite mystery. What about you with Alice? I have to catch up with the chat, but I'm wondering what your favorite mystery from season 1 is. Or anybody else? What's your favorite mystery or unanswered question from season 1? I'd be curious to hear that. Really appreciate you, Zaxx. That was so kind of you to do that, and it really helped. Like, I mean, just I'm trying to get Doug as much attention as possible because he deserves it. He has been like the From ambassador. He has been so kind to the From community. So I think the least we can do is just be kind back and give his work a try. And I loved his play. I genuinely loved reading Deadline. So I'm going to be continuing to read more of his work. And so thank you, Zaxx. Not only did you help me out, but more importantly, helped Doug out by doing that. And I appreciate it, truly. Getting him a little bit more attention. Good night, Faith and Repentance. Appreciate you. Thanks for coming, Zaxx Raiders. Yeah, that was awesome. I was like, whoa, all of a sudden the view count exploded. Like, what the hell happened? I looked, it went from 28 to like 60. That was crazy.
We have to figure out where to put them after our live's done, like move them into another place.
Yeah, Zaxx, I was actually thinking about doing that. I actually just said that to somebody yesterday. I thought any theory videos that I make in the off season that people are not going to watch, I could always just make them private when season 4 gets close and then re-release them all, re-upload them all, and maybe they'll get views. So thank you. I thought maybe I didn't know if that was a good idea or not, but because I'm new to this, I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, thank you. You have more experience than me, so now you validated my idea so I will do that. Thank you for that, and thank you for rating the chat. Truly appreciate it. Martin, Julie, you smashed it when you were revealing his work. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. I'm not used to being on camera, but I appreciate it. Oh, Scarlet dropped off again. I appreciate the kind words. It's nerve-wracking being on camera, and I had a lot of insecurities starting to do it. But when I started getting interviews, I thought, okay, I can't hide anymore. When I have special guests on, I have to. There's got to be at least one of us on camera, and I'm okay with it now. I've gotten comfortable with it, but hearing kind words helps a lot still. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask if he'd like to join us on a season 4 watch along, but felt cheeky. It can wait, right? Let's hope. Oh yeah, we'll have plenty more chances to talk to him, Martin. You don't have to worry about that. Like, we can ask him. He'll be back soon. Trust me. I didn't expect him to be back tonight, but I knew it was a possibility. That's why when I was promoting tonight's live on Monday, I said, now we might start the season 2 rewatch, but you never know when we might have a special guest. And sure enough, Doug asked if I wanted him to come on, and the answer was hell yes, I do. The answer is always going to be hell yes. So yeah, that would be cool if you would like join us on a season 4 watch along when it comes out. That's a cool idea, Martin. I like that. Scarlet, you never got a chance to answer that question about the favorite mystery from season 1. Oh, and thank you, Susie. Thank you very much. It's one of my favorite shirts, actually. It came from this collection called Beauty and the Beast. It was actually a Beauty and the Beast brand
Nice.
at Kohl's. No kidding. Because of all the roses, Belle and the rose theme in Beauty and the Beast. And so I got it from the juniors department. Yeah, I still wear juniors clothes that teenagers wear, but I think they're cute, so I wear them anyway. I don't care. I'm nowhere near a teenager. Yeah.
Well, I got some crazy echo.
I appreciate it, Susie. That's sweet of you. I don't hear an echo. Scarlet echoes.
Yeah. I have a gold bell dress and a red velvet cloak thing to put over it. I haven't ever worn it anywhere.
I have a gold bell dress from the Beauty and the Beast collection too.
Ooh, we should wear them to sometime together.
We should both wear it sometime on stream. I hope I can find it. I hope all my clothes got all mixed up when I moved here. My mom packed them for me, so I don't know where anything. I still don't know where anything is. Half my clothes, I have to go scrounging deep in my jammed closet that's overflowing with clothes. Hopefully, my bell dress is still in there. We could both wear it. We could wear our bell dresses. That would be funny.
Yeah, Susie asked me if this was me, and I put on my Severance, my Russian Severance picture that I should have utilized on our live.
Yeah.
This is how I dress normally in Michigan for winter. So I have the fur hat and the long black coat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's I can now I can see. Yeah, that's you would have fit right in with the Severance crew with the black coats and the black Russian hat.
Yeah, because they said in the podcast, they said we wanted somebody that looked 100 years old, and I guess my fashion sense is 100 years ago.
I guess so.
1825, baby.
Yeah. Helps you with
or
those
1925. Oh, both of them. 1825, 1925. Who cares? It's all
helps with those Michigan winters, I'm sure. So, I
actually didn't wear this coat much. I had kind of like a little gothic Lolita coat that has this cute little collar on it. And I wore that all last winter because it was mild. Because we get 2 or 3 mild winters, and then we get hit with a doozy.
Yeah.
That's when you want the full length.
Seriously, yeah. It's we've got some big storms, some snowstorms hitting us soon in the Northeast. Thank you, Zaxx. It's so much more complicated when you're running a show while on camera. People don't always get that. Yeah, believe me, I've learned that from experience. That the first time I did it, it was really nerve-wracking, and I still get anxious trying to figure out how to stay focused on what the guest is saying and locked into the conversation, but also not ignoring the chat and glancing over.
Yeah.
While Doug is speaking, I'm starring comments to bring into the conversation later when the right moment hits. So it's not easy to juggle it. Even on running any live is a juggling act that people don't always understand. But then when you add in being on camera, it's even more complicated. Yeah. So I appreciate everyone's patience. If I don't get to questions or comments right away, many times I'll get to them later when the person might have even left the live at that point. But I do get to them. Sometimes I just work them into the conversation later. Something from 2 hours ago or like an hour ago, I'll be like, oh, Doug, someone said this, because it fits with what we're talking about at the moment, and I don't want to cut him off while he's speaking, of course. So, I save things for later. So I appreciate people's patience. I'm new at this. So thanks for not getting mad or yelling at me if I don't get to your question or comment right away. Thank you for being kind. Scarlet, what was that? Your avatar switched to something. Was that your hat?
Yeah, close one.
Yeah.
Oh, to answer the question about the mysteries, my biggest mystery I would like to have solved was the webbing and what pulled the tent.
Oh yeah. Those are big ones for me. In terms of biggest unanswered questions, those would be like pulling of the tent. I would say the spider webs most of all, because the pulling of the tent I can just explain away by whatever force collapsed the Matthews house also pulled the tent. It was invisible. It was the man in yellow working his invisible powers from wherever he was at the time. Yeah, your avatar keeps changing. And thank you, Dieter. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Dieter, for all your support. I truly appreciate it. I'm sorry I don't always get to all your comments and stuff when we have a guest, and it's a lot to juggle, but thank you so much. I see you in there promoting and helping and supporting the channel, and I truly appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you so much, Dieter. You're amazing. I would be lost without your support. Susie said, "No wonder he'd be your guest." Nice one. Be our guest, as in from Beauty and the Beast.
That's our guest. Yep.
That's my favorite song from Beauty and the Beast too. It's a classic. I love that. I grew up on that. I have a gold cape with a hood. Oh, Susie, we should all dress up together. You can come on. You can wear that. It's our gold bell dresses. That's it. That's what we should do. Oh yeah. Susie said about you, Scarlet, "I love that quote. What, y'all are adorable. It's so cool to put faces to voices."
Except nice. The fact I have a picture on my Discord, that's me.
Oh yeah.
You seen me before, Susie. You seen me. You seen me.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have a picture on Discord. That's her. That's really her. That's not some character. Maybe she thought that was like because you're dressed up. I don't know. Maybe she thought you're using a character as an avatar or something. But that's really Scarlet.
Oh. Yeah, that's me.
Hey, I need new shoes. Well, kind of in that Doug came and left, but there's always the replay. Doug Hughes was here again, starting at 10 o'clock. He was with us for like 3 hours and 11 minutes. God bless him. That was amazing. So yeah, but there's always the replay you can check out. But I'm not ready to get off yet. I'm still here. We're still here for now.
I'm probably gonna have a snow day, so will just still be here.
Yeah, I just need to lean back in my chair because I've been sitting like this for too many hours and it hurts.
This is my horse. I just drew this horse while we were talking.
Oh yeah, that's great.
Oh yeah, well, Doc, I am part AI, I guess. Sure.
Oh, I thought Scarlet was AI.
No. I'm this horse.
No. Well, let me see. Alice says, "I wonder, is Victor as innocent as he seems to be, or is more there?" I think what you see is what you get in terms of how innocent he is. I don't think that he's hiding anything. Like he's gonna surprise us with a. I forget the character. There's a character that people always compare, like say, like, oh, he could pull a something. I forget the name of the character where like it's a surprise. He was a villain the whole time, but he seemed completely innocent. And there's a classic.
Kaiser Soze.
That's it. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna pull a Kaiser Soze. And like, nope, surprise, I've been evil the whole time.
Or it could be a Scooby-Doo reveal and he just takes his face off the mask and it's Jim underneath and you're like, how?
Yeah. It's Jim underneath. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that he's truly innocent and a victim of the place, and if he did have any culpability in anything that's happened, I think he doesn't remember. So, like, if anything else was his fault, I think he doesn't remember. But I don't think any of it is his fault. The only thing that I could say is, like, maybe some things in the place have been manifested by him without his knowledge, but not. I don't think any of the evil stuff is his fault, though. I really don't. But the way it looks, maybe some of it was manifested from his imagination as a child. Maybe the way the monsters are dressed, but not the monsters themselves. I don't think he created them, or or I don't believe he's the boy in white or anything like that. Like the boy in white is an avatar for him. I know that's a theory, but I don't think so personally. But hey, who knows? Victor is an enigma. I was watching a whole bunch of Scott McCord interviews before I talked to him earlier, so that I would get some idea of what has already been asked and said, and I could bring something different in case he lets me share it publicly. And where was I going with this? I lost my train of thought. What were we talking about right before I said that?
Kaiser Soze.
Yeah. And it was
And
like, right.
then I don't know. I take the whole 10 minutes to say, "Hey, can you be on our live? Hey, can you be on our live? Hey, can you be on our live?"
I know I wanted to come out and ask, but I was too afraid of rejection and embarrassing myself.
Julie,
I
you gotta
couldn't
take your opportunities.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
Oh.
I was too afraid, but we did go, I will say this, we did go way over what we were scheduled to do. We were supposed to only talk for 10 minutes. And the guy who runs the contest said that, you can expect it to go over, but I'll jump in, just, I'll have to be the bad guy, fair warning, and I'll jump in and wrap things up. And I kept waiting for him to do it, and he wasn't doing it. And time was passing, and I was like, oh my God, okay, well, I guess I'll just keep talking and asking questions and making comments to him. And Scott was responding, and then he was asking about my channel. And next thing I know, like at least 40 minutes went by. Like 40 minutes.
And you didn't once ask him to be on our lives.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. But he did ask me about the channel. And he said that he's been aware of this channel, that he's been aware of our lives, and he, we've done so much, as a matter of fact, that he had the impression that we'd been around a lot longer than we have. He was thinking like we've been around since the beginning of the show, and I said, no, I just started the channel in September. And he said, but I said that we've been doing so many lives and marathon length ones, and I also release a lot of videos. And he said, oh, that must be why. It gave me the impression you've been around longer than you have. But he's been aware of the channel already. And that just floored me. That blew my mind that Scott McCord is aware of this channel. And I mean, we're brand new to this, and the fact that he's actually aware of it is amazing. But I couldn't come out and ask him, but I will say the way we left things was, like I said, like he asked me a bunch about, okay, like what are your lives like? And, I told him that, like, he said, how long are they? And I said, no.
How long is time?
Yeah. And I said, actually, the record was 11 hours. That's my personal record.
With or without sleeping time.
With or without sleeping time. Yeah. And for you, at least 8.5, I would say, for you. And that was only because you had to go to work.
Yeah,
so
that was the same day. That was the same night day. Night day.
Yeah.
But then people got mad at me because I was at work, but you were sleeping, and I was supposed to have to try to get you up somehow.
Yeah. I told him I'll never try to do that again because I was falling asleep. I was trying to fall asleep on the stream, and he laughed at that. I told him we've toned it down a bit. That I said generally the lives were around 8 hours when season 3 was airing, and then now we've kind of taken it down to around 6 hours max. Sometimes it goes over though, and he thought even that was wild. He was like, he said 8 hours, even 6 hours. That's a lot. He said, like, what are you talking about for all that time? What are you guys what are you doing? Not in a judgmental way, but he was genuinely curious. He was not thinking we're nuts or anything. He was just like, wow, this is amazing. And I told him that we just deep dive into theories and analyzing the show from all different perspectives. We get into we get into silly conversations, but we also discuss like philosophical conversations and theory crafting and just all different ways of analyzing the show like a piece of literature. and we have great conversations with an amazing chat, and that's why we can go for so long. So I told him basically that's what we do, and he was really amazed by it, and I and he said something like, well, hopefully we can talk again. This is how this is what maybe gives me a little bit of hope. He said, hopefully we can talk again. I don't remember the exact words, but I'll have to watch the video back to see it. But it was something like, hopefully we can talk again sometime. And I said, oh, I would love that. Like, I was like, I wanted to say more,
and
but
then you say, hey, you could come on sometime. Come on to one of our lives. We'd love to interview you.
I couldn't. Oh, I just couldn't do it. I wanted to say it. What?
And good day, sir.
A good day. Yeah. Oh God, I couldn't do it. But he did say, like, when he signed off, he said something like, talk to you soon or something. So maybe that's a good sign. We might have a chance. So I don't know. It's just that I know that Scott doesn't do a lot of these things, and I just don't feel I didn't feel like I'm established enough to ask him.
Yes, you are. Do it.
We're so new to this, and the channel is so new,
boy.
and I just couldn't ask. I couldn't come out and ask. But now that we've had this conversation, so I sent him an Instagram message to say thank you so much for all of your time. And he was tired. He had a long day. He even admitted after that he felt bad. He worried that his answers weren't good enough because he had a long day. But and yet, even after that, he asked me all these questions about our lives and about my channel. And so I sent him a message to say thank you on Instagram. And before, if I was just some rando he never actually talked to, maybe he might not have seen my message. Maybe it might not have jumped out at him, because I don't know how many people try to jump in his DMs or not, or slide in his DMs, whatever the expression is. But maybe the guy who runs the contest from Squawking Dead, he told me just send him an Instagram message to ask him if it's okay if you use the video, and he's going to ask him too. But he said Scott is pretty responsive. He'll probably answer you. So then when he answers me, if he says I can use the video publicly, then maybe I could have an opening to ask him if he'd come on our live. I could take the rejection a little bit better if it's in the form of a written message instead of face to face. I could handle it a little bit better, but I couldn't do it face to face looking at him. I just couldn't. If he said no, I would just die of embarrassment. So
you just take it with grace. He says no, and you're like, okay, thank you, and you just go on to the next thing.
I was even nervous asking him if I can use this video and release it publicly. I'm nervous about what he's going to say. I'm still nervous.
He'll probably say yes. He'll probably say yes.
The guy from Squawking Dead said that he's done these things before, and he's never gotten a no from anybody. The only thing he got was a no answer at all, no response. But other than that, no one has ever said no when they've been asked if the video can be shared publicly. It's like a personal keepsake, but people do share them. So hopefully he'll say yes, and I can release it like an interview for everybody to see, which is pretty wild, because I normally I don't have the stature to get an interview like Scott McCord right now, because I don't know how to reach people's agents, and people usually book these things through their agents. I tried DMing one of the actors, I won't say who, but I haven't gotten an answer. And I understand, I'm sure they get a lot of requests. But now maybe we have a chance, because I did make enough of a connection that after an exhausting day, he sat there for he sat there for like 50 minutes because I wasn't ready on time. So
nice. Make him wait.
I wasn't ready. Yeah. But it was actually okay, because he was sitting there talking to the Squawking Dead guy and just kind of getting his setup right himself. And I was listening the whole time, so I knew they weren't like, okay, where is she? I was listening, and I was just getting my stuff ready. And the format was different. It was in a different platform than I'm used to, but it was a lot like StreamYard. I don't like the way it looks as much. it looked like I was looking off to the side instead of right in front, but that's okay. I'm thrilled that I had the chance to do it. I'm just grateful for it. And who knows what could happen now that we've made a personal connection. Maybe he'll come on and talk to us. That would be incredible. Yeah, I will definitely ask via DM. I can try to get up the courage to do that at least, and if he says no, he says no, but I will do that.
And then you just shake it off and you go on. Shake it off, you know.
I am still the same little girl inside that was so afraid of rejection that as a little girl, I was afraid to call up my friend and my best friend and ask her if she wanted to come over to my house and play because I was afraid she'd say no. I'm still in in a lot of ways, I'm still that little girl that's afraid of rejection, which is so ridiculous. You're a little kid. Why are you afraid to ask your friend to come over and play? But that's just how I've always been. Like if I get a no to something, I feel like there's something wrong with me. I take it personally. It makes me insecure.
Yeah.
You know.
We'll get you over that eventually.
Yeah.
With time.
I'm trying to get a thicker skin, you know. Thank you with Alice. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of my favorites, and I forgot I even had it. So I was like, hey, this is a good choice to wear tonight. Make me feel less insecure on camera. I developed a clothing obsession. I actually became like addicted to buying clothes because it made me feel less insecure, like trying to, like trying to buy self-esteem. I realized, and when I realized that's how I got over my shopping addiction with clothes. This was back when I used to run up credit card debt too. I shouldn't have been buying all those clothes, but I've gotten over it now. Yeah.
Yeah,
Martin,
I seem to have a steampunk clothing and corset problem and boot problem.
Oh, really?
They're always so pretty, you know.
Yeah. I was doing it for the wrong reasons, and I was doing it to excess just to try to buy self-esteem. Like, oh, if I put this on, I won't feel so bad about myself.
I have like a whole Rococo. I have a whole Rococo outfit. Where am I going to wear it? I don't know. I'll wear it somewhere.
It makes me sad now, actually. I look back and I hate it what I saw in the mirror. I hated the way I looked for years. I thought I don't even want to say how I looked at myself, but I've come a long way. I never thought I'd be doing this. That's for damn sure. On camera, on a public YouTube channel. I didn't even like looking people in the eye when I went out in public. That's how insecure I was. Martin, Julie, your takes on Kendrick Bowl and that same milkshake energy post made me laugh. Thank you. I've been tweeting a lot about Kendrick lately. Thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. I just kind of jumped in this late in the game and just recently educated myself on the whole Kendrick Drake thing, and I watched a 3-hour video essay on it. So now I felt qualified to actually start tweeting stuff about it, and it was fun. It's been very enjoyable to tweet about that. Yeah, don't get me started about Kendrick. Like Dieter says, believe me, I will go off on a tangent, but no, I won't do it now. I promise. But yeah, thank you. It's been fun. Yeah, one of my tweets got seen by over 3,000 people, and people keep liking it and retweeting it. So that was cool. I'm new to all this stuff, but I guess after that 3-hour video essay, my takes are good enough that one of them actually kind of caught on to, it got 3,000 views. So that was fun. I was a casual Kendrick Lamar fan until a few months ago. Now I'm a diehard. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Whoa, what was that? You okay, Scarlet?
What?
I heard a crash.
Oh, I'm not doing anything. Where is that? Poltergeist activity, paranormal activity.
I thought I heard a loud noise.
All I did was pick up my iPad.
Oh.
I don't know. What does it sound like?
I don't know. Just sort of like something fell. Like I don't know, like something fell on the floor or something. I don't know. Thank you, Dieter. This channel
I
is
was
the
looking for my mic on my iPad.
Oh, this channel is the remedy in dark days. Well, thank you, Dieter. I'm glad it can help. I'm really glad it can help. Martin said my favorite mystery right now is Sarah's voices she heard and then the seizure after. I'm trying to put that together at the moment. And yes, who dragged the damn tent? Yes, Martin. Who dragged the damn tent? I think the voices are spirits of the deceased, including the Abby voice. I think that's what's going on with that, and that they're tied to the bottles in the tree, like I've gone on about many times. You've probably heard me go on about it. Just the way the camera panned up really fast, jarringly fast, and did a close-up on the bottles in the tree as Sarah was screaming. I hear them. That, I think that's a signal to us that the spirits are attached to those bottles. She's hearing the voices of spirits that are attached to the bottles. So like that's the clue that cinematography gave us. That's my theory on that. And I do think there's spirits of the deceased, possibly some of them evil spirits, if you go by the southern bottle tree tradition and mythology, that the bottles were to trap evil spirits when you hang them in the tree. Now Abby's not evil, not the real Abby anyway. So I don't know, maybe the show kind of used that piece of mythology and did their own thing with it. Maybe it's just normal spirits attached to those bottles, and Abby's one of them. That's what I think. There are so many unanswered questions, so many of them. Martin said, Julie, have you watched the Pop Out Kendrick concert yet? His performances were brilliant. I loved Money Trees. Oh yeah. Yeah, as I've been jumping down the Kendrick rabbit hole as a new diehard, going from casual fan who just knew the hits like Humble and DNA, now to being obsessed. Yeah, I watched the Pop Out. It's on YouTube. Somebody put the whole thing on YouTube, and I watched it. It was amazing. Especially my favorite part was when he played Not Like Us 5 times in a row. I mean, come on. That was epic. I mean, what else could you say? And he brought a bunch of different gang members on stage and united them. That was a beautiful thing. Like there's still going to be gang culture. It's not like he made peace among all the gangs, but for that moment in time, they were all up there dancing together to Not Like Us, and basically dancing on Drake's grave to Not Like Us. And it was beautiful what he did. He just keeps giving back and trying to do good things, use his platform to do good. And I really respect that about him. But at the same time, being diabolical with that 5 time in a row, Not Like Us. Amazing. Anyway, I won't go off on that. I listen to the Pop Out concert at least a few times a week. I watch it a lot myself. Yeah. Yeah. No, thanks for mentioning it. Yeah, I'm glad to know you're a fan too. Yeah. When I fancy rap, I'll go to Kendrick, 50 or Pop Smoke. Kendrick is to me. I'm no hip hop expert, but I think he's the best thing going. He's the best thing going now. Let's see. Nightman says, Julie B, we look up to you because you let us down. Wait, what? Because you let us down. Just kidding. What does that mean? Just kidding, though. That's good. Yeah. I will try to get to get Scott to join our live. Susie says I look up to her because I'm 4'10" and too scared to start my channel, even though I got most of the gear now. Well, I'm 5'3", so I'm not that much taller than you. I'm pretty small. I'm a small person too, but don't be scared, Susie. You've got what it takes. You've got an amazing, unique, creative personality. You need a channel. If anybody needs a channel, it's you. Don't be scared. It's easy to say don't be scared. I was scared. Everybody's scared when they start, but I really liked this I kind of adopted this as my mantra years and years ago. I was kind of raised to be afraid and anxious, scared of everything all the time, and I finally decided I was never going to be ready to do something unless I just did it. Like, I was never going to really feel ready, and I heard this expression, just do things scared. Just do it. It doesn't matter if you're scared or if you don't feel ready, do things scared. And I heard a song too that had the same kind of message, and it was called Never Be Ready by Matt Carney, and it was just all about how, you know, you're like a bird with your feet on the wire talking about flying, but you're too scared to take off. You're never going to be ready if you keep waiting for the perfect time to come. You just need to jump in and do it. And with a channel, the only way to learn and get experience and get proficient at what you're doing is just to do it, just to jump in and do it. There's literally no other way. There's no, like, I mean, yeah, you can like read up on what to do and stuff, but you learn by doing. And people in the community will be kind and understand that, you know, you're learning as you go. You got to learn as you go. Yeah, Fletch, you didn't know my record was 11 hours? Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was pretty well known. It was kind of legendary. I'm kidding. It's not, but seriously, 11 hours.
I ran to work. I ran down the street to my work, to my school.
Oh yeah. She waited until the literal last moment before she had to like run to work. Wasn't it like
I put my pennies on and ran down the street?
What wasn't it kind of like was it slippery?
Person. Oh no,
yeah.
No, this was earlier in the year. I mean, like last year. There wasn't any snow or anything.
Oh no. I hope not. Nightman said, well, wow, he was probably really hurt that you didn't ask even after bringing up your channel. Oh my God, I hope he wasn't hurt. Well, I'm going to ask right away then. What? I mean, do you think he'd be actually really hurt, Scarlet? Okay, now I have to ask him right away.
Yeah, now you got to do it.
Shit.
Do it.
I mean, I was just afraid of rejection. I wanted to ask. Believe me, I wanted to ask. Yeah, well, I'm going to be sending him hopefully he gets back to my message on Instagram, and my follow-up is going to be asking. Yes, definitely. And I'll just explain to him that I was afraid, and I'm sure he'll understand. He's such a kind, beautiful soul. What a beautiful, like, gentle soul. He seems like like just one of those special individuals with this light, this bright light that comes from him. He's so calming and soothing to talk to, and like, I can't explain it, you know. It's just you just feel peaceful talking to him. He's a peaceful, gentle soul. I mean, he envisions Victor as like a wise old owl as his spirit animal, and he draws pictures of him like that to get into character as Victor. He draws crayon pictures, which is amazing as a method actor. That's so cool that he does that. And he's just, oh God, he's just so kind. And he you know, he put my name on one of his crayon pictures for a cameo that he did, and he put it up to the camera. I mean, that's just a beautiful soul right there. And he describes this owl spirit animal as protecting me. I mean, he's a lovely person. So I would never want to hurt his feelings. That's the last thing I would want to do. My God. Yeah, you gave me the push I needed by saying that. I'm definitely going to ask now. Damn. I have not checked out Cassandra, new German sci-fi masterpiece after dark. Thank you for the tip, putting me onto that, Fletch. I love dark. I absolutely love dark. So if it's got that kind of quality to it, sign me up. I'm sure Scarlet, you probably haven't had time to get through dark much more, right?
Yeah, with Severance coming up and Yellow Jackets and all that, I didn't have any personal time to watch dark. I got through the first season. I want to start the second.
Oh, so you finished season 1 though?
Yeah, I finished
Oh,
season
that's
1.
good. That's a good place to stop. And
And plus, I have to watch all the Froms again too. So it's usually like From, Severance, Yellow
oh yeah,
Jackets.
well, yeah. So that's a good place to stop. I mean, other people had to wait between seasons, so you got through season 1, and then when you have time, maybe when Yellow Jackets ends or something, then you can come back to it. Hopefully, you like it enough to keep watching. Hopefully, so
Yeah, I have a question, people in chat. When is Yellow Jackets actually starting? Because I listened to a podcast today, and they were going to be like showing those first 2 episodes at 3 a.m. EST.
what? Okay, I thought it was going to be midnight.
I have no idea. What I was planning to do is everything on Sunday with Jamie and like Sci-Fi Vision and do those lives, and then just have a party before that because Friday it's gonna be a madhouse with Severance there.
Yeah.
I don't know when those episodes are landing, and I think I just might give myself a little gift, a little Valentine's Day gift of a Paramount Plus with Showtime subscription, so I can just watch it on my own
Yeah.
at like 4 in the morning, I guess, when it drops.
At 4 in the morning. That's
I
gonna be a
don't know.
wild. That's
I
gonna
have
be
no
a time.
idea. I mean, if people want to have watch parties on Friday, I'm like, good luck. Good luck to you. I don't know when it's dropping.
That's a weird time to drop. That's
I
gonna
mean,
be a
at
busy.
any time. It could be 9 p.m. It could be midnight. It could be 3 a.m. It could be
That's-
Friday night. Who knows? Instead of Thursday at midnight, you know? I have no idea.
If I swear to God, if they pull some bullshit like they did with that Apple
Oh,
did with
yeah.
Severance, and they release it hours before midnight, I'm gonna be pissed because that sucks. Because then you'll have to, you won't even be able to watch Severance when it drops. Hopefully that won't happen. But you're gonna have a busy.
I would watch Severance and then just watch Yellow Jackets on my own.
You're gonna have a busy.
I would watch your watch party. Then I would go to sleep, and then I would give myself a gift, a Valentine's Day gift of Paramount Plus with Showtime, and then I would just watch it on my own when I had time.
Yeah, you're gonna have a busy night, watching the set.
Yeah,
Watching
I mean,
Severance, and then-
I mean, I wish they were this. I wish it was almost Friday night. I wish they would just release shows on different nights.
Yeah. That's why does everybody want to release everything at that time? What is it? What is it about that? And this is
Yeah, it's strange. Or this earlier in the day. Why 9? Why Severance at 9 p.m.? Why not earlier?
Yeah.
It's weird. Why not like at 7? You know, like a lot more people could watch it. Why 9?
Yeah. I don't know. It's a weird time. It's a really weird time, but season 5 we will have Julie as an extra in From. Oh, I should be so lucky. Yeah. That would be crazy.
It could be a red shirt.
Yeah. I know Tony and Phil want to be extras so bad. They're like, just put us in the show. They've even said like, you can kill us off in a ridiculous way. Just put us on the show, just kill us off in the most ridiculous way. But like, please make us extras on the show. Like
Tony and Phil have an Eric death.
Yes.
Like a one line.
Or like a porn stash death, they said. That like just let us on the show. I would love to see that. Put Tony and Phil on the show, please. Like we need to start a campaign, like a petition to make Tony and Phil. Now that would be entertaining. Tony and Phil on the show. I wouldn't be entertaining at all, but they would. Dieter, hopefully we'll get to see the recording. Hopefully I will get to release the recording with Scott. Fingers crossed. It was a really great conversation. I watched all of Scott's recent interviews, so I tried to ask him and talk to him about stuff that hadn't been discussed. So it's not going to be a rehash of what everyone else was saying. It's actually something different.
Oh.
So hopefully.
Susie, I forgot. Happy birthday. And I was going to try to get Doug to do something for you, and then he went away before you came on. Or did you come on when he was finished?
Oh, no, it's Susie's birthday today?
Yeah, I was going to say, I said, come to the slide tomorrow. We'll have something for you. And then I didn't follow through. Sorry, Susie.
Oh. Well, chances are the chances are pretty likely that we're going to have Doug on again very soon. I wouldn't be surprised if we have him on again next week. So we can always have him say a belated happy birthday to Susie. I will like jot that down. I will never remember because my memory is terrible, but I'll make a note of that somewhere for next time. Season 4, Doug will get Julie all the actors' interviews to help her. Holy shit. Same way she's helping him with his project. Can you imagine? Nah.
Well, I mean, some might get passed over, you know? I mean, he's having Cliff and Liz over. They talk. Maybe Liz will want to, you know, throw out an interview sometime. You know, you never know.
You never know. Somebody, Grow and Thrive, was kind enough to ask Doug the last time he was here, can you, can you ask Liz and Cliff if they want to join? And I was nervous about highlighting that comment because I didn't want to put him on the spot, but I did. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't expecting him to actually say, I'll ask them. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, okay. See, I don't ask for things. But Grow and Thrive is the same way as you. Like, just ask. You know, worst thing they can say is no. Mm-hmm. And he said that he would ask, and he said, I don't know about Liz, but Cliff, he loves to talk, and he might come on. I'd love to have Cliff on here. Love to do that. I loved Dale on the show. He was hilarious. So who knows? Yeah, he's having I guess I thought he was going to have dinner with them right away around the reading of the play, but he said in a couple of weeks, within the next couple of weeks. They don't actually live as far apart as I thought. They just haven't hung out. Cliff lives in Toronto too, apparently. So yeah, he's going to have dinner with them in the next couple of weeks. I wonder if he'll remember though. Maybe I should ask Doug privately, like, remind him. We do talk on Instagram, but I don't know if that'd be too pushy. I maybe I should. I don't know. Hey, Bill Chill. Nice to see you.
so Susie says her birthday's on Sunday, so you know.
Oh, okay. So
she's just saying today because Yellow Jackets is starting, I guess, or maybe it's not. I don't know. Everybody says it's on Friday. What time on Friday? That's what I want to know. I know it's Friday, but what time?
Yeah.
But we still would have time, Susie, because you know, maybe we could get Doug rounded up by Sunday, and he could do something for you. I'm not making promises.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Doug is back next week. I don't know which day, Wednesday or Friday, but he might very well be back next week. Hey, Trace, nice to see you. Yeah, I love that he enjoys being here. It's a lot of fun. So anytime he wants to come on, I'm happy to have him here. I'm thrilled to have him here. And my cat is being really cute right now. She's trying to get comfortable here. She lays right in my face like this, but then I can't see. Bill Chill said, season 5, Julie brings the boat that saves everyone. That would be great. I could show up with the boat. I'd be the extra. Yeah, Boyd's boat. Severance interviews are more difficult. Yeah, Fletch. However, Dieter reached out to the actress who plays Natalie and
Sydney.
asked her.
Sydney.
Sydney.
Her name's Sydney.
And Dieter reached out to her, and she actually responded and sent Dieter her agent's contact information. So yeah, I'm sending her a message. Her agent. I'm sending the agent a message to ask if she'll come on the live stream, or if she doesn't want to do it live, then I'll do a pre-recorded interview. But so I might be able to actually have Sydney, who plays Natalie. Natalie is the one with the creepy Get Out smile. You know, I feel like she's got a bigger role in this season too. She's getting more screen time. So, but I would love to have her. So that's actually a strong possibility. Now, there's no way I'm getting any of these big people, these big players. We're not getting Christopher Walken or Patricia Arquette or Adam Scott on here. That's not happening.
Yeah, what I find with the shows with ensemble casts, everybody is just spot on. So even if you get somebody in a minor role, they're still fascinating to talk to.
Oh, absolutely.
From Red Shirts, I would have them on. Severance, I get Felicia on. Felicia, I love to talk to her.
100%. Yeah.
Gretchen, get Gretchen on. Whoever plays Gretchen.
Yeah, and I'd love to get some of the more minor players on here.
Get some of those Go people. I mean, any of your Go people and want to get interviewed by us?
The Goat people on Severance, for lack of a better name, the Goat people would be great. On From any of the monsters, I love to talk to any of the monsters at all. I'm gonna reach out to Jamie McGuire and see maybe if he might want to come on. I don't know what we'll have to wait and see on that, but any of the monsters I'd love to talk to, or Colony House Red Shirts, Clara, the actress who plays Clara.
Yeah.
So I'll try. Thank you, Fletch. I'm just seeing this now. If you see where you were 1 year ago and where you are now, progress comes with hard work. Keep up. Karma works for both ways, not only the bad one. If you work hard, the progress will show up like it's been. Well, thank you. I didn't think I would be doing this a year ago. I can tell you that. So I thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. I did not see myself doing it. I didn't even know. I had never seen From a year ago, and I started the channel to cover that. Now I'm also covering Severance, but I never expected that to happen. No, thank you, Dieter. I feel like I've grown. Yeah, thank you. I feel like I've grown, and the only way that you can learn this stuff and get better at it is by doing. I feel like both of us have grown a lot, and and really fallen into a great dynamic. Like the chemistry, it just clicks. So thank you, Bill. I'm a little behind the chat now. The beautiful outfit. Now I want tea and crumpets. I guess it's kind of like fancy looking.
That could be the focus of the video, where you, me, and Susie dress up like Belle, and then we could just have tea and then be like, "Tale as old as time."
Yeah. Yeah.
Rocket.
Thank you, Trace. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I don't know what I said because I'm behind the chat about great insight, but thank you with Alice. I appreciate it. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. Thank you. Yeah, we need to do that. Like, now I really need to find that gold dress. I hope I didn't throw it out because it was never very comfortable. So I don't think I ever wore it once. But I'll see if I can find it. We should totally do it. That bullet vest that Drake used the next day. So cringe and dumb. Drake, you're dead, homie. Yeah. If you know, you know. I'll just say that. Yeah, that was cringe. He's playing the victim now. He went on stage in Australia with a hoodie full of fake bullet holes and something that was creating a trail of smoke coming out of the back of him. As he walked, smoke was coming off of him. I don't know what the hell he was wearing that was creating smoke, but give me a break, dude. They're just embarrassing yourself at this point. Thanks, Martin. Not a nice feeling to put one of those actors in a position to say no, but like Doug, he might say yes, and then look what's happened since, so it's worth a shot. Doug is unusually approachable, though. Doug is not like most actors. Most actors won't even book these things except through their agents. Even Simon is a little kid. Well, I mean, I guess I understand because he is a little kid. He shouldn't be booking interviews on his own, but you can only book through his agent. Mm-hmm. So I didn't have any way to get in contact. That was my friend Justin White that got in contact with his agent for me. I don't know how to do that. That was only thanks to Justin. But other than that, but yeah, Doug is just Doug is a rare bird. He's willing to do these way more than the average actor, and I truly appreciate it. It's amazing, and it's given me a lot of experience conducting these things with a special guest. So he's given me not only the gift of his company and the pleasure of his company and friendship, but the gift of experience doing this with a guest. It's so helpful, and I'm really grateful for that. Bill Chill was joking. Scarlett's a serious Drake fan. Dropped / through the iPad. That's what it sounded like. It sounded like it fell.
I'm not a fan of either, so I mean, I wouldn't be able to tell you a song that either of them did.
Yeah.
It's not my genres.
Yeah, no, Scarlett's not a Drake fan. She was joking. I mean, who was that? Who said that? He was joking.
I want to hear the sound. I'm gonna have to hear the sound when we're done.
Yeah, it sounded like you fell or something fell. Yeah.
I just picked up the iPad. I'm picking the iPad up now, and you're not hearing any like horrible noises, right? That's weird.
Yeah, definitely.
Paranormal activity.
Very strange. Yeah. Drake is not from Degrassi. He's literally a disgrace. Yeah. He started out on that really cringy show Degrassi. I never watched it, even though it was the right for my age group. I thought it was. It was like a teenage soap opera. Drake made a big mistake by beefing with Kendrick. 100%. You picked the right time, but the wrong guy. That's what Kendrick said at the Super Bowl. And he did. You picked the wrong guy, dude. Lesson learned. Do not start shit with Kendrick Lamar. And don't start shit with Doug Hughes either. Don't mess with Doug Hughes.
Don't mess with his glasses. Don't mess with his glasses. Yeah. That's what I learned tonight.
Don't mess with his glasses. There, tied it back into the topic at hand tonight. Pivot that back. Yeah. Doug has a dark side like everybody else. Doug has a side that, like you don't want to cross, and righteous indignation is something I understand. I got a lot of that. I mean, one of my favorite things to say is it's the principle of the thing. So when he said that, I was like, oh my God, you're speaking my language. Yes, it's the principle of the thing. I have so much righteous indignation. I just don't have the guts that he has to let it out when I should. Yeah, I need to actually, I'm not educated enough in hip hop history to have listened to much Tupac. I was too young at the time. I was a kid in the 90s, but now I want to listen to that because I know that Kendrick was heavily influenced by him, and he's a legend. So Sawyer from Lost, everyone is scared. Donna, fear is what makes us heroes. Yes, Susie, you got this. You got this. You got to start your channel. Yes. I just don't understand how the bed keeps growing. They diss one another, but where are the evidences? If all of this is true, why isn't Drake locked up? I want to know that too, Fletch. I believe Kendrick. I don't think he would lie and make up horrible, damaging rumors, damaging things, criminal things. This is serious. The allegations are very serious. So someone needs to look into this. Someone needs to investigate. Yeah, you could hear me sleeping on that 11-hour live. Yeah, and Tony tried to call and wake me up, and then Dieter tried to call and wake me up, and it didn't work. And then my mom came in the room and woke me up, and everybody could hear.
Oh, really? I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
I just remember you snoring highlighted with like Tony calling you on the phone.
Yeah.
Just the ring of your phone.
Yeah. Not my best, not my most shining moment. I won't do that. I won't do any 11-hour lives again unless it's a relay and other people are going to take over. I'm not going to do that again. Yeah, we all have insecurities. Just got to say, fuck it, and we do it. Yeah, that's right, Fletch. Yeah. Just say I was nervous. I'll tell him I was nervous and I wanted to ask him wanted to ask him, but yeah. I mean, anybody would be intimidated. I think, well, not anybody, but most people would be. So hopefully you won't take it personally that I didn't.
I don't think so. I was just kidding before, Julie.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding before. You were like, oh my God. And I'm like, oh, should I go with this?
Yeah. Yeah.
You should just, you know, do what you gotta do. And if you want to ask him, you want to wait. I mean, I'm sure he's gonna say yes. I'm sure he's gonna say yes to the recording, and he'll probably say yes to coming on some From thing eventually.
Yeah, I hope so. I'll try it. At least this way I don't have to look him face to face and get rejected if he says no. Yeah. Yeah,
I have
Susie,
to
why
close
are
my eyes when I ask you this.
yeah,
Just close your eyes and ask.
yeah, God. I just I told him a little bit about my story and you know, he was really interested to hear about the channel, so who knows? Sometimes it just takes that, you know, you have this opportunity to make a personal connection, and then that might make the difference. I'm not just any rando now to him. So you know, if we only talked for 10 minutes, then yeah, I might still be more like a rando, but I don't think he's going to forget a 40 to 45-minute call with me. He won't forget that easily as long as I message him quickly. So, yeah, who knows? That would be great. I would love to have Scott. Scott is just, he is a world-class actor. Absolutely phenomenal. I have so much respect for him. And I'm already thinking of things I wish I had said. I was so nervous and I was looking down at my notes on my phone and trying to like get across everything I wanted to say. And I still feel like I didn't say enough. I didn't gush enough. I should have gushed more like I gush on the lives, but yeah.
I'm sure you did well.
Yeah. He's just amazing.
I mean, he stayed on for like 40 minutes. So
it was definitely
doing something right.
It might even be, I didn't look at the recording yet, but like 45 minutes I'd have to say, which is amazing. Yeah. And the conversation just kept going. So, but I just wanted to give him his props, and I hope I did that effectively enough. It was just because he's just mind-blowing. I don't know if I said it in as gushy of a tone as I usually do, though. I was more like I was trying to, I don't know. I was nervous, so I wasn't as like and you know free with the way that I was talking. I was a little more uptight.
Well, actors are like people. You know, they're humans. They're people. So just talk to a human or a person like you would talk to me or anyone else.
Right. Yeah.
Like in a more, you know, like with a little formality. You don't want to like bust in with a bunch of, you know, profanity.
Right. Right.
They're kind of professional.
Yeah. And he is a beautiful soul. He's such a kind, gentle human being. You know, you know, kind of, he's very artsy. You know, he you know, he wears like this cool hat that's like this really old fashioned hat from the 50s, and he wears it kind of on a tilt. He's very artsy, kind of almost hippie like, very full of, very peaceful. I don't know how to describe it. But I love his vibe. It's so calming and peaceful and loving, and just wonderful. His presence, his aura, he's just amazing. And how many people can play a child in a man's body so believably? I think I did manage to say that to him. So yeah, Susie, Torty, why are all Torties so alike, right? Millie Grace, that's a cute name. Yeah. Boo is very much the typical Torty, very vocal, loud, full of personality and attitude, or aka tortitude. She's got all of that. All of that. What is this? I low-key think the showrunners could get streamers like Tony, Jeremy, Julie, Heel? Who's Heel? And so to be extras in the finale, in the final season, for the work they did spreading the word of From to the world. Oh, that would be super cool if they did. If anybody deserves it, it's Tony and Jeremy. They keep the conversation going all year round. I'm doing it too now, but I'm new. But Tony and Jeremy deserve it. MGM should be cutting Tony a check for the way that he has helped build the fan base from the ground up when hardly anybody was covering the show, and he kept people excited about it from day one, all year round, doing live streams, keeping people engaged and excited and invested in the show. I'm telling you, they should be cutting Tony a check. I mean, he's doing them a huge service. They should be giving him all the interviews and giving him an extra role on the show. Oh, Fletch, Kendrick is coming to Portugal in July. Nice. He's coming to my state on my birthday this year in May, and I wish I could go, but my pain condition is too severe. I really don't think I'd be able to enjoy a concert. I'd be in too much pain, which sucks. I mean, I'm really mad because it's like it's taunting me. This concert on my birthday of all days in the year. Kendrick is coming to my state, half an hour away. I live in Rhode Island, so half an hour away. On my birthday, Kendrick is going to be here. Damn it. I wish I could be here. I mean, I wish I could be there, but it would hurt me too much. It would be a waste of money. Might as well sign Doug as an official panel member. Yeah. Honestly, he's like a one of our panelists now. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, I love having Doug here. He's just a pleasure to talk to, and he's made so many appearances now. Yeah, he's like one of the panel at this point. Just hard to believe, really. Dieter making dirty jokes in the chat. I'm scrolling through trying to catch up.
Yeah, he needs to censor himself.
Yeah, Dieter, what are you doing? Getting freaky in the chat here. Oh my god.
I mean, I did see a message about Dark, and like, what did Fletcher say? That I finished season 1 and Smitty binge watched season 2.
Oh yeah.
But my main thing is I don't want to binge Dark. You know, I want to watch at most 2 episodes in a row and then think about it.
Yes.
I don't feel like it's really for binging.
No. Don't binge Dark.
So what I have to do is watch 1 or 2 episodes a week when I have time.
Yeah. Yeah, don't binge Dark. That's a show that should not be binged. You need to actually think about it, reflect on it, and enjoy the ride and the reveals as they come. And if you binge it, you're not gonna appreciate all of that complexity at all. So it's not a show that you should be binged. I only watched 1 episode per day. I kept that as a strict rule, and I took notes, even though I didn't have a channel that wasn't covering it. I took notes like a geek. And I recommend, I recommend, like, as things continue on and you learn, like, the characters, like, complicated families and stuff.
Yeah.
I started making a chart with connections. You're going to want to make a chart.
Yeah.
Like, kind of like a murder board a little bit.
But I don't know if it's going to come out as some kind of like Mayfair witches thing where, like, you know, somebody's dating somebody, but they're aunts. Somebody, it's like, you're my uncle and my dad and my grandpa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like Dark in a nutshell. Yeah. Yeah, it's a mind fuck. So you're gonna need to start. I made a chart when I was watching it to try to make it was like my own murder board, but I just wrote it down on a piece of paper. Yeah, you're gonna want to do that. I recommend it. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. I gotta. What was the name of that show someone recommended? That's like dark.
Cassandra.
Cassandra. Okay.
I don't know what that's on. I don't know what streaming thing that's on. Is that new?
Yeah, I've never heard of that, but I've never heard of most recent shows because it's hard to find shows now that they're scattered over 1 million streaming services. So that's why I found From 2 years late and Severance 2 years late. So I rarely find something that I love that's just started. It's just too difficult. But Scott, after that phone call with Julie, damn, that lady can talk. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. I tried not to do too much of that and let him talk. And even when, like, he really takes a lot of time to put thought into what he's saying. So there are pauses where I know that he's not done speaking. And I'm not going to jump in and step on what he's going to say. I'm just sitting there with bated breath, listening. And then he was tired. You know, he had a long day today, but he was a trooper, and he stayed in way longer than what was planned, and yeah, so I let him do a lot of the talking, but then he started asking me questions, so I talked a little bit more. He wanted to know what my theory is on what this place is. So I told him, I mean, it's not really anything earth-shattering. I just think it's a pocket dimension, and there are thin spots all over the country where you can pass through, and that's why you can enter it from all different locations. And that's why when Henry was talking about what Miranda said, she described it as it's all around us, but you couldn't find it if you tried. A pocket dimension, like it's kind of like it could exist like at anywhere all around you. It's like it doesn't have a geographical point on a map. It's all around us. So that's what I told him. Wasn't anything that special, but I also told him my theory that Eloise is going to story walk, and not Eloise, Julie is going to story walk and save Eloise, and that's how we'll find out what happened to Eloise. Since he was asking, I wasn't going to try to bore him with theories, and he's not a theory crafter. He's a lot like Doug. He doesn't do that. He doesn't do theory crafting, but he enjoys hearing theories, and he was asking me, so I told him. And yeah, he said he doesn't do theory crafting because Victor doesn't do that kind of thing, and he's such a pro as an actor. He I forget what acting school he went to, but he studied acting very on a serious level, and you can tell it shows. So if he's not going to do something Victor wouldn't do, he is completely in the headspace of the Victor character for this role. So if Victor wouldn't theorize about what's going on, then he's not going to. But he has ideas. But I saw an interview where he said he has ideas, but usually they turn out to be wrong. Like, he thought something more would happen with Eloise in season 3, but it didn't happen. But the actors are not told what's going on, and most of us are wrong most of the time. I've gotten a lot of things wrong myself, rejected my own theories.
I thought so many people were gonna die.
Yeah.
I thought Christy, that bear trap's gonna kill her.
Yeah, I thought Christy was gonna die too. I had a theory, I might be right sometimes with theories, like Tabitha being reincarnated, but I also thought that before season 3 started, I thought for sure that teaser scene in the barn was going to be Fatima having an accelerated pregnancy and having the monsters rip the baby out. But then I actually threw my own theory out even before this season started, because I decided it didn't make sense anymore after seeing the full trailer. So most theory crafters are going to be wrong most of the time. But it's still fun to do. Hey, LDN King. Did someone tell you how generous you are? Kind soul with a pretty face. God bless you. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. That is absolutely lovely. Thank you for the kind words. Oh, that means a lot. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. That's why I love this community. That's what I was telling Scott, who I was so fortunate to speak to because Dieter entered that contest on my behalf. That's the only reason I was able to do it. I don't have contacts with people's agents, but I was telling Scott how amazing this community is, and it's a lifeline for me. I don't know where I'd be without you guys. It's changed my life, so I just appreciate all of you so much. All the kind people here. It's amazing, really amazing, life changing. I'm not exaggerating, really. Like, it's given me purpose again, a sense of community that I needed, and it filled a void in my life being here. You were motivated to stay on a live stream for so long. Maybe you are motivated to go to Kendrick too. God, Dieter, I would if I could. I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could do it. I would be suffering really, really bad. So I gotta have to just enjoy watching his stuff on, maybe he'll do another concert on the internet. I mean, I've got the Pop Out concert to enjoy. Thankfully, some amazing, wonderful person put it on YouTube. So I'm gonna try to just enjoy whatever I can out of life, even if I can't do most of the things I want to do. I'm limited by my pain. There's very little I can actually do, but I'm trying to focus on whatever joy I can get out of life and not all the things I can't do. But it's not easy. I'm not really there yet, but I'm working on it. Yeah, if people are here and like Susie said, you were the sweetest, Susie. If you're here and you haven't hit the like, please hit the like. I would appreciate it. That would really help me out. I always need reminders myself. I'll be enjoying a stream and I won't even think to hit the like until someone says it. So, and I should know better. I have a channel, but I forget when I'm the viewer. What is this about? One-eyed Dieter. What? I must have missed something out of context. Someone said in here, are you real Dieter Egan or something? I saw that earlier, but I can't find it now. Dieter popped up on Severance this week. So Dieter's been exposed as an Egan. Who knew?
And he's been doing some exposing as well.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, he's been spilling his lineage on the soil.
Lineage, yes.
He's been a bad boy. Bad boy, Dieter. Now
I
you
think
have
it's
to
because the eye popped out of his head. That's why he'd be a one-eyed Dieter, because his eye popped out.
Oh, okay, yeah. My brain is kind of fried from all of the events of this evening in a good way. I'm grateful for it. But I wasn't getting the reference because I'm in from mode right now. One-eyed Dieter, yes. Yeah, sorry about that lost eye, Dieter, and the moss hair. That sucks. The hair
screaming. And all the screaming.
Yeah. The hair turning into moss, and then he rips it out, and there's blood coming out. Good Lord, that was graphic. That was disgusting. I won't even go into even some of the more.
Kira's like, I think I'll just go over here to the waterfall for a second to drown out your screams.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. That was wild. My God. And the fact that he was named Dieter made it even funnier. Like, so yeah, I really hope that the Dieter Egan stuff will continue. that it won't just be that episode. I want more references to Dieter Egan because that was too good. But I have a feeling we're not going to get much more Dieter Egan.
Maybe you'll go with the Tempers.
Yeah.
I feel like there's gotta be an episode for each Temper now. Eventually.
Yeah.
Like there'll be one for Frolic, and there'll be one for Dread, and there'll be one for Malice.
I think so. That would totally make sense. So I think we're gonna get that. And now I don't know how they'll do it the next time. Does Kier have any more siblings we didn't know about? How will that factor in? But I agree.
And there were some people that said that Irving is now connected to Woe, which was shocking to me because I always thought Mark was Woe. But he didn't really tame the Temper though, because he was like, oh, it's like the matchup, and I was like, but did Irving really tame his Tempers? Like tame Woe?
Yeah, not really.
Because I thought when it came to Woe, Mark was the one that had Woe because his wife had passed away and he couldn't get over it.
Yeah.
And Irving was kind of doing the same thing, but I thought that since Mark's was longer and more extreme, that he would be Woe.
Yeah, I thought so too. I don't know. Teeter banning himself, talking dirty. Yeah, you have to ban yourself.
Becoming one with the nature of the woods and the sounds around him.
I just couldn't believe what I was watching. Like, Dieter is not a common name in the U.S. at all. It's not. So what are the odds that this would be on Severance? And our own Dieter, the community here, is watching this with us, and it was just crazy. Dieter literally is jerking off in the woods and turning into a tree, and oh my god, like spilling his lineage on the soil. Like, wow. I mean, yeah, I gotta say, I was not expecting that. So yeah, we're gonna be joking about that, I think, forever. That will never not be hilarious. But Dieter Egan, I still can't believe they did that. Even the story itself was so ridiculous, and the fact that it's Dieter's name in it just was it made it even funnier for us because we have our Dieter. Thank you, Trace. It's weird to think of myself as having built a community, but that's a really cool thought, like my little corner of the From community. That's neat, and we're the Fromaholics. Like that's our niche. So, because we have the long, crazy ass lives, and so it's really nice. And I like when people say that it feels welcoming and they feel comfortable here. That means I've done my job, because that's the goal. That's the kind of space I want for myself. So that's what I want for everyone else, So it just makes me happy. You're so sweet. You people are so lovely. Thank you. Let's see. Peter, there's plenty of room in here now that Julie, Marielle, and Randall have moved out. I'd be happy to see some kindness. Martin in the dungeon. Yeah.
Got rid of my roommates.
Poor Martin. Dude, hang in there. Hang in there, Martin. Bad joke.
Hang in there. That's the From Severance crossover.
That's the From Severance crossover. Hang in there. Yeah. Yeah, we've got a Martin and Julie on From. We've got a Dieter on Severance. It's cool. It gets confusing though. Now Dieter's got to know what it feels like a bit, because you're seeing his name in the chat, and here it's crazier for him though, because of how wild this whole Dieter Egan thing is. And it's gonna be more short lived because he's not a character on the show, but But with me, it's confusing as hell with Julie being on From. It gets very confusing. In the chat, people referring to Julie and yeah.
Saying she's a brat. Julie's a brat.
Yeah, they Julie's a brat. I've seen crazy things. Like Julie is trash, and I hope Julie gets off to this season. Like, first of all, that's an awful thing to say about her character. But yeah, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. Oh yeah, and then I remembered it's not about me. So yeah, but I would never say that about a character, even though it's fictional. I mean, and why? I mean, okay, maybe she's a little annoying, but yeah, teenagers can be annoying. It's kind of typical teenager, dramatic and defiant and all that.
Especially with everything she's gone through.
Yeah. Think about what she's gone through. I have empathy.
Tabby and Jim as parents.
Yeah, right. That alone should excuse everything that from her. Let's look at the parenting job. I mean, Tabitha and Jim have been through hell and everything. So they're not the best parents. Maybe they used to be, but we don't know what they were like before Thomas. So, but now they're a mess. So yeah, let's cut Julie some slack. Let's cut them all some slack and have some empathy. How about that? We'll do that. Story walking. I wish I had the power to story walk. I'd try to go change quite a few things. Screw you,
can't
Ethan.
Change anything.
Yeah, screw that, Ethan. I can't change a story yet. Watch me. Just watch me.
I hear your response.
Yeah.
You can't change anything. Well, screw you, Ethan.
Screw you, Ethan. I'm gonna damn well try. You can bet I'm gonna try. If I had that power, yeah. Like, what the hell do you know? What are you, 10 years old? Come on. I'm doing this. No, but Ethan, like we were saying earlier, Ethan knows his shit. He knows what's going on. Hashtag listen to Ethan. We can solve the show if we just listen to Ethan more, I think.
Hey, I didn't say Ethan was a man in yellow once when Doug was here.
Yeah.
I had restraint. I held it back.
Did you hear him bring it up, though? Bring up the theory at one point? Yeah.
I was like, don't watch our lives then, Doug.
I was like, uh-oh, yeah. I mean, I understand the reaction of saying that it's silly. I understand it. I thought it was silly, too, until I did the rewatch and really, dissected it. But Doug he's watched the show through, probably once through, I think. Maybe twice. But it's different when you watch as a group and you dissect it like the nutcase I am, and like maniacs, like the way we dissect it. I don't know. I feel like if he did that, maybe he would see the possibility. Who knows? So yeah, I don't take offense, that he thinks it's silly, because I did too until we did the rewatch and really honed in on it, and you opened my eyes to it, and now I'm seeing all these things too. We both are noticing the same clues now, but I'm kind of scared. I want to make an Ethan in yellow video, but I don't want Doug to see it, because then he might be like, I'm done with her. I'm never going on her live again. Like, I'm done with these nutcases, because you'll have partial blame for it too, because I'm crediting you in the video. So,
yeah.
But I think there's merit to it. I really do. I think there is a strong case to be made, and we've made that case, or we're working on it. So, I don't know. Hopefully he's not. I don't think he's watching all my videos. So maybe I'll just put it out and hope he doesn't think any less of us. But it's totally understandable to think it's silly when you haven't really rewatched it multiple times and looked at it from a different angle. I mean, hey, people might have thought Tabitha being reincarnated was a silly. People did think it was a silly theory, right?
They
People
did, because
hated it.
Cyber Queen Media came up a long time ago, and they were just like hounded for it, like dogged for it.
People hated it, right?
Yeah,
I wasn't
they
around.
were just like, no way, and they would just get mad at it.
Yeah. And now look, now where are all these people now? They must feel so vindicated. Like, see, we told you. Where are all these haters now? I'd like to see them. Now it's one thing to just think it's silly and whatever, but to get actual hate like they were getting, like that's terrible. To be attacked. Doug would never do anything like that. He's just like, oh, this is silly, whatever about Ethan in yellow. But yeah, he would never like go attack people. I mean, and he would think it's silly that people would care that much to attack someone hatefully. Like, why are you doing this? It's just a TV show at the end of the day. Come on, calm down. And yeah, so people thought that was silly. People didn't like it when I said she might be reincarnated after episode 3 of season 3. People didn't like that idea, and someone told me it would be boring, but I don't think it's boring at all. I love that storyline. So I would just love to hear from some of these people that hated it now, what they have to say. Like, now what do you think? Well, maybe they stopped watching the show because they hate it that much, but well, too bad. Ethan built this place in the future, it seems. Maybe Martin. I don't know. Wouldn't that be a crazy paradox? He goes back in time and maybe he's the cause of all of this. Maybe he brokered the deal with whatever entity made the people immortal as the man in yellow. I mean, like maybe he went back in time and got stuck back there like Scarlet has suggested. And then he became this creature somehow, some entity that whatever turned those people immortal. Maybe it turned him into this superhuman being that can rip his own dad's throat out. I'm just saying it's possible. It's possible. So people should keep an open mind before you just, brush it off. And hopefully it won't ruin the show for you if it's true, because I mean, we're just enjoying the ride and the journey. Even if you don't like how it ends, at least we had fun. And even if you're wrong, at least we had fun theorizing. Trace said, "Hey, Julie, we are all still waiting for Scarlet to go on camera."
Yeah. I would love to go on camera, but currently I don't have a face.
Yeah. You don't have a face?
It's just like, the opening credit sequence of Severance? It's like that.
Yeah. No face. Faceless Scarlet. Yeah, you're like the faceless girl on YouTube. Yeah, no face. That's something so creepy about that too. Like when someone in anything in TV or film is depicted without a face, it's unsettling. But yeah.
And Twin Peaks Return, they had an effect where somebody just took off their face and there was this like light behind it, kind of like Patricia Arquette's character in the credit sequence. That you could just see into it. Yeah.
Maybe they were inspired by that. That's interesting.
Oh, I'm sure they're inspired. Everybody's inspired by David Lynch, pretty much.
You said that was from Twin Peaks?
Yeah, Twin Peaks Return, not the first series, but the second series that was on Showtime not too long ago.
I've got to get back to Twin Peaks and really make myself watch it. And I say make myself because I watched... Huh?
If anything, you should just watch Twin Peaks The Return episode 8, because episode 8 is a crazy thrill ride that you wouldn't even have to watch any of Twin Peaks to enjoy on cinematic level.
Really? Episode 8 of season 1?
No, Twin Peaks The Return. It's shot in black and white. It's amazing.
That's cool.
It kind of explains the whole story of like the antagonist and the protagonist of Twin Peaks and how their origin story.
Oh, interesting.
It's really nice.
So this show gets really wild. It expands out to be way more than it seems on the surface, it sounds like. Because right now, I mean, it's a quirky murder mystery, but with like weird soap opera elements that I know are deliberate, like histrionic crying of the mother who loses her daughter, and it's
Well,
supposed to be weird.
they were inspired by like Peyton Place and old soap operas, though, both like David Lynch and Mark Frost.
Right.
That's kind of like their shtick.
I'll have to, like, I watched the first maybe 2 episodes, and I went back to it again, and I tried it a second time, and I still couldn't do it.
Mhm.
I don't like the trope of, it's always young women who
Mhm.
are murdered naked, and it's
Mhm.
like, why are all these old shows and movies, why are they always being murdered naked? Why are we
Mhm.
it's kind of like sexualizing
Mhm.
the murder of young women, and I don't like that, and that turned me off. I don't mean to sound preachy or what's the word, too PC or whatever. It's just, I noticed this about old movies and shows, and they did it in Halloween. They had to have some girl get murdered topless because it was
Yeah.
completely unnecessary. She didn't need to be murdered topless, but she's murdered topless, and another girl is murdered, after she just had sex, and it's a trope in horror movies that, like, the girl that survives is always the virgin. That's the final girl. The girls that have sex, they get murdered. Like,
Mhm.
like you deserve to get murdered more because you're sexually active. And in Twin Peaks, it starts with
Mhm.
like girls. A girl's body turns up naked. Another girl has been raped. And, sorry, I shouldn't say that word on YouTube. Please don't
Mhm.
block me, YouTube.
Yeah. I don't think
Another.
you're gonna be blocked after Doug dropped all those F-bombs.
He also said another word you're not supposed to say. I gotta tell him about some of these YouTube words.
No. No,
He said the
no.
N word, like German soldiers from World War II. Yeah, I think that's one that you're not supposed to say, right? I'm
Really?
pretty sure. Yeah,
It does.
I might have.
That whole thing just reminded me of that Mitch and Webb skit. I don't know. You don't watch Peep Show, but they had one where they were dressed like, you know what? And then they like look at each other and they're like, you know what? Are we the baddies?
Yeah,
And that was the
yeah.
skit.
Oh, really?
I think we might be the baddies.
We might be the baddies.
Yeah.
Nice.
But with David Lynch, we could start you out with On the Air. That's like a comedy. It's kind of like a slapstick comedy that Mark Frost and David Lynch did that aired, like, I think on HBO. And it
Yeah.
was like about a kind of haphazard like radio TV station and a bunch of antics and stuff. And it was kind of funny, but still retained the surrealism of David Lynch. You could have The Straight Story, which is the Disney film he made, which is really good. And you could have
Mm,
like The Elephant Man. The Elephant Man's a
yeah.
really good movie. I mean, and
Yeah.
Dune. I love Dune.
Dune. Okay.
So there's a lot of movies he made that don't follow the woman in trouble trope.
Yeah, the woman in trouble trope. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And there's
Yeah.
also a woman who's being physically abused by her boyfriend and ordered around in
Mhm.
Twin Peaks, and I really didn't like that either. So it's
Yeah.
just like, oh God. But I'll try to
Mhm.
push my way through it because I know that it's been a huge
Mhm.
influence on many other shows, and if I can just try to just look past all that stuff and get through it. I know it's
Yeah, but
I know.
there's so many you can watch now. Susie also said Eraserhead. Eraserhead's another one. So you can have Eraserhead, On the Air, Straight Story, Dune, his short films. None of those have to do with women. The grandmother's really interesting.
Yeah.
But there's like, okay, 5 or 6 things now I just counted that have nothing to do with the woman in trouble trope.
Yeah. And I say all this now, but I love the original movie Halloween. I
Mhm.
roll my eyes and I overlook that scene where the girl is murdered topless. It's a
Mhm.
classic movie and I love it. It doesn't stop me from enjoying the movie. And I just
Mhm.
look at it as a product of its times. I know
Mhm.
this is the way it was back then. If you look at horror movies now, it's
Mhm.
changed. And if anything, horror movies started to mock that trope.
Mhm.
Like in Scream, they actually have meta references to like the final girl and all that stuff, and other and Cabin in the Woods, one of my
Mhm.
favorite movies. it actually it mocked that trope of the final girl, like the girls that were like the girl that was sexually active, she was like the first to be murdered, and they literally talked about it in the movie. Like it's, sorry, spoilers for Cabin in the Woods, but it's one of the best movies, and so I like that things have changed, but I can look back and enjoy these things for what they were at the time. So maybe I'll be able to do that with Twin Peaks if I just overlook the stuff that's turning me off.
Well, the thing about Twin Peaks, it's not really about Laura Palmer's death. It's about everything that happens around it, like all the characters that react to it. And I think the whole thing with like Shelley and Leo, which is the girl that got abused that you were saying, is that kind of stuff was never shown on TV, and it was almost to expose the fact that that's what happens in the underbelly of small towns sometimes. Like everybody puts on a face, like a 1950s kind of perfect face, but then there's all this stuff that happens underground.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. I mean, if he was portraying violence against women, in that way to kind of expose that this kind of thing is common in small towns.
Well, eventually, and not to spoil it, but she does get her revenge in a way. So, if you want to be vindicated.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Susie said, since you haven't watched Yellow Jackets, think of this. I have watched someone who never watched Twin Peaks try to solve it from the beginning as they started it years later. Like try to solve the mystery. Yeah.
But Julie has seen 2 and a third episodes of Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, I have.
You liked it, except for the one part you didn't like.
I liked it, except for one part that made me have to abandon it, at least for now. Maybe I'll come back to it one day. Hey, K Brew. Yeah, Wayward Pines is great, K Brew. Yeah, absolutely. I think I have to watch season 2. I never did, but season 1 was fantastic. Then I heard they didn't do as well with season 2, but yeah, Wayward Pines is great. What is this? Dieter posted handpicked from this week's list. Meet Ben Stiller and attend the exclusive Severance finale panel at Paley Fest, LA. Bidding is live now through February 19th. So there's some kind of auction, and well, that's cool, Dieter. Yeah. You know something? We've got to start, speaking of Severance, we've got to start putting up the call-in link sooner, because maybe we can get maybe Ben Stiller or Adam Scott might pop on.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
I listened to the podcast where they talked about that thing that they did in Grand Central Station or wherever it was, where they were just in like framed in glass or whatever, and they were working at their desk. And
oh right, that was amazing. Oh my god.
And then at one time, like Patricia Arquette threw a coffee mug.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. And then some of the monitors went out, so Patricia Arquette tried to fix the monitors. Like she was just down there fixing the monitors, and then all the monitors went out.
Oh my god. Was that a mistake? Like,
well, they just went out, as you do. I don't think that was purposeful.
Oh. I can't get my camera to focus now. What the hell? Blurry. Oh man, I didn't know that. Was that in a video? I gotta look that up.
I don't know how to find it. I listened to it on the podcast, so it sounded intriguing enough for me to seek out the video.
What the hell? Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're caught up on the podcast, because I'm not.
Yeah, I'm caught up on it. Well, I wanted to listen to it because I was trying to when we were talking about the red light meaning love or whatever, and I was like trying to figure out if the person that quoted it was from the podcast. It wasn't. I mean, They mainly talked about the music. They talked about theremins, and I mean, I played a theremin before, so I had a friend in college that had one, and it was cool.
Oh, you played a what?
A theremin.
What's that?
The instrument that Miss Hung was playing in Severance.
Oh, okay. I didn't recognize it like when you pronounce. I've never actually heard it like pronounced out loud, so I didn't remember even what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never even heard of that instrument.
Hmm.
Um,
They're fun to play. They used to have like
yeah.
kits for them. They have like inexpensive kits, and my friend just made one.
Oh, that's cool. Wow. Um, yeah. So I forget when that was mentioned. On the was it mentioned on the show or something? I don't remember now.
Oh, it was just the lighting, and the only thing I've heard like read other than that thing was that the lighting was to bring out the Audi, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Like the red lighting.
Yeah, the like heater lighting in the tent.
Yeah. Um, I've got to start catching up with that podcast. I just don't have a lot of time to listen to these things. And did you just
Yeah.
skip the rest of the rewatch ones? Because I didn't have time to get through all those.
Oh, I listened to all of them. I'm caught up completely.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
even
wow.
listen to the one with Dax Shepard. But I'm not a fan of Dax Shepard. But Christian Bell did a spot on Patricia Arquette impression, and I thought it was hilarious.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's great. She has the best delivery with that creepy voice. I
Yeah.
haven't ever seen Patricia's past work, so I don't know.
Mhm.
I don't even know what her normal voice sounds like because when she does the featurette interviews at the end of the
Mhm.
episodes, she's talking in the same voice as Miss Cobell. That's not her normal voice, is it? Like, that's got to
She
be.
has a very unique voice, I'm gonna say. Because it was unique enough that when I watched the pilot, I knew that she was at the end of it when I just heard her voice.
Yeah.
It's very specific.
Yeah. Yeah, she said something like, if you asked Miss Cobell what will happen this season, she wouldn't tell you. Like she said it in she said it in that ice cold delivery of hers,
Yeah.
like, and I thought, wait, does she really talk like that, or is she just putting on the role of Miss Cobell? Um, I just love that. I love that creepy ice cold voice of hers. It's so good. And that Grand Central Station PR stunt that they did was terrific. Lucky those lucky people that got to be there and see them just sitting in. I mean, like, who would have thought this would be a spectacle that people would want to watch? A bunch of people sitting in office cubicles in the middle of Grand Central Station, and it was a big
I
crowd
guess
around there watching.
I guess we're just gonna hire actors to do it until Adam Scott and the rest of them were like, "No, we'll do it."
That's amazing. They just all said, "Okay, yeah, let's do it." Even
Yeah.
Patricia Arquette showed up. Like she's a big time actress. She showed up to do it, and they were all there except for the guy John Turturro who plays Irving. He was not there for some reason.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah, yeah. When I tweeted about it. When I saw he was the only one missing, I said, only one there is missing there is Irving, and I put the side eye emoji, like, what's going on? And I also suspected that he was going to die anyway because in the trailer I saw a watermelon sculpted into Irving's head. So I thought, well, they're not going to do that for somebody unless their innie is going to leave, which essentially means die. And so I predicted he was going to die, but the innie metaphorically die. I didn't think it was going to happen so soon. I hoped I was wrong. Unfortunately,
I guess that kind of retirement party melon takes away my theory about like how they might come, like all the innies might come back, but they might be erased, and then like Mark W's there or something, but they just think they've been working with Mark W the whole time, and not Irving because they erased their chips.
Oh, that would be crazy if they did something like
it was
that.
just like
I
normal.
hope
they were like completely normal, but Mark W was playing the part of Irving, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, remember that time like 6 months ago or whatever?" And they're like, "What the hell's going on?"
Oh my God. Yeah. That'd be crazy. Yeah. Like, could they,
Or
I wonder,
they replaced Helly with Gwendolyn Y, and she's like, "Oh, I'm Helly. I'm Helly R."
if I'd like to make them actually think it's her. Like,
Yeah.
oh my God. Yeah. Imagine if they could plant false memories like that. That would be crazy. Yeah. Yeah, like it'd be like something out of the Twilight Zone. Like just replaced someone with someone else and they never remember that you existed. Like imagine if they don't even remember Irving existed. Just like Milchick said, it'll be like you never existed. Like you, Irving B, never existed. Like you never drew a breath on this earth, which is brutal to say. That was just gut wrenching. But if that's the case, like then they'd have to wipe everyone's memories because they'll remember him. You can't. It won't be like he never existed if they remember him, but maybe they won't. It could be like the Twilight Zone where someone is. That's happened on the Twilight Zone on it, where someone was erased from existence and no one remembered them.
They'd have to wipe the memories of everybody in optics because they've all seen them.
Yeah, they'd have to. I mean, but I don't know if they could create false memories of someone else taking his place. That's the only thing. Like, like I don't know if they could do that. They can wipe memories, but can they create false memories? Maybe. Yeah. It's possible, I guess. Who knows what they're capable of doing? Oh, Fletch was talking about heel enigmas, Julie. Sorry, I'm late on the stream. Why are you calling him heel enigmas?
Or is that the name of your channel?
Yeah. What the heck? Yeah. Oh, you are late. You are behind on the stream, Fletch. Yeah, K dot in my state on my birthday. Yeah. 25 minutes away from me. Not just remember, I live in a small state, so when I say in my state, that's close. Anything in my state is close. So yeah, he's gonna be like 25 minutes away from me. I wish I could find a way to be there. God, this is just like the universe laughing at me, mocking me. I fall in love with this artist, head over heels, obsessed with him, and then I see he's coming he's coming right a couple towns over on my birthday. I can't go. Life sucks sometimes. It really sucks, but I try to find whatever happiness I can. It's not easy. But I'm enjoying his music. It's a great distraction. I play his diss tracks when I need a pick me up or I'm mad at the world. It's a nice way to get anger out, and it's nice for exercise too. It distracts me, gets me through my pain while I'm exercising. Trace, you need to make it. Oh, you mean like make a Discord account? Yeah, do that. You want to join the watch parties? Yeah, please do. I just pinned the Discord link. I don't know if you saw it earlier, but when Dieter shared it, but I just put the link to the Discord in the chat and I pinned it to the top. If you click the link and hit join, then you'll be able to make a Discord account, and it's a lot of fun. And if you have any issues, you can DM either me or Dieter and we'll help you. It's a little bit, it's not the most user-friendly platform, but it's not that bad. And joining a watch party is easy. If you have any issues, you can DM us and we'll help. We're having a watch party tonight, as a matter of fact, for the new episode of Severance at 9 p.m. Eastern. That will be the first one, and then I stream it again at 10 p.m. Eastern for Scarlet and anyone else who comes late. And actually, there are always a bunch more people watching, and actually, most of us watched it the second time with Scarlet because this show is there's so much going on, and you're chatting and watching at the same time. So I always feel the need to watch it again immediately. And a bunch of other ones of us, we do it too. So chances are you might see us in both both watch parties, but one is at 9 p.m. Eastern, and the next one is roughly 10 p.m. Sometimes it's a few minutes later. If I have sometimes there are technical difficulties I need to resolve during the stream. Like I'll have to refresh the page if it lags, or certain things like that. Like there are always little hiccups, but it usually goes very smoothly. And at the worst case scenario, it'll just run a few minutes late, but other than that, we're good. So the second showing is a few minutes after 10 usually. And but the first is promptly at 9. I've been starting 9:05. I give people 5 minutes grace time for late comers, and I start about 9:05 technically. To 9:05 Eastern, and you just go in there and click on, I think it's in the general voice channel that we do the watch party. Actually, the first one, it's in general. It says general on it, and then in the second watch party, it says voice. It says no, it says watch party. But you'll see that. If you have any issues, just let us know, and you'll know which one it is. That's based on how many people are in there watching it. You'll see all the names underneath, and you just come in and mute yourself, and we watch the episode, then we watch it again. I usually join the group watching it again, and we have a voice chat, which is a lot of fun. We'll talk about the episode, and people who want to unmute and talk, you can talk. Or if you just want to type in the chat, you can type in the chat just like you would on a live stream, and we'll read it. We'll be watching the chat. I always keep an eye on the chat, so it's a lot of fun. So we'd be happy to have you join us. And if you're listening on the replay, I forgot to update the description of this video, but a few minutes after we end this, I'll be able to edit it, and I'm going to put in the link to the Discord for anyone who wants to join, who's listening on the replay, want to join the Severance watch parties. You'll see the link to the Discord. It's also on my channel page too. And also, while I'm at it, I'm going to put in the links to Doug Hughes' deadline play. So you can check it out, read the sample online, and see if you might want to order a copy. Either it's either an e-copy or a physical copy of it. Highly recommend to anybody that loves From. You would enjoy Doug's play Deadline. So yeah, that link I'm going to put in the description of the video. As soon as this live ends, actually, it doesn't let me edit it immediately. It makes me wait like 10 minutes. So as soon as the video ends, I'm going to start putting his links in a comment and pin it to the top so that people can find it right away. And I'll add it to the description after, because his work is amazing, and I just want more people to find it and experience it. And he's been so kind and amazing. He spent over 3 hours with us here again. What is this, the 4th week in a row? That's nuts. So how amazing that he's willing to do that, and he enjoys hanging out with us. He's the From ambassador. He's our official From ambassador. So I just want to give back and introduce people to his awesome work. And it's not like it's just a good deed. I thoroughly enjoy it, and I want to help him spread the word about it, and I think other people would enjoy it too. So especially if you're a fan of From, you'd like this play. Murder mystery plus supernatural elements plus humor. You can't go wrong with that. And if you love Doug's sense of humor and his personality, then you're going to love his written work, because he puts all of that in there. You read it, and once you've heard Doug speak on these long lives and you read his work, then you can immediately tell that he's one of the writers. He and his partner Marcia Kash write them, but his humor, it's all in there. It's his, he's hilarious and witty and clever. So if you enjoy listening to him talk on these live streams, that's another thing. That means you're going to enjoy his written work, his plays, and his books if he could get them published, but it's so hard for that
It's so hard to get books published, unfortunately. I'm reading his novel because he sent it to me. He sent me a PDF, but unfortunately it's not available. But you can get his plays. So yeah, Dieter, I don't know. The concert tickets probably cost a fortune, so I don't know if it'll be worth it to go and then suffer. Just go there and suffer while I'm doing it. Fletch said, I'm really starting to think they can have 4 mind splits in Severance, not only innie and outie, due to the 4 tempers of Kier and stuff. Thruple or quadruple, yeah.
Yeah, because it could be like any outie together and any and outie separate. I guess that would be the 4.
Yeah. Innie outie. So wait, what do you mean? Innie outie.
That would be the 4. He said there was 4, so it would be like the innie would be 1, the outie would be 2, the innie and outie together would be 3, and then the innie and outie separated would be 4, but in the same person.
Oh.
Or would it be some kind of like enlightened conscience would be the 4th one?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I get what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. I think it would make sense for there to be 4 potential, because of the way things are always in 4s in the show. 4 tempers, 4 people working in MDR. It's it's a theme now. It's a running theme. So yeah, that's an interesting thought. I like that. Let's see. Try being in England. Chris Brown only comes once every few years, and the tickets sell out to casuals instantly. And all my favorite entertainment and comic cons are in the US. It's been impossible. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. My problem is, all these awesome people are coming nearby, but I can't go. So it's just a tease when I see that. Why does it have to be my birthday? Damn, it's just like the universe laughing at me. Ha ha, you can't do this. Look at this amazing artist you love is coming on your birthday. Fucking sucks. Cassandra is new and it's looking really good. I think it's going to be like From first season with a low fan base and then it explodes. That's why I told you to watch it when you can. Oh, maybe we need to find something we can get in on. Get in on the ground floor with, like Tony did with From.
Yeah.
If we could find something like that and we could help build the fan base up and get in on it from the beginning, that would be cool.
That's what I was trying to ask you, what's on Apple TV, because I can only buy so many channels.
Right.
And that's Netflix, and I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah. Well,
there's something special now where you can get Netflix and Peacock and Hulu for $15 a month, but I'm not really big on the Hulu and Peacock.
Yeah. Hulu.
So I watched Poker Face on Peacock. It was a Natasha Lyonne show, and I really liked Natasha Lyonne, so it was cool.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would want to pay premium for that stuff.
For a while, I was paying for Peacock because it had The Office Superfan edition, and it was well worth it to pay for just for that because they had loads of deleted scenes that were edited back into the show. They weren't just secret. They put them back into the show where they were supposed to be, and it was amazing. As a fan of The Office, it was well worth it. But then I canceled it because they were taking forever to release the final couple seasons of Superfan edition. So I have to go back and check. I actually just remembered it now as I'm talking. Maybe by now they've done it. It was worth it. It was worth it for that. But I shouldn't say it on a live, but there are other ways. If there's a certain show that we want to cover and you can't access it, I have my ways. I'm just saying. I've got ways. But
Russian Doll. Yeah, I also love Russian Doll, Kebrew.
Russian Doll.
Another Natasha Lyonne one. You might like that one. That's kind of got a Groundhog Day premise.
Oh, I love that. I love Groundhog Day. Yeah. Yeah. Susie, a lot of apps pull that stuff. I like you gotta like try to cancel something and then they'll give you a deal. I keep forgetting to do that with MGM. I heard MGM does it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Everyone, try to cancel your apps and see if they give you. See if they're like, wait, no, don't cancel. We'll give it to you for $1 for 3 months or something. Yeah. Russian Doll, that's one that you recommended to me, Scarlet, before, I think.
Oh, maybe. I mean, I like it. I like both of those shows. Poker Face is good too.
Isn't there somebody in Russian Doll that that's been in something else I would know? Or am I thinking of something else?
I have no idea.
What's
I don't
the
know.
show
I don't know which actors you know, and I don't know which actors that would be in Russian Doll you know. Besides
What's
Natasha
the
Lyonne, if you know who she is.
What's the show that that actress who plays Gemma is on?
Oh, Dollhouse.
Dollhouse. I knew it was Doll something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it. Dollhouse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we should watch
Russian.
Dollhouse because it does have a lot in common with Severance.
Yeah.
With the dolls being like, you know, clean slates and all that.
Yeah. I definitely think that and I think that Clean Slate in Severance would be wiping their minds, and I'm still waiting for them to do that to one of them because I thought it was going to happen this season with after what they pulled the overtime contingency thing. I thought they were going to wipe. I'm glad they didn't. I'm so glad they didn't clean slate them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like that would suck, but I bet they're going to do it to somebody. Oh, ooh, I can't see. Really? Can't see anything. Oh, of course I can't kick her off me either. She's purring really loud.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cat scarf time. There we go. Now I can see. There you go. You ready for your close-up, Boo? It's kind of hard to see her face. She's got 2 bald spots over each eye, and I don't know why, but apparently some cats just have that. You can kind of see it on camera there.
Yeah.
Little bald patch. Yeah, she was always had that. One time she went missing for an entire week. She slipped out of the door by accident, and I didn't think we'd ever find her again. I was devastated. And I've got a humane trap from some kind person on an animal, like a local like Facebook group for like lost pets. And she lent me a Have a Heart humane trap. I put it in the backyard. And this is after a week of searching the neighborhood and putting up flyers everywhere. And I just put out the trap, and that very night she was in it. I came out and there she was, looking like a mess. Her face was messed up from trying to get out of the trap, panicking. She actually she lost some of the fur around her nose. Because they panic, I guess. I mean, the trap doesn't hurt them. It's just because she panicked and tried to get out of it.
She doesn't let her cat outside, Susie. It escaped.
Yeah, it escaped. I never let my cat outside. She's an indoor cat.
I don't know when you want to call this, but I need to go upstairs for a sec.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to call it in a few minutes. Ah. Yeah, I'm going to call it in a few minutes. I don't know when Scarlet's coming back, but yeah, I got to look into
I mean, if it's going to be technically a few minutes, I can stay here, but if it's going to be an hour, I need to go upstairs.
No, I need to get off in a few minutes. My pain is getting bad, and we're winding down.
Okay.
Yeah, we're winding down. Dieter's ringing the bells.
Yeah, my bell's
Um,
upstairs, Dieter. Sorry.
yeah, there's no bell tonight. I forgot. I didn't even
There
notice
isn't.
till now.
I don't know if Doug would like the bell, so But last time
Oh,
I rang the bell, I was talking on the iPad from upstairs, and now I'm in the basement.
yeah,
And I left it on the table upstairs.
yeah. Um, yeah, no, I never let my cats outside. That was just she's the problem is she's an escape artist, and you got to be really careful or she can dart out the door. So there was like some chaotic situation going on at home at the time, and she slipped out. It was horrifying. And actually, that she got out only one other time. It was the day that we first brought her home. I found her and brought her home. We went out for dinner that night, and I had shut her in the bathroom to keep her away from my other cat so that we could slowly get them used to each other. And somehow she managed to slip by us out the bathroom door and out the front door when we left without us seeing either of those escapes. I don't know how. She's like Houdini. I don't know how she did it, but we didn't even see her leave. And then we came back from dinner, pulled in the driveway, and saw this cat crossing the street. And from a distance, I was like, wait, that kind of looks like her. And we didn't even have a name for her yet. And it was like, what the hell? She was waiting for us across the street. So I guess she really did want to stay. She came back. That was the first day we had her. And she came back. So she kind of chose me as her home. She could have just taken off and never come back, but she came back. The other time she got out, though, she was on an adventure for a week. God only knows what she did. Probably having a great time hunting mice while I was like, tearing my hair out, terrified I was never going to see her again. Yeah, she's my baby. She's a sweetheart. Night K Brew. Thanks for popping in. The live was really fun earlier. If you want to catch the replay or any of the replay, I know it's long, but Doug was here for hours and told some hilarious stories. Thank you again to Doug for doing that, and thoroughly entertaining us all. Truly appreciate it. Always a pleasure to have him on, and I'm still amazed that he wants to keep coming back. He contacted me. We talk, on Instagram, and I asked him how the reading of his play went, and he told me, and he asked, if I wanted him to come on Wednesday night. Of course, I'm going to say yes. So I appreciate him for coming back, and hopefully he'll be back again soon. We'll keep you guys posted on when we're going to talk about Deadline, his play, for those of you who have read it or are going to read it. And if you're not in the Discord, that would help if you want to join the Discord, but I'll keep you updated in the lives too. Because in the Discord, I'm asking people, when have you, when are you going to read it? Have you gotten it yet? Stuff like that. We'll keep you posted on when we're going to have a live and talk about his play Deadline. And I think it'll be a lot of fun. It'll make him really happy too. And he deserves it after all the time he's spent entertaining us and engaging with us, not just on this channel, but loads of fan groups that he's, interacted with, and on Instagram. He's been amazing with the Frumley. So I just figured the least we can do is, explore his awesome work too. So yeah, I just want to do that for him, and I think everybody will enjoy it. So if I didn't think that, I wouldn't do it. And so if you're listening on the replay, that I'll put all of the links for Doug, his website, where to get Deadline, and where to get his other plays. I'll put those links in the description of the video, and in a comment I'm going to pin at the top of the chat as well. So that'll be easy for you to find. And again, you can get an e-copy. You don't have to order a physical copy. So if you don't want to pay for shipping, you can also get a digital copy. So thank you to those of you who have already ordered it too. I appreciate it. And so I'm going to be working on, my latest video. If you haven't checked it out, I released a video on The Boy in White, which is part 2 of my boy in white versus man in yellow theory. I know it's out of it's the off season now, but I'd appreciate it if you have the time to give it a view. It took me a while to finally get it done because I was too busy with Severance, but it's done. It's out. I put it out like a couple days ago, and I'm going to put the link to that in the description of this video too. So yeah, if you have a chance, please check it out. It's not crazy long. It's like 29 minutes or something. So it's not one of my longest. My longest is more like 47 minutes. But yeah, so there's that. And also I have my Severance episode 3 deep dive I put out a couple days ago. Late, I know, but I'm catching up. So if you haven't seen that and you're into Severance, check out my Severance season 2 episode 3 deep dive, which is the one with all the goats. So that's a fun one. And I'm working on my episode 4 deep dive so I can finally be caught up. So keep an eye out for that. Please. That will be coming. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it out today. If not today, then hopefully Friday, and I'll finally be caught up. Yeah, so our next thing we'll be doing is our Severance watch party tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. Hold on, my mom is yelling as I'm trying to wrap up. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. Sorry about that. My cats are raising hell. So I told my mom I'll go take care of it in a minute and wrapping up anyway. They're raising hell, demanding to be fed. One of them just knocked a book on my mom's head. They'll just start knocking stuff over until they're fed. That's what happens. Anyway, so yeah, join us tonight if you want to watch Severance with us. It'll be 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. The link is at the top of the chat, and it'll be in the description of the video. And 10 p.m. Eastern if you missed the first showing, roughly 10 p.m. Eastern, maybe a few minutes after, probably. That'll be tonight. And Friday night we'll have our From Academy Friday live with Doc. I think we're still doing that. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. And we'll be talking about the showrunner of From, Jeff Pinkner. We'll dive into some of that, some of his interviews that he's done, and what we can learn about the show by getting into that digging into that background material. I personally, I haven't really known much about Jeff Pinkner, so that'll be a fun topic to discuss, and we can keep discussing our the stuff that we got, the biggest questions that we still have after our From season 1 rewatch, and the insights we gained. We didn't have a lot of time to get into like discussing the biggest questions. I made a whole list of all the unanswered questions and mysteries. We can keep talking about that Friday night, and then Doc will join us and we'll do some discussion on Jeff Pinkner and his interviews and what kind of insights we can get into the show, which will be fun. So please, if you feel like it, join us Friday at, I think it'll be more like 11 p.m. Eastern. When Doug joins, I try to make it earlier. As of now, I don't think he's going to be there again, but I'll keep you posted when Doug will be coming again. Yeah, because you just never know with him. Sometimes it might be the last minute. Last Friday, he asked me, and it was like 9:00 p.m. and I was like, okay, sure. So keep you posted on that. And either way, yeah, it'll be a fun live Friday night, and then we'll do our Severance live on Monday, of course. discussing the new episode of Severance, which will be episode 5, already halfway through. How did that happen? Halfway through the season already. And yeah, see you later, Susie. Thanks for being here. You should take them on a walk. I've seen cat leashes, and I've actually tried it with Woo. I've gotten a cat leash and tried to put it on her, but she slips out of it. She can't be trusted, and then she'll take off. She's slipped out the I'm losing my voice. I talk so long on these things that I lose my voice. And then I have no voice at all for a while. I sound like this, hoarse, for a while when I finish these lives. But I got a leash for her because I felt bad, because I think the reason that she tries to escape so much is because she desperately wants to spend some time outside, and I feel bad. I was feeling guilty, so I got a leash, but no matter how much I try to make it tight and secure, she slips out of it. Like, no, I just can't risk it. And then she takes off running. There have been a few close calls where she slipped out the door, and I had to go running out the door after her and grab her. A few times I've got to approach her real slow and steady, and then just snatch her up really fast and be like, what the hell are you doing? Why did you do this to me again? But yeah, I have to be careful. I don't do outdoor cats. There are too many dangers. They can get hit by a car. They can get feline leukemia. I can give you any whole list of things, reasons why I don't risk it personally. But yeah. So I wish I could take her on a walk. That'd be great. But yeah, if I could find a cat leash that would actually hold her, I totally would. Because I would feel better, like she would enjoy that time outside. But anyway, sorry, I digress as usual. Thank you again. It's been a great night. And I'll keep you posted if I'm allowed to share my discussion with Scott McCord, who plays Victor. Then I will let you know, and I'll post it probably next week if he says yes. So fingers crossed. Hopefully he says yes. If he says no, I will understand. And I will just be grateful for the experience, because he was lovely, beautiful soul. And to close out, I guess I'll just play his whole, I have a compilation of cameos that Dieter made for me, but I think I feel like just playing this whole one from Scott, because he's a beautiful soul. He's lovely. Thank you, Scarlet, for hanging in this long. I know you need to get some sleep.
You hear my cat?
You. Yeah.
My cat's all the way upstairs, and she's that low.
Wow. That's just like Boo. And yours isn't a tortie, right? Yours is a tuxedo. A tuxie. I hear it. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's hilarious. She's loud. What's her name?
Oh, she's my boyfriend's cat, and he calls her Nibbles, but I've been calling her Bean. But I only been calling her Bean because of Miracle Workers. It's a TV show that has Steve Buscemi, and he plays God. And there was a scene in it where the characters of Miracle Workers thought Steve Buscemi as God was changing people into root beer jelly beans. And when I looked down upon her fur, the light was on, and instead of black, she kind of looked like a root beer color. So I started calling her Root Beer Bean.
Yeah.
It's a long story, because I say Bean and people are like, that's a typical name. No, but I was watching Miracle Workers and Steve Buscemi was playing God. It's like, it's a long story.
Yeah. It's cute. It's a cute name for a cat. Either way, I love that.
Well, Nibbles, cute. Because when my boyfriend got, he got 2 cats, a black cat named Friday, which I thought was a cool name for a black cat, and her name's Nibbles. But she's Nibbles because she nibbles on you.
Oh.
Like, she'll nibble on your fingers, or she'll come up and nibble on you.
No, that's weird. But cats have sharp teeth. Doesn't that hurt?
Yes.
Cats have razor sharp teeth.
She's really soft, though. She's really gentle.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. And my cat, no, that would hurt. Like I've been bitten by a cat, and it's no joke. Cat bites are actually worse than dog bites. Like they can really cause problems.
Cat scratch
Like,
fever.
yeah. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah. Yeah, Bean is cute. I used to my family always called me Julie Bean. That was my nickname growing up. I had multiple nicknames, but that was my nickname. I don't know why. I was always Julie Bean. But
Well, plus she's the run of the litter, and she also has like when her legs almost look like a rabbit's legs when she's like on the stairs and stuff. She looks like a little bunny.
aw,
I know
that's
she's definitely
cute.
the run of the litter. She's really small.
I would say the same about Boo, actually. It's
Mm.
another thing they have in common. Boo is really small for an adult cat. She has like this tiny, like thin little tail that's not long. She has short legs, very little paws, little ears, little face. Like she's only 6 pounds. And all her features are small, like I described. So I think she's probably the runt of the litter herself. And yet she runs this house. She's the ruler of she's 6 pounds of fury. Like you don't screw with her. Like I've said, she's at the top of the pecking order. She loves humans, but she hates. She has so much hate in her heart for every living thing that's an animal. Everything that's not human. She hates them all. I don't know why. She hates, but she loves people. She's the friendliest cat with people. A stranger could come in and she'll come right up and get right in their face and like she's known them for years. She's as friendly as can be, but loathes other things with fur and other animals with a passion. I don't understand it. I don't know why. But she was rescued off the street by some lady, like not far from where I live, and the lady had to keep her in a crate because she was terrorizing her other pets. She was like, please, somebody take her out of here. Get her away from here, please. It's a sign of affection. They only nibble softly. My cat does it. His claws are too big, though. It's not possible to be gentle with them. He can tuck them in and paw my face when he wants attention, though. Aw. Well, my cat, when my cat wants to get my attention, she puts her paw on my face with her claws out, so it doesn't feel very good.
That's not weird.
Yeah.
That's a claw in my eyeball. This feels great.
Yeah. She does that sometimes if she wants me to pet her or like she wants to wake me up. Yeah. Claws to the face. Just a little bit. It doesn't scratch, but like enough to get your attention, so it doesn't feel good. Yeah. She knows what she's doing. Those things are lethal weapons. Tracking collar could be a good option for letting her outside, but cars and feline leukemia are good reasons to keep her inside. 100%. And other diseases that they can get.
And keeping the bird populations good.
Yeah, actually, cats are domesticated animals. I'm not like nothing against people who let their cats outside. It's just that it is a fact that cats are not supposed to be roaming around out there, and they're decimating the populations of mice, birds, rabbits. Like it's actually a serious problem. It's screwing up the ecosystem. They're decimating these creatures, and it's a problem. Like it's messing up the whole food chain and the ecosystem. It's not a good thing. They're not supposed to be out.
Plus bird flu.
Plus bird flu. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a problem. And then if the cats are not fixed, then you've got loads and loads of stray cats running around homeless, and that's a whole other deal. So yeah, it's not a good idea in my opinion. I'm not judging people that do let their cats out, but there are a lot of reasons that I just don't feel like I want to do that. Mark Egan popped in, so I'll just say hi to you, Mark Egan. Nice to see you. We'll be doing our watch party for Severance tonight. What do you mean that motherfucker Helena got that malefic plan to get a little scout inside of her? I'm pissed. Oh God. Oh, I hope not, but I have a bad feeling it's going that way.
Mm-hmm.
Is my video glitching? The hell? Looks like I'm freezing. Is
Yeah.
my video all glitchy right now?
I don't know. I think we should just wrap it up.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're wrapping it up.
I mean, I could talk about this
yeah.
thing forever, but I'm not going to get into it right now.
Yeah, let's not even get started. But
I don't
let's
want
just
to. I
say
don't
I
want to
hope
get into
not.
non-consensual sexual acts right now.
Yeah, let's hope not.
I just
Good rest. Yeah, good rest, Julie and Scarlet. Yeah, thanks, Fletch. Thanks. We'll definitely get some rest now.
I just didn't want male writers to call it a love scene. That's all I was. That's why I was just gonna be like, ugh, about.
It's all kinds of ick. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think so. I don't think so at this point. But all kinds of ick. I DM'd you all the different layers of ick that this could be.
Yeah.
It's icky.
All different layers of ick. Yeah. So anyway, Susie says I was trying to send a video to your Discord of how you can just let your cat out in the snow and they won't ever go outside. But it's too big, apparently. Yeah. Well, that's not the case with everybody. I knew a family that let their cats out in the snow and they were fine with it. They just would go in the shed and they let their cat out and they didn't know where their cat was in a snowstorm. Why would you let your cat out in the middle of a snowstorm where it could freeze to death? And they're like, oh, they know what they're doing out there. They can take care of themselves. They were idiots. They were my ex's parents. So what? There you go. I mean, he did come from them. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, let's just say. And they lost every cat they ever had because they didn't take good enough care of them and did things like that. Every cat they ever had disappeared without a trace eventually. Even if they had them for years, eventually they would disappear without a trace. Anyway, sorry, tangent. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Yeah. Moral of the story, take better care of your cats. And if you do let them outside, please don't let them out in a blizzard. We're getting a bunch of those snowstorms right now. So stay safe. Please keep your pets safe during these snowstorms that are hitting right now. Be careful out there. Have a good day or a good night, everybody. Truly appreciate the turnout. Wow, 51 people still in here. Most of you are probably asleep with the stream running right now, but I still appreciate it. Let's just be real.
All you have to do is hit play and then just go dream.
Yeah, let's be real.
You don't have to even listen to it. Like subconsciously listen to it.
Yeah. People say they go to sleep listening to us. They wake up, they're listening to us. Like they go to sleep to us. Like
they spill their lineage listening to us.
God, maybe it is that hour of the nighttime when we're on, so who knows? Everywhere in the background. I don't know how much of a turn on that would be, but but yeah, I still appreciate it, even those of you who are on there asleep. Thank you very much. There aren't that many people in the chat, so most of you are probably asleep, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you again to Zaxx. That was amazing. Rating the chat. Thank you so much. Yep. People fake cat rescues for Insta and TikTok likes. People are idiots. Seriously. God, for anything for trying to go viral, TikTok fame. It's ridiculous. Anyway, thank you again to Doug. Please keep an eye out for my next Severance video. If you're into Severance, it will be coming out in the next day or two. That'll be for episode 4, and then I'll be caught up. Please give my Boy in White video a view. I truly would appreciate it. And even if you just watch part of it, it'll count as a view. And yeah, stay safe out there, everybody. Some wild weather going on, so stay safe. See you next time.
Well, if you also like Yellow Jackets, I'll be covering Yellow Jackets with Jamie and Sci-Fi Vision on Sundays at, I do believe, 10:30 EST.
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
Some watch party happening sometime. I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah. Who knows when it's even going to happen, because they're being confusing about when the episodes are going to drop. So
yeah, who knows? Surprise me.
Yeah. 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 So if you're into Yellow Jackets, check that out on Sci-Fi Vision channel on Sunday night, 10:30 p.m. Eastern. So definitely check that out. And so yeah, we'll see you the next time. The next live will be Friday night, probably around 11 p.m. Eastern, but we'll let you know if it ends up being earlier. And thank you so much, and have a good day or a good night, everybody. And until next time, keep on deep diving, and let's see what we can uncover together.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives. First of all, bring it in. Let's do a little jumping high fives for JulieBDeepDives. Boom. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all your amazing, your brilliance, this wondrous thing that you have created that goes deep, dives deep into From. Thank you so much, Julie B, for that. Certainly been aware of your YouTube channel and everything that you've done along the way. And the deep dives are great. Don't stream and drive. Huh? How are you? I hope everything is stellar. I wanted to send along this love. This is coming with some big love from Dieter. He wrote me this amazing note about you, about how amazing you are, and how much you love From, and how much you love the scenes with Henry and Victor. Thank you so much. Well, let's back it up a little bit. So I owe you also a big thank you for From, and for making From what it is, just being part of the Fromily and watching the show and giving it all the love that you've been giving it. And then, on top of that, you've created a whole deep dive, a whole show that just delves into the mysteries of From and just keeps it all up in the air. And we're so grateful for that. I'll speak for everybody that we love all that and the support, and certainly all the love that you're giving From, because that's what makes it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you so much. And the scenes with Henry and Victor, Robert Joy, amazing, just amazing to work with. Just the most generous, wonderful actor, most beautiful soul. We didn't know each other prior to this season. I didn't even know it was going to happen this season. I didn't know that. I didn't know I was going to meet my dad. Yeah, it was pretty special. Those were my favorite scenes, for sure. And that means so much that you enjoyed those as well. And so big love from Dieter, and this is my big love to you, Julie B, for all the amazing things that you do. So this here is my own little personal disco box that I lug to set and carry around town and do my own work with. So I've got my own little special Victor things in here, and I've got here a little book of drawings and scrawlings and things. My own little personal book, and where is it here? Hold tight. Here we go. This is a picture for you that is, you can see that? That says Julie B, and that is, when I first started working on Victor, I found his animal was I sort of saw him as an old owl, and so I started to draw him this way. This is how I depict Victor, the protector of the peaches. An owl in some cultures is considered the protector of the peaches. And anyway, so this picture's for you, and this is a picture of Victor holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs. There's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's deeper dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.